Chapter 151. No need to suppress yourself anymore. 2. Anyway, he had to draw the monster out from the depths of the earth on his way down. Since the adversary has taken the initiative to emerge, it saved quite a bit of effort. At this moment, he utilized the bioorganic force field to propel the steam mecha into the air, silently listening to the communication sounds by his ear. 550 kilometers. 500 kilometers. There was, inevitably, a delay in earthquake monitoring. As the personnel spoke of the 500 kilometers, Jiang Chen could already see the earth trembling and the mountains collapsing. A strong high-energy reaction also swiftly surged up from the depths of the earth. 400. The staff member had not finished speaking. Among the central forests of the mountains, the ground heaved and broke like the surface of water, and amidst the countless pieces of shattered rocks and sand, an imposing figure broke through the soil and landed heavily upon the ground. It had an appearance and skin similar to that of a lizard's, but it lacked the slender legs of a lizard, instead possessing 4 columnar legs that could fit closely against its body to support it. Its upper body also had more than 8 robust limbs, which revealed a metallic luster in the sunlight. Overall, it had a bizarre and ferocious appearance. Most importantly, its towering stature, which exceeded a kilometer and could touch the clouds, brought with it a suffocating sense of oppression. One should know that, in some tokusatsu works, monsters capable of destroying a city are only a few dozen meters tall. Next to this supreme deity monster, not to say an elephant and an ant, but at least there would be a size disparity between humans and mice. At this moment, the supreme deity monster opened its worm-like fearsome mouthparts and let out an earth-shattering roar, and peculiar forces immediately spread out with the ripples. Like a hurricane sweeping through, the earth and forest were lifted raw, merging into a gargantuan wave of dust and debris that spread in all directions. Some helicopters that were relatively close and wanted to broadcast the scene for various countries lacked any resistance, directly impacted by the sound waves mixed with enigmatism, and crashed into the ground, turning into an insignificant burst of fireworks. Only a few helicopters at a sufficient distance barely survived, hastily retreating a little farther. This is the might of an ancient supreme deity. At this moment, it raised its hammer-like robust limbs, tilting forward, poised to strike the ground with its transcendent power and fulfill the prophecy of doomsday, igniting the Earth's schism. One should know. Under the same magnitude, the shallower the epicenter, the stronger the seismic sensation. This supreme deity monster was positioned at the surface, and with its peerless earthquake supernatural abilities, the outcome of this strike would be utterly unpredictable. It was at this very moment. The tilting motion of the supreme deity monster suddenly halted, eerily stopping mid-air. No, it wasn't a pause. It was that a golden-red steam mecha had intercepted the supreme deity monster's path, forcibly stopping its motion. The shock of this scene was incomparable. One should know, the supreme deity monster's size exceeded a kilometer, while the steam mecha was only 4 meters. This level of size difference was akin to a person plunging to the ground suddenly being stopped by an ant that flew up. The visual impact was tremendous. It wasn't until this moment that the supreme deity monster took notice of this tiny yet possessing a similar power, golden red insect. It regained its footing, the surface of its body slightly vibrating, dispersing a wave of energy fluctuations. Although there was no sound, the omnipotent external translator activated as usual. It transformed the supreme deity monster's conveyed thoughts into an understandable language. Mighty insect, interesting. Pity, mother does not like insects. Mother. Jiang Chen, piloting the steam mecha, gazed at the towering figure of the supreme deity monster, his mind suddenly clear. Indeed, these subterranean monsters were not the only ancient life forms on this planet. This supreme deity monster wasn't the most ancient life on the planet either. They even possessed concepts like mother and child, and tribes. With this, it was understandable that the ancient civilizations of this world could record such matters. This was a transcendent world with traditional combat and supernatural powers, Perhaps in its ancient civilizations, there were priests with supernatural abilities who could communicate with these behemoths. They could have obtained corresponding information. While these thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, his voice, transmitted through the translator device, transformed into thought waves similar to the monsters. You have a mother? Then do you have a father? Where do they live? How strong are they? What about your brothers and sisters? I mean no harm, just genuinely a bit curious. The supreme deity monster, however, seemed to have lost interest in communicating. 6 arms that were over 100 meters in length and ended in cone-shaped metal lashed out with gusty whines. Their actions were incredibly swift, and in the moment that no one could react, they closed in. Boom! A thunderous explosion accompanied by a gust of wind spread in all directions. At the center of the conical metal, the golden-red steam mecha spread its arms, and small cracks had already appeared on the surface of its metal armor. The representation of high agility is super-fast attack speed, Hui. After 2 encounters, Jiang Chen had roughly determined some of the attributes of this supreme deity monster. Supreme deity monster. Strength, 3. Power, physical force 50,000, can demonstrate higher effects through the power of enigmatism, upper limit unknown. Agility, average agility 50,000, attack agility can exceed 80,000, limited by large size, and inadaptability to the ground, among other reasons. Flexibility value does not exceed 40,000. Defense, physical defense not less than 70,000, recovery speed and life force unknown. Mystery, unknown. Assessment, Mecha's formidable opponent. The overall strength of this supreme deity monster was probably already beyond 60,000. Far from an enemy that a first-rank steam mecha could handle. As soon as it appeared, Jiang Chen had already initiated mecha soul fusion, pouring life force energy into Yun through the connection between himself and the mecha soul. Its attributes had received a leap in enhancement. Strength, agility, defense, all reached 65,000. It seemed there was hardly any difference from this supreme deity monster. But, with similar attributes, the disparity brought about by the size difference in combat power was greatly exaggerated. Especially like the difference between a kilometer and 4 meters, a gap like that between humans and ants. The supreme deity monster continuously swung its arms at an indistinguishable speed, bombarding the steam mecha. Even if Jiang Chen pushed the steam mecha's speed to its limit, each of the opponent's attacks was wide-ranging and impossible to dodge. Each time it countered an attack, the steam mecha's armor value would greatly decline. If not for the lengthy health bar Jiang Chen shared, it would have completely collapsed by now. On the contrary, the steam mecha's size was too small, plus the supreme deity monster's defense was not low. Although it could use its significantly higher strength to directly repel the arms of the supreme deity monster, even knocking it askew, it couldn't inflict truly fatal damage. Even if it left some wounds, they seemed so insignificant on a body over a kilometer in size. We must go further. Jiang Chen conveyed his own thoughts. Yun, there's no need to restrain yourself any longer. Your subordinate obeys. A fervent voice resonated at the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. The steam mecha rapidly retreated, its broken armor falling off automatically, with copious amounts of steam dispersing. At the same time, surging life force energy began to rise, the star core overloaded, the mecha's body trembling continuously. Limitation unlock and energy overload. At this moment, the steam mecha became even more slender, with both force agility attributes receiving a massive growth to 72,000. Combined with the base force agility of 65,000. It brutally reached a force agility attribute total of 137,000. Yet, as the attributes grew, Jiang Chen could clearly feel Yun's consciousness starting to blur. After all, as a first-rank supercharged mecha, when one attribute module was replaced, its base force agility defense was only around 2,500. brutally escalated to 137,000, it gained an increase of roughly 50 times. With such an overwhelming pour of life force energy, the Mecha soul was inevitably under immense pressure. Just like how ordinary Mecha pilots used Mecha soul fusion with powerful Mechas, it could only be sustained for a few seconds before becoming unbearable. At this time, despite Jiang Chen's life force energy and the urge to roll his eyes, Yun emitted a soulful roar. All 8 gates, open! A golden red blur burst out of the smoke. Almost turning into a golden beam of light, it silently collided with the body of the supreme deity monster. As the two were about to touch, the exposed gears on the surface of the steam mecha spun wildly and the foot armor violently ejected white steam, delivering a fierce kick. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Accompanied by the hurricane, the supreme deity monster, over a kilometer high, was actually kicked away, crashing into the snow peak behind it. Roar after roar. Under the violent collision, the imposing mountain that had already shown cracks finally could not bear the insult and collapsed. Chapter 152. Dare to break my limiter, _1. Military leaders from various nations, in order to grasp information regarding the monsters, dispatched military helicopters to record live footage during each civilian evacuation, using it for remote broadcasting. It was because of this, they had seen the supreme deity emerging from the depths of the earth. The towering figure of that supreme deity invoked a suffocating fear in them. In modern society, buildings over 100 meters tall can be called skyscrapers. And the tallest building in the Earth Cataclysm world was just over 600 meters, already a landmark standing out in the city like a crane amongst chickens. This supreme deity monster stood more than twice as tall as the pinnacle of human civilization. If walking through the city, humanity's buildings were no more than weeds at its feet, its tail with one swipe could clear large swathes of construction. No wonder the people of ancient civilizations regarded it as a supreme deity, with a stature reaching to the heavens. No wonder the Mecha pilots with enigmatism had all expressed doubts about their chances against this supreme deity. It truly was terrifying. With just a single roar, it had destroyed most of the military helicopters, causing the broadcast feed to cut out for a moment. When the signal returned, only a few helicopters remained, drifting in the distance, continuing to capture the scene from afar. As the military leaders watched the footage on the big screen, their hearts turned cold. The beast, towering like a mountain, moved with incredible agility, almost entirely existing as blurs, and the whirlwinds it generated caused the footage to continuously shake. The previously invincible steam mecha, capable of annihilating ordinary monsters in seconds, faced with such an attack, was at a complete disadvantage, barely managing to hold its ground. Even its occasional counterattacks did nothing more than cause the supreme deity giant beast to sway slightly. Moreover, the wounds inflicted were so small that the camera could barely capture them. As a result, to the spectators, the supreme deity giant beast seemed to be swatting at mosquitoes, annoying indeed, but without suffering any damage itself. The military leaders had been prepared for this. Upon seeing this scene, they immediately began to issue orders. Notify the Air Force Base. Wait. Before the military leader finished speaking, the tide of battle changed again. The gold-red mecha, for some reason, suddenly unleashed a tremendous power. It became nearly a golden streak, dividing the heavens and earth, sending the supreme deity monster, towering over a kilometer high, flying and consequently cleaving off an entire snow-capped mountain. This was no small hill of a few hundred meters. It was the highest peak recorded in ancient civilization, rising over 6,000 meters. The sheer shock of seeing such a mountain slice in half was indescribable. It took everyone's breath away. The next moment, the gold-red mecha continued its attack. Due to its extreme speed, its trajectory in the footage left behind golden streaks, attacking the supreme deity monster relentlessly. The supreme deity monster, having initially had the upper hand, was now being completely dominated by the gold-red mecha. Ripples of impact continuously appeared on its body's surface as it swayed in the air like a punching bag, with blood and scales raining down like a shower. It struggled, resisted, swung its arms. Yet it could not touch the golden lines even slightly. This made its furious roars sound more like powerless, weak whimpers. Beautiful. Feeling intensely vicarious, the crowd saw this and clenched their fists in excitement, shouting triumphantly. It was as if they themselves were piloting the steam mecha, crushing the towering supreme deity monster underfoot. If they could only defeat it, they could resolve the seismic disasters, they could save the entire planet. Wait, what? People stared at the monitor, suddenly realizing something. The speed of the golden streak, why was it visibly slowing down to the naked eye? When attacking the supreme deity monster, no longer could it easily shatter the scales, break the body. Instead, it was leaving behind insignificant injuries, or at times, hardly any injuries at all. It was like humans, after an adrenaline rush, beginning to feel exhaustion, gradually losing strength. Do mechas get tired too? A question rapidly rose in their minds. Of course, a mecha does not tire. But mechas need energy. As mechanical creations, mechas do not require food to drive their bodies, but they do consume a significant amount of energy in the process of acting. This is common knowledge. As the steam mecha ran around the world dealing with monsters, scientists and researchers from all nations had pondered over what the power source of the mecha was. No matter what conclusions they reached, the fact that mechas needed energy was not going to change. Based on this foundation, what was happening in the imagery seemed rather clear. This steam mecha had just increased its energy output, and that's why it suddenly became stronger, successfully suppressing the supreme deity monster, beating it down as one would beat a dog. However, it had also expended an excessive amount of energy. This steam mecha was now running low on power, to the point of being nearly depleted. Its movement speed was now significantly slower compared to when it fought other monsters. It's over. Realizing this, chills went down their spines. What difference was a powerless mecha to a lump of scrap metal? The supreme deity monster, previously dazed by the beating, seemed to have realized this too. On its face, a sinister smile almost human-like appeared as it steadied itself, eyeing the steam mecha in front of it. Out of strength, aren't you, you despicable insect? Die quietly. Like a scene of a predator capturing its prey, 6 elongated arms slammed shut, trapping the steam mecha between them. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chapter 153. Dare to break my limiter, _2. Despair completely filled their hearts. If only this steam mecha had more energy. If only this supreme deity monster wasn't so enormous, if the damage inflicted was greater. If only. Wait, it looks like it's not over yet, the mecha hasn't shattered. A staff member couldn't help but exclaim. The commanders, not bothering to scold, followed the sound and looked towards the screen, their eyes suddenly lighting up. They saw the supreme deity monster's cone-shaped palm forcefully repelled by a surge of power. Even the body of the supreme deity monster staggered back a few steps under this force, causing the ground to tremble. Where the palm had closed, a small black dot remained. The steam mecha seemed to still have some residual energy. As long as the mecha wasn't shattered, they could urgently retreat and recharge, allowing the army to delay, and there would still be a chance to defeat the monster. When the commanders were overjoyed, the footage zoomed in as the camera operator seemed to adjust the focus, wanting to get a clear view of the steam mecha. As the image focused, the black dot became slightly clearer. Seeing the details of the black dot, their smiles stiffened. Wait. That's not the mecha. That's a human. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Absorbed mecha, overloaded steam Yun Model 4. Strength 51,200,134,200. Agility 49,300,132,300. Defense 45,500,126,500. Enigmatism 10,60028,900. Special, triple life force limit, regenerate 227.17 life per second, doubles under the sun, 82.79 stamina. Special abilities, non-stackable roots core, infinite vitality, limitation unlock. Second rank abilities, blood demon transformation 7.5, thorns overgrowth 21, touch of extreme cold 36, energy overload 39, bioorganic intelligence 18, flaming molten lava 4. Let's take a break for now, Yoon. Jiang Chen put the shattered mecha away into the abyss rune, his expression gentle. Not far across, the supreme deity monster felt the overwhelming life force from Jiang Chen and was in disbelief. Insect. I clearly shattered your armor. Why do you still possess such immense power? Armor? That term isn't exactly wrong. Jiang Chen's breath continued to skyrocket, his muscles also began to swell. Regrettably, even though he had unlocked his human body's limits and activated energy overload, pumping vast amounts of life force and stamina into his veins, his stature was still just over 3 meters, arms and thighs only as thick as buckets. Compared to the supreme deity monster, it seemed not much different, indeed comparable to an ant. Fortunately, in this process, his strength and agility had experienced a slight growth of 156,000. Reaching a strength of 290,200, an agility of 288,300. Jiang Chen looked at the supreme deity monster with a friendly smile. However, that armor wasn't meant to protect me, it was meant to protect you. To thank you for letting Yoon enjoy a good battle, I will just let you witness a glimpse of my full power state. The supreme deity monster, via the universal translator, grasped the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words and was slightly astonished. The armor on his body wasn't to protect himself, but to protect the enemy? What does that mean? Just as he was puzzled, Jiang Chen suddenly vanished from his perception. No, not disappeared. But because the speed was too fast, even the supreme deity monster couldn't sense his movement. When Jiang Chen appeared again, he was already at the abdomen of the supreme deity monster, his hands unknowingly equipped with a pair of metal gauntlets. He raised his right hand, punching upwards. Uppercut. A punch with over 400,000 strength made contact with the belly of the supreme deity monster. No matter how thick the supreme deity monster's scales or how robust its muscles were, they couldn't resist such force. On the contrary, the scales and muscles became excellent conductors of force, allowing it to spread like a wave rather than be confined to a small point. Bang! A gap of about 10 meters appeared in the abdomen of the supreme deity monster, but its back was blown open with a circular wound over 100 meters in diameter, flesh and blood spraying out, raining down upon the earth. Its enormous body, over a kilometer in size, was still propelled high into the air by the impact. Because the injury was too fast and too fierce, the supreme deity monster didn't even feel much pain, only an irresistible force rocketing it away. Perceiving the tiny black dot below, his heart was astonished. What kind of creature was this? How could it possess such extraordinary strength, almost stronger than his mother's? Despite possessing such power, why still wear armor? This train of thought became the supreme deity monster's last consciousness. For Jiang Chen had already reached its head, continued upward, and delivered a fatal punch. Boom! A shower of blood exploded. Slaying the supreme deity monster, acquired epic material, earth tremor core. Slaying the supreme deity monster, acquired perfect module, return to primal state, supercharged. Slaying the supreme deity monster, acquired mythical item, supercharge upgrade. Accompanied by a surge of potent abyss atmosphere into the palm of his hand. All over the world, subterranean creatures seemed to sense something, hastily retracting their power, retreating to hide, no longer daring to reveal themselves. Even the mightiest supreme deity monsters had been vanquished. They were no longer the masters of this planet. Jiang Chen then reverted to his normal size, watching as the remnants of the supreme deity monster fell from the sky, crashing resoundingly onto the ground. The abyss runes also wove more text before his eyes. Monsters retreat again, the abyss drifts farther away. Ancient creatures lurk deep within the planet, waiting for the day to dominate everything. You have completed the mission, crush the subterranean monsters. Time taken, 18 hours. Rating, SSS. Based on the trial rating, calculating your rewards. You obtained mythical material, prehistoric alien blood. You obtained mythical item, latent ability upgrade. You obtained perfect module, mutant gene, supercharged. You obtained nascent form Mecha, super armed mantle. Authority has been upgraded to 2nd rank, unlocking new trait and Mecha slots. Reward calculation complete, you may leave the abyss after 10 days. Indeed, this supreme deity monster with Earth supernatural abilities was the source of the Earth cataclysm disaster. Given a 10-day mission deadline, Jiang Chen, with the aid of local archaeologists, awakened and resolved it within just 18 hours. In such a short time, subterranean monsters from various locations had not even had the chance to awaken and cause trouble. Even if there were some earthquakes, they were extremely minor low-level ones, so negligible that ordinary people wouldn't notice if they weren't paying attention. The number of casualties was also minimal, only a very few unlucky souls killed by the sudden emergence of subterranean creatures. Such a casualty count was even lower than everyday accidental deaths, naturally causing no real impact. All these factors combined allowed Jiang Chen to achieve the highest level rating in the Hope difficulty rank-up trial. Perfect supercharge module, mythical material, epic material, mythical items. These rewards are too generous. Worthy of a Hope difficulty trial, love it. Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. As for returning to the real world, there was no rush. The burst rate of rank-up trials was indeed very generous. Just the supreme deity monster alone had dropped a precious supercharge upgrade item for him. He could definitely stay a couple more days to explore this world further and slay some more of the supreme deity monster's brethren. See if he could loot some additional items. Moreover, monsters from rank-up trials, unlike those from the age-old shadow, would leave corpses when slain. As such powerful beings, beyond producing materials and modules, their bodies themselves generate corresponding value and resources. Many things in the Alliance's enhancement zone, such as water of life, divine meteorite terrain, were trophies obtained by the likes of Li Xiao during their rank-up trials. Jiang Chen, having slain monsters for this planet's civilization, sheltered the people, and averted disaster. It was only right that he collect his due spoils of war. Besides, within the rank-up trial, there were many potential gains waiting for Jiang Chen to plunder. Right, the first batch of Mecha pilots of this civilization hasn't even completed their basic trials and returned. I'll stay a couple more days then go back. Everything that happened here was recorded by the last few helicopters, broadcasted back. The military leaders watched on the screen the towering corpse left by the death of the supreme deity monster, and the small black dots busily moving on it, their expressions stupefied. When the Mecha ran out of power and was attacked by the supreme deity monster, this moment of despair turned into a turning point. The mysterious person suddenly burst forth, not wearing a Mecha, instead quickly blasting the supreme deity monster to pieces with just a few moves. Because of the Steam Mecha's prior performance, the strength of the Mecha had thoroughly taken root in people's minds. A military leader opened his mouth. Mecha pilot. Someone else nodded. That's what he said. It's a lie. Chapter 154. Rich Harvest, Supreme Quality Module, _1. It's time for the fun loot moment again. Mythical item, the value of a supercharge upgrade goes without saying. Jiang Chen paid special attention to another mythical item. Latent ability upgrade. Quality, mythical. Type, item. Effect, when used on any supercharged mecha, it enhances its foundational potential, allowing for a pseudo-upgrade effect on its next rank advancement, providing an additional quality enhancement. Only effective on 0th rank mechas with a quality level below excellent. Description, Mecha Super Evolution. A mythical item that can improve the basic quality of a mecha. Compared to the supercharge upgrade, this mythical item may have usage requirements and limits, but its value is even higher. After all, if the mecha itself is a supercharged mecha, then the supercharge upgrade tool can only be used to expand the future module pool, which is relatively limited in use. However, the latent ability upgrade tool is different. It can directly enhance the mecha's potential, providing additional quality bonuses during the upgrade. It's equivalent to upgrading an ordinary nascent form mecha to excellent quality, or raising an excellent quality nascent form mecha to the level of exceptional quality. That's too powerful. You must know, an ordinary quality nascent form mecha, even after using a supercharge module, can at most raise its quality to exceptional on its first upgrade. If it's initially exceptional, it's like it has evolved once more than other mechas right from the start. The attributes will see a huge increase. Not to mention, many mecha pilot talents, including Jiang Chen's Undying Barehand, are closely related to mecha quality. The higher the quality, the higher the bonus. Senior Yano said, items that can supplement a mecha's potential are also extremely rare drops in the endless difficulty level. Maybe he wasn't referring to supercharge upgrade, but latent ability upgrade. This is probably a reward for the high difficulty of endless, and because I received an SSS class evaluation, I was able to obtain it ahead of time. The first latent ability upgrade will definitely be used to enhance Zero's potential. Her attributes are far too poor, being a life form mecha, her defense is even lower than Yun's. Only her vitality and recovery abilities are a bit higher. Physical strength is the foundation of everything, better to secure her defense first. Next, there are two perfect quality supercharge modules. Quality has a huge impact on the attributes of modules and materials. Let's take 0th rank as an example. A 0th rank ordinary quality module, depending on its specifics, can enhance the base attributes by 3 to 4 points. Excellent quality, 6 to 7 points. Exceptional quality, 10 to 11 points. Flawless quality, 14 to 15 points. Perfect quality, 19 to 20 points. This means, if both modules reach the highest bonus, then a perfect quality module's attributes will be 5 times that of an ordinary quality module. Moreover, when a module is fitted onto a mecha, it can only demonstrate the effects of one quality level higher. Therefore, considering the impact of quality, the disparity between a supercharged mecha and an ordinary mecha is actually much more than tenfold. The current quality of the Steam mecha is flawless. So a flawless quality supercharge module can't actually fully exploit its performance. It has to be perfect quality. And the modules produced by Abyss Level 1 are at most flawless quality. After Zero advances to flawless quality, she will also need perfect quality modules. Jiang Chen looked forward to the perfect module with anticipation and excitement. Return to primal state, supercharged. Rank, 3rd. Quality, perfect. Type, core module. Effect 1, when installed in a second rank mecha, it raises the enigmatic value by 0.5 thousand. Effect 2, it can summon primal force, drawing upon the vast natural energy, to reveal the mecha's mightier form, gaining a 40% enhancement to all attributes for a duration of 4 minutes with a cooldown of 6 hours. For each rank advancement of the module, attribute enhancement increases by 10%, and duration by 1 minute, not cumulative. Effect 3, when the mecha evolves/upgrades, depending on the combination of modules, there's a low chance of obtaining ancient, mythical life evolution/upgrade module. Description: we were once the rulers of the world. Wow, A golden legend. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, a top-grade loot. A 5,000 point boost to enigmatic value might equate to just 500 points on a first-rank mecha. Hardly befitting of perfect quality, it's more like a small bonus. However, the special ability attached to the Return to Primal State module is incredibly powerful, almost omnipotent. Although it can't be stacked, it provides a noble percentage boost. Currently, Jiang Chen possesses a basic attribute total of around 130,000. Once he activates Return to Primal State, he could instantly gain around 50,000 more in all attributes. Plus, after it is absorbed by the Mecha as a capability, it can also grow along with the Mecha. At 3rd rank it provides a 40% enhancement, but at 9th rank, that will be a full 100% boost to all attributes. The most important thing is, this kind of attribute enhancement, unlike the limitation unlock stance, which burns life force and mana, doesn't bring any negative effects. It doesn't even consume anything, just pure enhancement. The only drawback is that it can only be used once every 6 hours. It can't be permanently active. I must get it, I absolutely must. Even if I have to train a mecha specifically for this module, I cannot let its effects go to waste. This will be my 4th phase. Jiang Chen, with anticipation and excitement, turned his attention to another supercharged module. Mutant Gene, supercharged. Rank, 3rd. Quality, perfect. Type, special module. Effect, upon first installation, it triggers a gene mutation, transforming into a random supercharged supernatural ability module. Description: wealth comes from technology, poverty from mutation. In both the Steam world and the Earth Cataclysm world, there exist transcendent abilities. Chapter 155. Rich Harvest, Supreme Quality Module, _2. The difference is, the former is Bloodline Awakening, while the latter is Gene Mutation. Therefore, even though they are both gambling modules, their attributes and descriptions differ. Last time I gambled, I only acquired the ability of a Seed of Flames, which made Jiang Chen fully understand his luck. Not to mention, producing a Return to Primal State module had already exhausted my luck. Gambling on mutations at this time is 9 times out of 10 going to yield trash. Jiang Chen decisively stored it away. I've got a cheater at home anyway, so when I get back, I'll have my brother max out the luck and draw the prize for me. Wouldn't stable high-quality outcomes be wonderful? Moreover, the mutant gene module reminded Jiang Chen of something. For bloodline-based Transcendence Awakening, it seems that only newborns can replicate it, and it's not so easily popularized. But, through gene modification for Supernatural Ability Awakening, as long as the biotechnology tree is developed enough and production is ramped up, it seems possible to achieve mass popularization. Coupled with the Abyss rune suitable for age-related awakening. Doesn't it mean that as long as the members of the civilization reach a certain age, they could awaken both supernatural ability talents and mecha pilot talent? A civilization starting with dual talents could greatly enhance its potential. I could also try the supernaturally abled gene serum to see if I can awaken some god-level space-time ability for fun. Speaking of which, after absorbing so many mecha abilities, would these supernaturally abled gene serums even work on me? Apart from the supernaturally abled gene serums, the traditional combat inheritances from the Earth Cataclysm world are also an excellent system highly compatible with mecha pilots. At lower ranks, when mechas are smaller and have fewer modules, close combat is often required. Traditional combat inheritance can effectively increase the combat power of mecha pilots besides their stats. At higher tiers, it can also improve the physical fitness of mecha pilots and can have corresponding effects in areas like mecha maintenance, enhancement, and evolution. Take everything, all of it. I've already prepared Planet Blue Star's technological inheritance, which can be just right to trade for their traditional combat inheritance and supernatural gene inheritance. Lastly, there's the nascent form Mecha super-armed mantle and the mythical material prehistoric alien blood. As the name suggests, the former is a bioorganic mecha produced by the Earth Cataclysm civilization, aligned with enigmatic attributes. Jiang Chen had already prepared several nascent form mechas from the Abyss Level 1, which were also enigmatic. Now, without any hesitation, he chose the super-armed mantle as his third mecha. Being of the same outstanding quality as the enigmatic mecha. Super-armed mantle, as a product of the Hope difficulty level, don't ask, is definitely the best. As for the mythical material prehistoric alien blood, it is ancient, a mythical lifeblood material, which can be used to enhance bioorganic mechas, amplify their bloodline effects, boost their enigmatic attributes, and awaken mythical life traits. Although Zero is a bioorganic mecha, and it also absorbed the star phoenix egg, in the middle it might go through a phase of phoenix nirvana. It's quite compatible with mythical life traits. However, Zero is ultimately aiming to be a life force mecha, which doesn't mesh well with the material effects of prehistoric alien blood. I'll store it in the warehouse first and see if any mecha needs it in the future. The rewards from the tier upgrade trial are inherently high. And Jiang Chen had the highest evaluation for the Hope difficulty level, so he burst with top-notch items. It took a while to sort them out and allocate their places. At this moment, he looked at a silver-inscribed spherical medal floating above the corpse of the supreme deity monster, spinning continuously. During this process, the residual strength of the supreme deity monster, together with its blood, transformed into countless red filaments coming from all directions, absorbed by the spherical medal. Primordial Blood Collector. A trophy collection tool created by combining the magic heritage with the symbol of the Alliance. It can extract the residual blood of biological enemies to form a special material infused with mysterious power. This material can not only act as an environmental element during mecha enhancement, but can also be used to strengthen the mecha pilot's body or as an expendable in the development of technology and the casting of magic. Jiang Chen gently touched the primordial blood collector in front of him. Magic powers formed a text screen. Analyzing material. Material analysis complete. Type: bioorganic primordial blood. Elemental affinity: Earth, Life, Lizard, Supernatural. Application range: strengthening the body, magic material, biotechnology. The elemental factors in the blood of the supreme deity monster were clearly analyzed by the tool. Jiang Chen had a slight movement of thought. As the most common biological material, blood containing these ancient powerful genes. So, can it be used in the gene modification of this world? Not to mention ordinary people possessing the power of a supreme deity monster, but if it could enhance the quality of the awakened supernatural abilities, that would definitely be worth it. While Jiang Chen was collecting the spoils of war, the remaining few military helicopters flew over, stopping above the corpse of the supreme deity monster. A soldier, with cautious steps, landed on the corpse, enduring his fear and disgust, and quickly approached Jiang Chen to hand over a communication device. The previous communication device had long since been destroyed in the battle. It was only now that the humanity of the Earth Cataclysm world re-established contact with Jiang Chen. Respected Mecha pilot, thank you for your help. Shortly after you killed this monster, the frequent abnormal seismic fluctuations that appeared everywhere have vanished along with the abnormal seismic sources. The calamity has truly ended. The humans of this planet could not see the Abyss Rune settlement. They could only judge the emergence and disappearance of the calamity in this way. Jiang Chen, hearing the excitement and happiness in the other party's voice, spoke. The calamity has not ended, it has just temporarily receded. In the records of the ancient civilization, there are other deities similar to this supreme deity monster and even more powerful. You mean, these deities will come back to life one after another and bring calamity? The archaeologist's exchange with Jiang Chen was definitely known to these generals. At this moment, they were not too nervous. After all, this mecha pilot was just too strong. Clad in a mecha, he traded blows with a deity. Without the Mecha, he could strike them down in a few moves. Even if there were many more deities, they would all just be dishes on the chopping block. What was there to worry about? However, Jiang Chen shook his head. That's not the case. I will stay here for 10 days. During these 10 days, I will kill as many alien demons as possible, so you don't need to worry about their impact. But these alien demons are just one form of the Abyss Calamity. Their emergence is merely to let you know that you have been fully enveloped by the Abyss, unable to break free. And the Abyss Calamity is endless. Without the alien demons, there will be alien demon invasions, extraterrestrial life, the awakening of intelligent machinery, out-of-control supernatural abilities, or even the resurrection of the dead. They will emerge one after another until the fire of civilization is completely extinguished. And I will only help you this once, and can only help you this once. The rest, you must face on your own. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the calamities facing planet Blue Star, feeling an added sense of urgency. Senior Yano passed on the fire while urging them to quickly resolve the calamities facing planet Blue Star. Just like the flame in the night, the brighter it burns, the more it's assailed by the cold winds. After the awakening of hope for civilization, the calamity will grow even more fearsome. If not resolved quickly, it could lead to a disaster. Even Master Chao could keep growing, not to mention the current world calamity. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the generals felt a chill in their hearts. These terrifying alien demons were just one form of the Abyss Calamity. If they encountered a similar calamity again without the help of this enigmatic Mecha pilot, how would they cope? To fight against calamity, you must master the power of the Abyss Rune and become Mecha pilots. Only by nurturing more Mecha pilots can the chance arise for one to emerge who can support civilization and combat the calamity, a bearer of hope. For the next 10 days, while I am tracking the alien demons, I will also give some guidance to the new Mecha pilots. You must also establish a complete Mecha pilot policy. Jiang Chen gave them a few pointers, outlining some policies of the Mecha Pilots Alliance. As for how much they could take in, that was entirely up to them. Jiang Chen couldn't lead them to growth hand in hand. Just like Senior Yano, he could at most help them defend against a calamity once and kindle a spark. After giving pointers, Jiang Chen continued. I heard you have super ability gene soldiers, could I meet them? Right, and the traditional combat warriors. Chapter 156. Coach, I want to drive a Mecha, _1. At the beginning, Jiang Chen had not fully proven his strength. Relying solely on an invincible Mecha to experience the supernatural ability gene technology or the traditional combat warrior system of the Earth Cataclysm civilization was by no means simple. As long as he showed a need, politicians from various countries could, based on this need, demand and exchange even more benefits. Whether those benefits were weapons, knowledge, or something else. In any case, it would definitely involve a period of haggling. Now, however, things were completely different. In the presence of many generals, Jiang Chen had directly crushed such a terrifying supreme deity monster, brutally exterminating it. He had thoroughly proven his formidable strength and also intimidated the politicians' hearts. Like a war deity descending upon the human world, he inspired awe and deterred any disrespectful thoughts. Secondly, what Jiang Chen displayed was not merely the Mecha flight using his body, crushing monsters with iron fists. You're telling me this is a Mecha? It's clearly supernatural ability. Furthermore, the use of the apparently enigmatic magical tool Primordial Blood Collector by Jiang Chen exhibited an overall transcendence. Therefore, the generals from various countries did not feel that Jiang Chen was in need of anything. Instead, they felt he was an advanced civilization strong person who had come to alleviate poverty on a backward planet, first wanting to inspect the local civilization's specialties and level. Only after understanding the local level could he provide advanced guidance and help the civilization become strong. As a powerful Mecha pilot of an advanced civilization, how could he care about the trinkets of a backward civilization? Bearing this thought in mind, the generals not only satisfied Jiang Chen's curiosity, they even competed to invite Jiang Chen to their countries for a technological inspection, afraid of being a step slower than the other nations. As for the disaster or whatever, since it was resolved, let's not mention it for now. The strength of a Mecha pilot was laid out in front of them. If a country could please this enigmatic Mecha pilot and obtain more impartations, couldn't they transform overnight and directly rule the world? This could not be allowed. At this time, the fragmented state of civilization makes it convenient for me to trade the essence of civilization. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. The technological essence of the Earth Cataclysm civilization was concentrated in the hands of three major powers. Among them, the Supernatural Ability Kingdom held the most powerful, most advanced super ability gene technology, capable of creating strong super ability gene warriors. The Traditional Combat Kingdom had preserved the most ancient and vast traditional combat system, boasting combat masters with extremely strong fighting capabilities. The Comprehensive Kingdom, though not as specialized in traditional combat, supernatural ability, or technology as the other two powers, combined the strengths of both and similarly possessed formidable power. Jiang Chen used repair tools, putting the steam mecha into a 7-hour cooldown for repairs. Then, accompanied by Zero in her Cinder's girl form, he first visited the Supernatural Ability Kingdom. Supernatural Ability Kingdom, Super Ability Research Institute. The blonde man in a white lab coat, looking at this otherworldly young man who had displayed formidable physical power, defeated monsters, and saved humanity, could barely hide the fervor in his eyes. He even overlooked the Cinder's girl, speaking to Jiang Chen endlessly. Living organisms naturally possess various super ability genes, which is why they can have different supernatural abilities. I once published a paper, suggesting that all life on the planet shares a common ancestor. Now it seems, it might be those ancient deities. We extract various gene fragments and inject them into volunteers, merging them with the volunteers' own genes to awaken the corresponding transcendent genes. Since this process is filled with uncertainties, we call it mutation. Jiang Chen listened thoughtfully to his words. Many of the creatures in the Earth Cataclysm world naturally possessed supernatural abilities. That's why the Supernatural Ability Kingdom was able to develop super ability gene technology based on it. Planet Blue Star obviously did not have it. If applied directly, it would most likely not work properly. However, this problem was not serious. Planet Blue Star's creatures might lack super ability genes, but creatures from the abyss had them. Just like the supreme deity monsters, at worst, one would need to collect some more materials to ensure it worked properly. As for the technology itself, let the researchers improve it a bit to develop a gene technology suitable for Planet Blue Star's natives. With the enhancement of high computational power from intelligent Mecha, the pace of technological decryption and research was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the shortage of time, depending solely on the computational power enhancement of intelligent Mecha, without the need for these external technologies, the civilization of Planet Blue Star could also quickly enter the interstellar age. Now, Jiang Chen was working with the same principles. With the consolidation from the trial for ascension, plus the 18-fold autonomous intelligence modules, his brain's computational power was greatly enhanced. Combined with the ultra-fast reactions brought by 130,000 agility, he could elevate his thought speed at any time, entering a state of ultra-fast thinking. Just like a computer handling immense amounts of data that humans can't imagine in an instant. In this state of ultra-fast thinking, the world in Jiang Chen's eyes nearly came to a halt, like time had stopped. He could treat a second like a much longer stretch of time to learn knowledge. This was the proper use of a super brain. Added to that, the light of impartation from the supreme deity civilization brought him knowledge that could be described as vast, enhancing his knowledge base. Jiang Chen sat in front of the computer, flipping through technical and knowledge files related to super ability genes. In just a moment's time, he completely understood and digested them. Chapter 157. Coach, I want to drive a Mecha, _2. Even more so. Jiang Chen used some of the essence blood from a supreme deity's mutant race as the fundamental material. Personally overseeing the gene modification process, and created a set of 5 bottles of the Super Ability Gene Serum Supreme Deity Edition. Afterwards, he conducted basic tests on animals in the laboratory. When the Super Ability gene was injected, the animal resembling a pig or cow immediately awakened a rock-related supernatural ability. By the standards of this world, its power was incredibly close to the highest level. The blonde researcher, watching this scene, had eyes that turned red with excitement and an even more fervent expression. Indeed, this Mecha pilot from another world possesses more advanced gene technology. That's how he could quickly understand and master our Super Ability gene technology, unleashing even stronger effects. Learn just by glancing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Well, the gap was simply too great. Even if Jiang Chen were to tell the truth, no one would believe it. After completing his study of the Super Ability gene technology, Jiang Chen didn't inject the gene serum into himself. After all, this was a technology from the Earth Cataclysm's world, which hadn't been specially modified based on the gene characteristics of humans from planet Blue Star, and it might not work properly. Besides, even if it could take effect, he didn't need this kind of gene serum. Pop pills to get stronger? The purity is too low. A real man should straight up devour a Mecha. Isn't direct absorption of the primal force from a supreme deity's mutant race much more powerful than some trifling supernatural ability? As for the remaining 4 bottles of Super Ability Gene Serum, he would see if there was a fitting local genius to invest in, and that would be that. Speaking of which, that girl named Xiang Jing whom he met at the beginning should also be close to completing her basic trials, right? Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave a legacy. After leaving the Super Ability Research Institute, he grabbed Zero and swiftly flew toward the Traditional Combat Kingdom. The Traditional Combat Kingdom was the realm where Jiang Chen had arrived. This place preserved the most ancient and vast system known as the martial arts way in this world. Ordinary people could master inner strength and other enigmatic powers through the practice of traditional combat, wielding various ultimate martial arts techniques. Splitting boulders or treading on snow without leaving a mark was no exaggeration. Some traditional combat warriors with profound cultivation could even easily punch through steel plates or leap across several floors like a mini Superman. But that was all they could do. As technology developed, ordinary people armed with firearms could match the years of effort of traditional combat warriors. No matter how strong traditional combat warriors were, they couldn't withstand the fierce firepower of an army. Therefore, the Traditional Combat Kingdom once experienced a period of decline and was mockingly called out of touch with the times by other nations. However, the deep-rooted heritage of the Traditional Combat Kingdom ultimately remained intact. They quickly embraced the power of firearms, combining traditional combat with gunnery, giving rise to special professions like traditional combat gunners. Warriors with the abilities of little supermen wielding powerful firearms could cause terrifying destruction. These traditional combat warriors quickly turned the tides and helped the Traditional Combat Kingdom return to its peak. However, it was also for this reason. The schools in the Traditional Combat Kingdom split into 2 factions. One was traditional, believing firearms to be external objects and that a warrior's foundation is still their own cultivation. They should prioritize personal strength and concurrently practice marksmanship. The other was innovative, believing firearms were the future. Traditional combat is merely an exercise to aid marksmanship, a bit of foundation is enough, and they should diligently train in gunnery. Currently, the traditional faction has declined, with only a small number of people still adhering to the traditional methods. Most warriors have joined the innovation faction, practicing gunfighting techniques. In the mightiest martial hall of the Traditional Combat Kingdom, the hall master personally escorted Jiang Chen and introduced the local traditional combat heritage. Watching the disciples drenched in sweat within the martial hall, he spoke. "We are the leading martial hall of the innovative faction, mastering the most exquisite techniques of gunfighting. If you're interested, we can demonstrate these moves for you. Gunfighting techniques, et. Jiang Chen actually approved of the innovative faction's ideas. Even if the system of traditional combat was integrated into the Abyss system, it needed to be appropriately combined with mechas to unleash the power of a mecha pilot. In this process, traditional combat warriors of the traditional faction might not necessarily be ousted by the times. After all, within the mecha system, there are physique-type mecha pilots. Jiang Chen was a very clear example. His use of the weapons master trait also meshed extremely well with physique-type mecha pilots, significantly enhancing his combat level. Who said that a weapons master must wield weapons? Fists and feet are humanity's earliest and most loyal weapons. Furthermore, many physique-type mecha pilots from planet Blue Star have explored numerous related traits and growth paths during their development. For instance, traits like flesh mecha body that allow bioorganic mechas to merge into the body, thus obtaining mecha attribute enhancements. Primary building of humanoid mechas, utilizing enhanced battle suits to boost physical combat capabilities. Building non-humanoid mechas or even cultivating mechas into special weapons. The paths are indeed quite diverse. However, most of these paths for those of the physique type are because their physical strength and mecha capabilities are almost equal, hence they merge with mecha attributes to gain strong amplifications. Jiang Chen's attributes were much higher than those of mechas, so such traits were of little use to him. It would be more fitting for him to enhance a mecha instead. Thus, after briefly reviewing the related physique type heritage on planet Blue Star and finding that most of it did not suit him, he didn't pay much more attention to it. Chapter 158. Coach, I want to drive a mecha, _3. These mecha pathways really fit well with the world's traditional martial arts roots. Since the primary focus is on the physique, treat the mecha as an amplifier for the body. Traditional combat mecha, supernatural mecha. For the mecha pilot system, these enigmatic inheritances are really popular. Jiang Chen reflected on the traditional combat system as he pondered this in his mind. Afterward, to test whether humans from planet Blue Star could awaken their inner strength, he personally took action and experienced the inner strength cultivation method of traditional combat. Maybe it was because his life force was too strong. It could also be because his foundational attributes were too high. After the martial arts school master taught him the method of cultivating inner strength, it took him only 0.03 seconds to convert his surging life force energy into what was called inner strength. In 1 minute, he had more inner strength than the martial arts school master had cultivated in 30 years. Using high energy vision, he observed the martial arts school master's energy cultivation route. It took him 0.01 seconds to perfectly replicate all of his traditional combat techniques. After suppressing his strength and agility to the same level as the master, during their sparring, he defeated him with his own techniques in 1 move. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The disheveled martial arts school master sat on the ground, completely unable to imagine what had just happened. If Jiang Chen tearing apart a supreme deity monster had shocked and awed him. Then, at this moment, his martial heart was utterly shattered. He even forgot to use honorifics, desperately clutching at Jiang Chen's clothes. You must have practiced traditional combat, right? I have not practiced traditional combat. Jiang Chen spoke mercilessly, completely destroying the martial arts school master's last hope. However, he immediately followed up with another statement. I can learn so fast purely because I am a mecha pilot. Mecha pilot. The martial arts school master was perplexed. What does traditional combat have to do with mecha? Of course there's a connection. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Just pilot massive bodies and fight enemies. Ignorance, mechas are not such inconvenient tools. In the mecha pilot system, there is a faction that focuses on the physical body, called physique-type mecha pilots. They can absorb attributes of the mecha to enhance their physical strength enormously. Your traditional combat inner strength, to be frank, is about transforming the essence of food consumed day after day into inner strength. Mecha pilots, with the augmentation of Mecha, already possess an incredibly strong life force, naturally allowing them to easily convert a large amount of that into inner strength, with rapid progress. The same principle applies to learning techniques. With special trait bonuses and attribute enhancements, even just starting out, I can match up to your decades of training. Given enough time, I could even reform and reshape your entire traditional combat system. The words of Jiang Chen, as they fell upon the ears of the martial arts school master, seemed to open the door to a new world for him. He couldn't help but have shining eyes and a quickened heartbeat. Naturally possessing strong life vitality. Quickly learning various traditional combat techniques. Isn't this the stuff of legends, a martial arts prodigy? Just by becoming a Mecha pilot, could one instantly become the most formidable traditional combat genius? He couldn't help but say aloud. Sir, I want to pilot a Mecha. Good, very spirited. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Bring all your traditional combat rare manuals over. I'll help you integrate them and create a new era muscle martial system. For a truly powerful manual, one is enough. Chapter 159. Traditional combat is really great. _1. The inheritance of traditional combat has always been exclusive, often passing only between master and disciple. Even the traditional combat kingdom itself, over a long period, has not been able to truly unite the world's martial arts. Jiang Chen, however, achieved this feat. The power of the muscle armor he displayed successfully crushed the hearts of many traditional combat masters in the martial arts way. In addition, the traditional combat inheritance had already integrated with modern technology once, and these martial artists had witnessed how those holding on to the old ways were eliminated by the times. To keep up with the new era of the muscle armor path, these masters of traditional combat brought out their most treasured secret techniques, hoping he could offer guidance and improvement. Just like rivers flowing into the sea, numerous internal strength techniques and martial arts secret techniques converged. Jiang Chen's mastery over the traditional combat system was rapidly improving. However, the method of passing on traditional combat, for the most part, relied on written and pictorial records, and even oral tradition. It was not as simple and quick as the supernatural ability powerhouse next door, which stored genetic technologies in computers that could be scanned in minutes. Jiang Chen would have to extract a new path from the traditional combat inheritance. This would require more time. During this process, he saw that the time spent here was about to exceed 24 hours. The Mecha pilots who were chosen by the Abyss Rune and underwent the basic trials were about to return. Consequently, he had zero move out to receive them. With the Abyss calamity repelled, new Abyss monsters would not appear in various places for now, and naturally, there would be no survivors, leading to a significant decrease in the frequency of the Abyss Rune's emergence. In other words, Xiang Jing and this batch of rookie Mecha pilots were essentially the first batch of Mecha pilots since the Earth Cataclysm civilization's emergence. As the first generation of Mecha pilots, as long as their talents were not extremely poor or they did not fear the Abyss, most could seize the opportunity and become the early powerful Mecha pilots. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to observe them a bit and provide some guidance. This was not about being altruistic. Before a civilization has grown, its fire transmitter traits cannot be triggered. Even the hope of a fire plunderer civilization would assist the corresponding civilization in growing during the advancement trials. Fire plunder and fire transmission simply diverge in subsequent choices. The former treats the cultivated civilization as cultivated leaks strengthening oneself, the latter supports the civilization in going further and becoming an ally. At present, Planet Blue Star's civilization has just started to breed its hope, and has not yet had the chance to touch higher levels. Speaking of which, during the advancement trials, one cannot trade modules or any high-grade tools and materials with the local Mecha pilots. What can be traded is only a portion of knowledge and materials from the bodies of Abyss monsters produced locally. Senior Li Xiao and the others used to find this strange. Now it seems that a civilization must rely on its own strength to cross the abyss. Otherwise, the Mecha pilots of those ancient civilizations, by simply giving a set of top-tier equipment, could support a hopeful civilization. The so-called abyss trials would undoubtedly become a joke. That being the case, perhaps one shouldn't impart too much advanced knowledge either. As Senior Yano once said, the brighter the flame, the stronger the disaster it attracts. If too much knowledge is given and the civilization cannot fully digest it quickly enough, and a strong calamity is attracted, that would actually harm them. One must grasp the right measure of assistance. A thread of doubt rose in Jiang Chen's mind. The various restrictions of the Abyss Rune, as well as the gradually unlocked permissions, seemed to be nurturing and selecting the civilization with the strongest potential in the Abyss. What then, once selection is complete? Planet Blue Star's million Mecha pilots, having gone through so many age-old shadows and advancement trials. The civilizations they came in contact with had infinite possibilities for development, infinite languages and cultures, yet they all shared one common point. The main body of these civilizations consisted of humans. Not some oddly shaped, or even non-carbon-based life form aliens. No, to be precise, there were aliens. They seemed to be all categorized under abyss monsters, calamities that human civilizations had to confront. Jiang Chen's doubts were also those of many Mecha pilots of Planet Blue Star. Even Yano of the Gaia civilization had not provided an answer. At this time, he continued to organize the traditional combat inheritance, and incidentally notified the countries to cooperate with Zero's work to bring the first batch of surviving Mecha pilots for centralized teaching. Since he had already dealt with the local civilization, there was no harm in adding this bit of additional help. At the moment, in the city where the underground oddities first appeared. Due to Jiang Chen's information, the mall was completely locked down, the stability forces stationed there were waiting to receive returning Mecha pilots. Among them was even a familiar young man. Xiang Hui, with his status as a disciple of a traditional combat expert, his fame as a new genius, and as brother to Xiang Jing, successfully convinced the stabilizing forces captain to let him wait there for the return. In the meantime, he even received a call from his master, inviting him to go to the capital to visit that enigmatic Mecha pilot and exchange inheritances for guidance. Xiang Hui hesitated for a moment but ultimately refused. Although he greatly admired that Mecha pilot, when compared, his sister's safety was more important. According to the Mecha pilot's earlier statement, the Abyss trial was extremely dangerous. If one did not have outstanding talent or superior martial skills, it was preferable to avoid combat and preserve the durability of the Mecha. If one died in the Abyss trial, that would be true death. Chapter 160. Traditional combat is really great. 2. Jing is quiet and introverted. Facing such an environment, it's really too dangerous. Had I known earlier, I should have taken her to train in traditional combat with me. Xiang Hui felt regret in his heart. Parents had died in an accident a year ago, and he had been depending on each other with his sister since then. He'd rather be in danger himself than let anything happen to his sister. Xiang Hui, anxious, felt as if time was dragging on interminably, so much so that he even failed to notice the ashen girl who had landed atop the shopping mall. Just as the 24-hour countdown hit 0. Outside the mall's main entrance, a pitch-black abyssal rift burst open. This meant that Xiang Jing had successfully cleared the basic trial and completed the return. Xiang Hui, joyful at heart, looked on with the crowd. Before their eyes, a 2-meter-tall, blood-drenched muscle giant silently fell from the rift and thudded onto the ground with a bang. The scene fell utterly silent. Xiang Hui stared dumbfounded at the familiar yet demure face on the neck of the muscle giant, noting blood rapidly evaporating from it, feeling an uncanny sense of unfamiliarity. Jing. Upon hearing the voice, the muscle giant looked over, awkwardly and shyly lowering her head as her form swiftly shrank down to a petite girl's body. Brother. though Xiang Jing had returned to her familiar form. The image of her ragged appearance remained imprinted in everyone's minds from just moments before. The shock was simply too profound. Only Zero swiftly descended, transforming fingers into tendrils and pulling a garment from inside the mall, draping it over Xiang Jing. At the same time, she asked in a sprightly tone. Physique enhancement talent? Yes, thank you. Xiang Jing nodded slightly, looking at the ashen girl before her, and couldn't help asking. You are? Zero is the master's mecha, equipped with an intelligent module, which is why I can move freely. The master that Zero referred to was, of course, beyond question. Having been through the basic trial, Xiang Jing entirely understood the meaning of a module, but after the realization, she couldn't help feeling ashamed and lowered her head. She knew of her talent before the basic trial. She could transform into another form to gain mecha attribute enhancements. Too embarrassed to tell the master, she kept it to herself. I'm sorry, I promised the master I would become a mecha pilot, and now It's okay. Zero patted Xiang Jing on the shoulder, smiling. The master is also a mecha pilot with physique enhancement talent. The power of mecha is far inferior to the master's strength. If the master knew about your talent, he would be very happy. Really? Xiang Jing lifted her head joyfully, breathing a sigh of relief. Then she heard Zero say. The master is currently summarizing the inheritance of traditional combat, creating ultimate martial arts techniques. After you rest a bit, do you want to come with Zero to see the master? He'll be very happy to see you. Yes. Xiang Jing nodded vigorously. In the distance, a young man lapsed into a long silence. My name is Xiang Hui. I never imagined that my sister would ultimately become a mecha pilot. Just as Zero had said. When she brought Xiang Jing and the other rookie mecha pilots before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen indeed felt a great surprise. Not because of Xiang Jing's physique type talent, but because she earned an SSS class rating in the basic trial. According to Xiang Jing, her talent is berserk absorption. She can briefly absorb a mecha into her body, exhibiting a berserk stance and unleashing attributes and powers several times over. The base is double, and for every rank increase in the mecha's quality, the multiplier increases by 1. In Jiang Chen's view, just with this talent alone acquiring an SSS class rating would be no problem at all. However, since she can only absorb one mecha, not all, there's a lower cap. Even if she absorbed a flawless grade mecha, the base strength enhancement would only be 5 times. In such a situation, only if Xiang Jing was first rank and against all odds managed to forge a supercharged mecha, stacking its properties to over 10,000, would she have the possibility to cross the abyss. Well, that's just wishful thinking. Without crossing the abyss, supercharge modules are far too rare. Even a bunch of SSS class ratings put together wouldn't be able to assemble a supercharged mecha. The basic trial rewards only a 0th rank supercharge core, how to assemble with part conflicts. Drew an SSR on the first try, too bad it's not a UR. Well, it'll do. If I can't become a beacon of hope, I might as well become the hope of those beacons like the big shots. Out of the first batch of mecha pilots, Xiang Jing was undoubtedly the one with the highest talent and strongest capabilities. As long as she could grow without meeting an early end, she would certainly become one of the earliest supremes in the Earth Cataclysm world. And in a world built on absolute power, the temperament of a supreme can significantly influence the rules of the entire world. Just like the civilizations of fire plunderers and fire transmitters. Could it really be that there's not even one empathetic individual within the evil fire plunderer civilization? Could there be no one in the kind fire transmitter civilization who wants to plunder resources to strengthen themselves? Of course not. It's just that under the system of the Abyss Rune, the beacons of hope, as the strongest of the civilization, can totally dominate the entire civilization, suppressing all dissidents. If the beacon of a civilization doesn't choose the right successor when passing the torch, then the roles of fire transmitter and fire plunderer might well change. Therefore, Jiang Chen kept Xiang Jing by his side, teaching her Mecha pilot-related experiences while imparting newly researched traditional secret combat techniques, and quietly observing her disposition. The results were quite satisfactory. The only downside was although she was outwardly gentle and inwardly tough, she lacked a bit of Li Xiao's kind of dominance. To put it plainly, a high school girl who'd lost her parents and depended on her brother for survival couldn't possibly be all that dominating. We'll see what fate has in store. I can only stay here for 10 days at the most, I can only leave behind a spark. Whether the civilization can ignite that spark and produce its beacon of hope is not for me to decide. Even if Xiang Jing's character is good. If the beacon of hope that emerges is a bloodthirsty bravo, a slaughter seed that even the abyss monsters call a master. What can I do then? It was at this moment that Jiang Chen finally understood why Senior Yano, when he first appeared on planet Blue Star, only resolved the disaster. He didn't engage much with the civilization of Blue Star, didn't leave behind much knowledge, just provided some information about the Abyss Rune and then left. He had probably seen the rise and fall of civilizations and knew too well the fickleness of the human heart. For the civilization of fire transmitters, which he cherished, he naturally showed extra care and benevolence. If it were a civilization that might head down the path of fire plunderers, Senior Yano's attitude would likely not be the same. Jiang Chen, after practicing the arts of various traditional combat schools, quickly summarized a set of techniques called Muscle Combat Warrior, which included inner strength training and martial maneuvers. This Muscle Combat Warrior technique could not only be taught to local martial artists. As the creator, Jiang Chen could also bring out its full effects. Especially with the boost from Weapons Master, he could compress all his inner strength and release it in one go, amplifying his power to deliver a strike with 1.5 times the strength. It might not seem like much, but consider the comparison between Jiang Chen's physical strength and inner strength. His physical strength had already exceeded 130,000, so an additional 10% would be over 10,000 extra points. And he had cultivated his inner strength for just 1 day. This was an enhancement brought about purely by his own cultivation, without absorbing Mecha abilities. Moreover, with the excess computing power of my super brain at the moment, there's no need to stop and practice, my inner strength will operate automatically, refining life force energy, strengthening my being. Which means I'm growing my inner strength every moment and getting stronger all the time. Jiang Chen, feeling the power running autonomously inside him, couldn't help but smile. Compared to super ability gene technology, this was the true system that could offer him assistance. Traditional combat is just fantastic. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 161. The Deity in the Deep Sea _1. In the Great Plaza of the traditional combat kingdom, martial artists from all corners of the globe filled the space. These individuals, of noble status, were masters of certain martial arts schools and grandmasters of various disciplines, gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing the muscle combat technique. This technique, which gathered the essence of ancient martial arts, was hailed as an unparalleled divine skill. Its effects were nothing short of magical, with the rate of accumulating inner strength alone being more than 10 times faster than any previous methods. Many masters of traditional combat were advanced in years, their vitality in decline. When they practiced the muscle combat technique, they took a bit longer and actually managed to deplete their vitality to a deficit. Can you believe that? It was incidents like these that made these masters realize the true intended practitioners of this technique were far from ordinary people. Xiang Jing was the most typical example. Her talent lay in temporary absorption of Mecha, thereby displaying a body of extremely high purity. When she wasn't using her talent, her constitution was no different from that of a common person, a very frail young girl. However, when she activated her talent and cultivated the muscle combat technique in her muscular state, with the formidable life force energy provided by the Mecha, she didn't have to worry about the depletion of vitality at all, focusing solely on crazily converting inner strength to fortify her flesh. The speed was beyond ordinary people's imagination. In just one day, she surpassed Xiang Hui's months of arduous cultivation. Even without activating her talent, she possessed a body initially strengthened, light as a feather, capable of breaking stones with a palm strike. In conjunction with the Mecha, she was able to showcase tremendous strength. Her performance, akin to a martial arts prodigy, thoroughly impressed the masters of traditional combat. The Mecha pilot represented the future. Their enthusiasm for the muscle combat technique was immense, consolidating their foundations to ensure that as soon as they awakened the Abyss Rune, they could begin their swift growth. During this period, Jiang Chen also took a side trip to the third major kingdom. He absorbed the unique traditional combat and super ability gene technology of that kingdom, and with the knowledge of that nation, he improved the muscle combat technique and supernatural ability transformation. From that moment on, the essence of the Earth Cataclysm civilization was thoroughly integrated by Jiang Chen. After some thought, Jiang Chen organized and upgraded the muscle combat technique and supernatural ability transformation, packaging a portion of Planet Blue Star's technological heritage, and distributed a share to each of the three great kingdoms. The reason for this was to consider the impact this would have in the future. One does not fear scarcity, but the uneven distribution. Favoring any one kingdom could lead to more conflicts and unforeseen consequences. Now, even if certain kingdoms felt shortchanged, they would prioritize digesting these inheritances and knowledge rather than stir up trouble. And by the time they had fully assimilated them, and even carved new paths for themselves, they would lose the ability to cause turmoil. By then, individuals like Xiang Jing who are Mecha pilots will have grown. Their collective, representing Mecha pilots, is the true future of civilization. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Chen found time to supercharge Zero using an artifact produced by the Supreme Deity monster. He also upgraded the Blood Demon Transformation module to a supercharge module. A second-rank Blood Demon Transformation module in its base state could provide a rate of 50 points for Blood Demon Transformation. At first glance, it may seem 25 times greater than the maximum 2 points/s energy recovery rate provided by the Star Energy Force module, a rather staggering comparison. But it's important to note the Star Energy Force module also contributes to maximum energy limits, and its recovery rate is a pure value addition. The Blood Demon Transformation module, though it seems to have a high recovery rate, is in fact merely transferring health and mana. It does not produce any recovery on its own. Lacking either health or mana can lead to zero gains from Blood Demon Transformation. Fortunately, Zero's awakened upgrade module is a Thorn's Vampirism module. Otherwise, relying solely on time for recovery, no amount of life force would suffice for the Blood Demon Transformation's drain. Still, now that the speed of trading blood for mana has increased, it's necessary to find new methods of recovery. After supercharging the Blood Demon Transformation, the only ordinary modules left for Zero to absorb were the final two parts. Crystal Rock Carapace, Primordial Essence Strengthening. Once those are supercharged, Zero will completely transform into a supercharged Mecha, qualified to use the latent ability upgrade. It might just catch up to Yun's pace. Let's hope the brothers and sisters of the Supreme Deity monster can lend some strength. With the Supreme Deity monster dropping mythical items, wouldn't family expect to be complete and orderly? While Jiang Chen was busy, his communicator pinged, sending through new messages. Mr. Jiang, the coastal cities have completed the evacuation. In the world after the Earth Cataclysm, there once were several ancient civilizations. One of these civilizations, at one time flourishing, left behind numerous records related to super ability technology. Many of the super ability technologies described in these records would be considered typical black technology by today's Earth Cataclysm standards, somewhat difficult to understand. Yet, this civilization still walked the path to extinction, vanishing into the annals of time. Most of their remnants have, with geological shifts, sunk deep under the sea. Only a few relics remain on land, with records related to them. It is these records that give room for imagination. Many believe that even today, there exists an ancient civilization, isolated from the world, developing beneath the sea. The records of the underwater civilization mention their provocation of the sea deity, leading to most of their domain being dragged under by the sea deity into the sea, to extinction. We used to think the sea deity was just an embodiment of ancient people's fear of disasters. Now that supreme deities exist, it's likely the sea deity is real too. Chapter 162. The deity in the deep sea _2. An archaeologist followed at Jiang Chen's side, holding a world map and circled a section of the ocean. This is the deepest trench known to mankind. At the same time, it is also the capital location recorded in the undersea civilization. Due to the unique environmental conditions of this area, several maritime disasters have occurred here, and many believe that the unrest of the undersea civilization's spirits is to blame. If the sea deity is somewhere in the ocean, this area is the most likely. Jiang Chen listened quietly. Unlike the supreme deity monsters that appeared regularly, the rest of the gods may not all be real, and some could have been exaggerated through misrepresentation. Moreover, just like the supreme deity monsters that slept deep within the earth, the locations of these creatures' slumber were extremely secretive and hard to find. Jiang Chen needed the archaeologist's help even more to lock onto his target. However, the most likely target was the creature known as the sea deity. If it truly existed, fighting it could lead to terrible natural disasters like massive tsunamis. Earthquakes could be avoided in sparsely populated areas, but tsunamis would require fleeing far from the coast, taking considerably more time. Therefore, Jiang Chen had been collecting the legacy of civilization in the past 2 days. He was also waiting for the nearby coastal cities to complete the evacuation of their citizens. Now that everything was ready, he could finally delve deep into the ocean to search for the hidden boss. After the archaeologist marked several probable locations where the sea deity might appear, Jiang Chen noted the coordinates and called out. 0, Yun. 0 and the newly repaired Yun had formed a Mecha instructor squad. They were currently instructing Xiangjing and other Mecha pilots. 0 told them that strength was very important, that their defense had to be raised, and to harshly punish the weak. Yun, on the other hand, told them that life was about explosive power, and to always believe in their potential. Xiangjing and the other Mecha pilots listened intently. Obviously, they had no idea that the ages of 0 and Yun combined did not even surpass 2 months. One was bold enough to teach, the other was earnest enough to learn. Considering that their teaching content was actually all the things Jiang Chen had taught them, it couldn't be said they were leading the students astray. Jiang Chen let them be. At the moment, they quickly came over upon hearing Jiang Chen's orders. 0, you'll join me in combat this time. Yun, you'll support the fight, act freely in the initial phase, and help locate the sea deity. Yes, Master. 0 cried out happily and transformed into countless Mecha remnants that spread out and surged toward Jiang Chen, completely enveloping him in the center. A few moments later, a Mecha remnant over 3 meters tall, drifting with lingering flames, stood in its place. This Mecha remnant, though not as large as the steam Mecha and lacking a bit of the technological feel, appeared even more mysterious and equally impressive. Many traditional combat warriors, unaware of the truth, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. Is this Teacher Zero's Mecha form? It's so cool. Some who had witnessed Jiang Chen's scenes with the supreme deity monster, and knew the truth, like the archaeologist, were quietly breaking out in sweat. This mysterious and powerful Mecha pilot had once again donned his limiter. The primeval Mecha was fundamentally less agile, its movement speed much slower than that of the steam Mecha. However, neither the primeval Mecha nor the steam Mecha actually came equipped with a flight module. The ability to fly was entirely reliant on Jiang Chen's bioorganic force field. It seemed as if the Mecha was flying. In reality, it was Jiang Chen carrying the Mecha in flight. Therefore, speed wasn't much affected, and they quickly reached the marked trench area, plunging into the waters. For human civilization, the primary issue faced when exploring the deep sea is the pressure of the water. For Mecha pilots, it is the same. Like the abyss difficulty level of the Eternal Frost magic realm, the deep sea itself is an exceedingly dangerous environment, causing continuous crushing damage to the Mecha. If the Mecha's defense is inadequate, it can fracture on the spot, leading to the pilot's death. In addition, vacuum, high temperature, and extreme cold are similar lethal environments that significantly test the strength of the Mecha. And strength alone. The Mecha is intrinsically outfitted with a variety of complex systems such as life support and shock absorption. Especially during evolution, these system configurations also become correspondingly enhanced. As long as the Mecha doesn't break, the Mecha pilot is nearly invincible. They needn't worry about environmental concerns like lack of oxygen. As for environmental adaptation modules, they are mostly about enhancing resistance and defense against corresponding environments, rather than fundamental capabilities such as oxygen recycling. After all, the number of modules a Mecha can carry is quite limited. If one were to install additional modules such as oxygen supply, shock absorption, and life support, the impact on combat power would be substantial. Therefore, as long as the Mecha's strength is sufficient, a Mecha pilot can completely carry out space travel and combat. Jiang Chen was almost there as well. The defense and resistance he built up were not limited to skin defense but were all-encompassing. Even his hair came with built-in defense and flame resistance, sporting a hairstyle that couldn't be messed up even by a chainsaw. Adding to that his surging life force and stamina. He actually no longer needed to breathe to survive in various environments. This naturally included the extremely cold vacuum of space. So to speak, what's a Master Chow compared to a perfect creature? His purity is simply too low. It's Jiang Chen, who can adapt to any environment, that is the real ultimate being. It was the same principle when he previously fought against the supreme deity monster. He tried to knock the monster into the air as much as possible. As long as they were away from the ground, fighting in the spatial environment meant they didn't need to worry about collateral damage. At this moment, Jiang Chen fully utilized this factor. In order to prevent the fragile Mecha from losing armor value in the deep sea environment, he piloted the primeval Mecha, exposing root fissures to let the seawater leak into the Mecha to equalize the water pressure. The unmanned steam Mecha nearby also absorbed some seawater, reducing the pressure it was under. Both continued diving deep, quickly reaching the depths of the trench. In the deep sea, where not a single ray of light could reach, even Jiang Chen's strong vision lost its purpose. Instead, the star core in the chest of the steam Mecha became a source of light, illuminating a small area. During this process, it reflected parts of the civilization's ruins, indirectly proving the authenticity of archaeological texts. Indeed, an ancient civilization had been submerged here. However, when Jiang Chen activated his high-energy vision to scan for objects within a certain range, he didn't detect any signs of life, only seeing a very small number of deep-sea creatures. It seems this ancient civilization really has been wiped out. Speaking of which, in worlds that have experienced Earth cataclysm, there have been several ancient civilizations that also endured disasters caused by monsters. Why didn't they receive assistance from Mecha pilots in the past, and only encountered me this time? Is there something special? In an instant, Jiang Chen changed his mind. It might not be the first time the world of Earth cataclysm has faced calamity, nor the first time it had received aid from Mecha pilots. Mecha pilots undergoing ascension trials were not only hopeful candidates. Including those with less talent, they too would travel to various worlds to carry out their ascension trials. However, their strength was often so weak that merely surviving was considered lucky. Let alone something like preserving the seed of civilization. Perhaps, just like the steam world, the Earth cataclysm world had faced multiple disasters and Mecha pilots before. However, those Mecha pilots failed to complete their missions. As a result, those civilizations became what are known as ancient civilizations. These calamities also lingered as latent threats. These ancient civilizations most likely encountered a fate similar to that of the steam world. Even if Planet Blue Star's civilization couldn't resist the disasters but managed to retain the last seed of civilization, in the end, it might also become an ancient civilization. Merely observing these fragmented relics, Jiang Chen felt as though he could sense the passage of time. This was just one civilization on a remote star in the vast abyss. While Jiang Chen was caught up in his reflections, he suddenly sensed something. Looking downward, the seabed, which had been dark and profound, began to stir with a mass of high-energy reactions. Moved by a hunch, he accelerated the descent of the steam mecha. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it was as if they had crossed an invisible membrane. Seemingly entering an intangible domain, the water's properties changed, and a breath of enigmatism swept over him. The whisperings that were about to emerge were repelled by the resistance granted by his enigmatic value. Simultaneously, the sea floor, which should have been pitch dark, lit up. A magnificent undersea city came into Jiang Chen's view. Undersea civilization, so you really do exist. Chapter 163. Don't answer. It's a trap. _1. Jiang Chen had never anticipated that at the bottom of a seafloor canyon tens of thousands of meters deep, there would be a spectacular undersea city. On the slanting face of the abyss that continuously spread towards the deep sea, stood strange houses made of various colored corals. These coral houses did not appear to be carved, but naturally grew into these shapes, their surfaces embedded with many lustrous white pearls, shining brightly. However, these lustrous pearls simply reflected the light. The real source of light under the sea was the abyss edge itself. This edge was made from an unknown material that emitted light underwater, creating a vast expanse of fluorescent territory. This fluorescent area exuded a vitality utterly different from the pitch-black deep sea. Schools of colorfully patterned fish congregated, forming fantastical large creatures as they floated through the water. Humanoid life forms roamed in between the coral houses. They had scales of fish covering their bodies and, overall, bore features of deep-sea creatures, with as many as 6 arms and 2 boneless, soft legs that had webbed features. Further into the sea abyss, it seemed possible to discern the massive silhouettes of enormous creatures. There really is an undersea city. Are these merfolk? Naga? Are they a group of creatures evolved from the enigmatic value of the sea deity's infection, or as some have speculated, transformed from the humans of an ancient civilization? Jiang Chen saw the tools in the hands of these humanoid creatures as well as many areas with a style similar to ancient civilizations, yet with different decorative patterns and pictures. He guessed the answer was likely the latter. However, no matter what the truth was, if such an unusual scene existed here, it was mostly likely the area where the sea deity resided. Jiang Chen's observation speed far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Only now did these humanoid creatures notice him, raising their spears made of an unknown material and opening their large mouths filled with tiny sharp teeth. Waves of water tangled with special energy rippled outwards, successfully captured by the translator. Intruder. Aware of their speech, Jiang Chen had his primeval mecha split open, revealing just a glimpse of his body within the remnants vines and roots. When these humanoid creatures saw his true form, they became even more agitated. They moved their arms and webbed legs, swimming towards him like arrows from all directions. Some of them, riding huge fish as mounts, flew over. Human. Land dweller. Offer to the noble sea deity, the finest sacrifice. The strong hostility toward humans emanated from the translator. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, already understanding the identity of these humanoid beings. They were similar to the deformed fishmen that emerged from the shallow abyss in the steam world. They were abyss monsters. Without a doubt, if he were to leave just like this, the human civilization of the Earth Cataclysm world is likely to face a calamity next time, whether it be the mystery of the undersea people, an expedition to the Great Sea, or the wrath of the Sea Abyss King. Since Jiang Chen had discovered them ahead of time, he naturally would not turn a blind eye. The vines and roots of the primeval Mecha closed again, leaving only a small opening in the center of the chest. This opening, which was exactly at Jiang Chen's forehead, was now filled with a golden crystal, lighting up with dazzling brilliance. Crystal of Divine Punishment. A golden high-energy beam radiated from the chest of the primeval Mecha, sweeping over the humanoid monsters that were converging from all sides. Since it hadn't absorbed energy many times and was not a supercharged ability, the power of the Crystal of Divine Punishment beam was not very strong. However, these humanoid monsters, being common foot soldiers that were abundant everywhere, had even weaker defenses. Facing the beam of divine punishment, they had no resistance whatsoever and were directly cut into two. The beam swept back and forth, and groups of humanoid lives fell down. They transformed into a substantial amount of abyss atmosphere and flowed into the abyss rune. A few traces of the atmosphere turned into text. Killing shallow abyss merfolk, obtaining excellent material, merfolk fangs. Indeed, they were inherently evil abyss monsters. Jiang Chen had wiped out so many age-old shadows and had slaughtered hundreds of abyss overlords. When it came to clearing monsters quickly, he was very experienced. He directly used the beam of the Crystal of Divine Punishment as a means to indiscriminately target common soldiers, quickly eliminating those weak troops below a certain strength level. Although its power was not great, its consumption was also very low. Jiang Chen could almost maintain it perpetually. During this process, there emerged a good number of elite monsters that could withstand the beam of the Crystal of Divine Punishment and even mobilize their weapons to create special abilities like water flow fluctuations. They were quickly killed by the nearby steam Mecha scouring the battlefield. As a supercharged Mecha, even without activating Stage 2, its power was at the second rank, so killing these elite monsters was naturally not an issue. As for those giant monster fish attracted by the scent of blood, measuring over tens to even hundreds of meters in size. Once they got a bit closer, they were completely frozen with the ability, the touch of extreme cold. In the environment of the sea abyss, the spread of ice was much faster than on land, proving to be quite effective. Through these series of maneuvers, Jiang Chen virtually flattened the merfolk tribes, continuously advancing into the deep sea. During this period, not a single one posed a match for him. Corals shattered, schools of fish perished. The merfolk empire that had lurked for who knows how many years now faced a near-apocalyptic catastrophe. Using supernatural abilities, the merfolk quickly conveyed the information to the merfolk great priest deep within the sea abyss. Upon learning that the evil land dwellers were desecrating the divine kingdom of the sea deity, he immediately sprang into action and began the summoning ritual. One after another, the sea abyss monster fish were placed on the altar. A number of merfolk slaves were brought here as well. Embryos of merfolk, still throbbing, were piled up. The merfolk great priest lifted his staff, summoning the power of water currents to surge forth, squashing and annihilating all the offerings. A blood-red tornado formed, lighting up the altar in the sea. It was at that moment Jiang Chen, piloting the Mecha remnants, with steam Mecha plowing through everything in their path, arrived at the merfolk altar. The merfolk great priest looked venomously at the Mecha remnants, which could still ignite flames underwater, raised his staff high, and his voice spread out. "Damn land monkeys, you dare to intrude upon the divine kingdom. Do you think that by destroying the divine kingdom while the deities are asleep, you can avoid the prophesied day? Impossible. The day of prophecy will surely come, the gods will awake, and turn the land into the territory of the sea. Everything you are doing now is in vain. Do you realize that you have desecrated the divinities?" A communicator. Through high-energy reactions, Jiang Chen saw the altar and the blood-red tornado, his expression shifting slightly. "You can summon the sea deity through this means." The merfolk great priest floated above the altar, his scaly face filled with coldness. "What does it matter if you know? The ritual has already begun, and even if you wanted to stop it, it's too late. The god will dispatch their servants to utterly destroy you. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. That's exactly why I'm here. Why would I stop it? However, summoning just a few servants is a bit too slow. Let me give you a hand. For this reason, the merfolk great priest was taken aback for a moment. Then he felt the waves surging, as the Mecha remnants appeared directly above the altar, holding a strange orb covered with inscriptions. The Mecha remnants slightly adjusted the orb, and a stream of blood flowed out, merging into the blood tornado. As if a new offering had been added. What did you add? The merfolk great priest was somewhat panicked, his water waves used for communication becoming erratic. The Mecha remnants moved slightly and answered. Supreme Deity Essence Blood. Seeing the bewildered look on the merfolk great priest's face, Jiang Chen, considering the favor of having helped him open the altar and dial the sea deity's number, satisfied his curiosity with a friendly explanation. This planet has several monsters. The sea deity here is one, and next door, there's another that can cause an earth cataclysm, a supreme deity monster. This is the essence blood of that supreme deity monster. If the sea deity and the supreme deity are brothers, they should be able to recognize each other's essence blood, right? The heart of the merfolk great priest thumped wildly. The brother of the sea deity, the essence blood of the supreme deity. Surely such a thing couldn't possibly have been willingly given by the supreme deity itself, right? Combining the aggressive appearance of the Mecha, freely destroying the divine kingdom of the sea deity, the source of the supreme deity's essence blood seemed self-evident. Could it be? Could it be you've killed the supreme deity? The merfolk great priest looked at the Mecha in terror, suddenly realizing something. It frantically leaped towards the blood-red tornado. God! Do not respond. Do not come. It's a trap. There is a god slayer here. Just then, the sea abyss trembled, the rims of the sea collapsed, and waves spread out, seemingly forming a thunderous sound. Boom, boom, boom. Boulders as large as hills fell, and the merfolk great priest, along with the altar and the blood tornado, was crushed underneath, smashed into a pulp. An immense shadow broke through the sea abyss floor and emerged. Even amidst the glow radiating rocks everywhere, one couldn't discern its full form and stature. Only a row of mountainous, enormous eyes that nearly consumed the entire field of vision opened in the deep sea. In front of those eyes, the two Mecha were incomprehensibly tiny. An invisible force, along with the waves, spread forth, conveying the divine will. The aura of my brother. The divine will suddenly came to a halt at this moment. It saw the strange orb in the hands of the Mecha remnants and felt the surging essence of the supreme deity within. It saw its brother. Like a separation of heaven and earth, and with the rise and fall of sharp teeth, an almost all-engulfing enormous mouth quickly opened, carrying a powerful vortex within. Despite being deep in the ocean, a long and mournful cry echoed and spread out, reaching beyond the seas. It spread to the whole planet. This was the lament of an ancient creature revered as a deity. However, the lament lasted but a moment before it was abruptly interrupted. The Mecha remnants, as insignificant as a grain of rice, punched upward, directly at the towering deity's jaw. With a force surpassing 60,000, it forcefully shut its gigantic mouth. And it pushed it upwards toward the sea abyss surface. Yun, the fight has started. Make sure to keep up. At your command. Chapter 164. Zero's Counterattack, Absolute Defense, _1. The sea deity monster, since it could utilize enigmatic value to infect and corrupt abyssal creatures like merfolk, definitely wouldn't have low attributes in this regard. Considering the ability of the supreme deity monster to create seismic waves, as well as the records of the ancient civilization, it could certainly stir the power of the Great Sea and exert even more formidable strength. Therefore, Jiang Chen immediately activated Dual Stage 2. He wanted to change the battlefield, pushing it to the sea surface for combat. However, when the sea deity monster sensed its younger brother's spirit, it was already overwhelmed by sorrow. These ancient creatures had lived on the planet for millions of years, and their entire tribe had only a few members. Yet, during its slumber, the young sibling was drained of its lifeblood by someone else. How could this not fill it with immense grief? Add to that the relentless attacks from the two Mechas. Once it came to its senses, it entered a state of complete rage. An endless stream of natural energy flowed from the surrounding seawater, like specks of light converging into a vast primal force that bolstered its body. Its form underwent a change, its skin glowing like fluorescence, and several dazzling patterns appeared on its surface, illuminating the entire sea abyss. At this moment, its figure was fully revealed. Its appearance was extremely similar to that of whale-like creatures, possessing a massive and graceful form, lacking the fish-like scales, but having smooth skin instead. On either side of its head was a row of bright, torch-like eyes, along with numerous fins clinging close to its body. Each fin, when spread, was as grand as a mountain range. Just in terms of size, it even surpassed the supreme deity monster, appearing even vaster and more magnificent. Most importantly, when the light shone, its ascent slowed down significantly, almost appearing to be suspended. Did its strength increase? Jiang Chen, currently opposing it, could clearly perceive the attribute changes of this sea deity monster. Sea deity monster, returned to primal state. Strength, 3. Power, physical strength increased from 70,000 to 100,000. Agility, unknown. Defense, physical defense no less than 80,000, after enhancement no less than 120,000. Enigmatism, unknown. Evaluation, the supreme deity really is the younger brother. A few days ago, the supreme deity monster had a base strength of only 50,000, and it never activated the return to primal state form, appearing very weak. Well, first of all, exclude the possibility that Jiang Chen switched phases too fast, causing the supreme deity monster to not have enough time to activate stage 2 before being instantly defeated. Right now, this sea deity monster obviously became much stronger. Not only did its base strength reach 70,000, but under its fury, it directly activated the return to primal state form. This led to an almost 50% substantial increase in its attributes. Jiang Chen's current attributes were only about 130,000. Even with the enhanced communication state of Mecha Soul Fusion, which bolstered life force energy on Zero and Yun, their attributes could only be raised to about 60,000 each. They simply couldn't compare to this sea deity monster. What's more important is, this sea deity monster is an ancient creature controlling supernatural abilities. Its most formidable attribute wasn't physical strength, but its immeasurable enigmatic power. At this moment, it spread its fins and with a slight quiver, performed an agile retreat in the water that belied its massive form, pulling away from the two Mechas. Then, under the manipulation of the sea's power, high-pressure water currents gathered around its body, forming a solid-like stream shield which accelerated forward and viciously collided with the two Mechas. This rage-filled strike carried an impact force that was exceedingly close to 200,000 in strength. The range of the sea deity monster's strike was simply too large. Added to its own extremely high speed, the primeval Mecha and the steam Mecha would have to show a speed far surpassing it to escape the attack range. Clearly, that was impossible. They were directly struck by the sea deity monster, and then slammed into the seabed. Bang! The excessive strength resulted in an explosive scene, as if the high-pressure water burst forth, impacting the entire sea region's landmass, seemingly engulfed in violent tremors. As the vast sea abyss itself underwent this attack, much of it collapsed. It was at that very instant a mental voice entered the depths of Jiang Chen's heart. "My lord, General Zero. I leave the rest to you." Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, overloaded Steam Yun Model V. The Steam Mecha itself was an explosive type Mecha, and even if the force agility greatly increased while the overload mode was activated, its defense would drop correspondingly. Not to mention, it currently only had attribute modules and lacked any ability modules. Even with overload mode activated, the strength and agility it provided were not enough to counteract the furious strike from the sea deity monster. It was instantly shattered by the hit. However, not far from the steam Mecha, beneath the sea deity monster, the primeval Mecha, which should have been the most vulnerable, was somehow unscathed under the attack of the sea deity monster. The surface of the primeval Mecha grew numerous, extremely thick vine armors, looking very robust. Simultaneously, whether it was the newly sprouted vine armor or the previous remnant body, all of it turned into a pale rocky color, appearing immensely hard. Only the surface still maintained some luminescent patterns. Return to primal state plus boulder form. The former replaced the infinite vitality module and, once activated, increased all attributes by 30%. First rank Mecha can only exhibit second rank effects, raising the 70,000 defense to 91,000. Chapter 165. Zero's counterattack, absolute defense, _2. The latter replaced the autonomous intelligence module, and upon activation, increased defense by 400% and self-healing speed by 900%. It boosted the 91,000 defense to 455,000. At this moment, Zero finally showed her resilience where she had furiously stacked defense. A mere strike with nearly 200,000 in strength. She took it without a scratch. Even the sea deity monster, after sensing her state, had its fury replaced with shock and disbelief in an instant. It was a blow with all its might, one that even its mother could not easily ignore. And yet, this insignificant ant, it didn't have the slightest damage? How is that possible? Weakling, that's all the strength you have. Haven't you eaten? Zero could be said to have breathed a sigh of relief. However, the voice she transmitted to Jiang Chen was very faint, incredibly weak. That was only to be expected. Yun, in a state of Mecha soul fusion, would break out in a burst stance, gaining a massive attribute boost, and still couldn't withstand the influx of life force energy. Zero was fundamentally weaker than Yun, yet her enhancement was even higher. Even just a single defense attribute was an unbearable pressure for her Mecha soul. Don't look at the primeval Mecha itself being unharmed. In reality, as the Mecha soul, Zero had already started to roll her eyes crazily. But in such a state, Zero didn't collapse instantly. She toughed it out, rolling her eyes all the while, as she endured the enormous life force energy. She even had the spirit to mock her enemy. Weakling! You don't really think that you can hurt Zero, do you? The way you're trying so hard to attack. It's really quite laughable. Jiang Chen was silent. If the voice Zero sent wasn't so intermittent, it probably would have been a bit more convincing. Speaking of which, it's one thing for Yun to be watching hot-blooded mix cuts all day and mixing in some weird stuff. But where did Zero get the habit of mocking her enemies? It's really quite puzzling. Jiang Chen has the soul of machinery trait, so he could hear Zero's voice. The sea deity monster clearly couldn't. It only knew the ant in front of it was hard beyond imagination. It switched its attack methods 7 or 8 times. From sea deity slams to torrential water strikes. Even the ultimate technique released by expending most of its primal force couldn't break the defense of this insignificant ant. Instead, the depths of the sea abyss were churned and cleansed over and over again in this barrage of attacks. The Merfolk Empire was completely turned to dust of history, with not even the remains left. Yet, the sea deity monster's series of attacks left the primeval Mecha unscathed, but the allies were wiped out. This operation was quite eyesore-inducing. Of course, the sea deity monster never cared about these abnormal, lower-class ants in the first place. They were merely pets of its offspring, which is why it was so unrestrained in its attacks. Until moments passed. The primal force of the sea deity monster was nearly squandered away. It finally saw the rock-like color on the ant's body gradually fade away and disappear. Zero's endurance up to this point was purely due to her having been shattered and repaired countless times, and due to the resilience brought about by enduring Jiang Chen's unbridled torture. After all, she was a strong Mecha soul who overcame the pain of being broken purely through her own power. She was even enjoying it. But, enjoyment aside, there was the fact that the Mecha soul's limit was reached, which couldn't be changed. After pushing to her limits, even her voice disappeared, and she fainted on the spot. Without the Mecha soul as a path of communication, the life force energy on the primeval Mecha rapidly retreated and disappeared, returning to Jiang Chen himself. The sea deity monster finally felt joy. The power temporarily stimulated has finally vanished, has it? For an ant to possess such power, no wonder my brother was no match for you. However, an ant will always be nothing more than an ant. Once I've dealt with you, I'm going to cleanse the entire land in memory of my brother. The sea deity monster moved its form. With a heart filled with brutality and pleasure, it violently collided with the primeval Mecha, which had shed its life force energy. It intended to vent its pent-up frustration in this way. Bang! Soundless waves spread out, turning the massive rocks of the sea abyss into gravel. The primeval Mecha, having regressed to stage 1, naturally could not withstand the force of the sea deity monster, and under the power of the waves, it completely collapsed into countless drifting ashes. However, the sea deity monster didn't advance as devastatingly as imagined but paused. Within the drifting ashes, a muscular palm was pressed against its head, effortlessly blocking the impact of nearly 200,000 force. The strangest part was that such a powerful hand did not sink into the thick skin. Instead, it gently held up the towering body of the sea deity monster. Congratulations, you've unlocked my restraints. Distinctive language waves of ancient creatures spread out from the translator. The muscular man's hair fluttered in the water, and he smirked, showing his white teeth, laughing like a demon god. His right hand, fitted with gravity iron fists, clenched tight, and his muscles abruptly swelled several times. 14.48 million base strength plus 17.2 million limitation unlock, asterisk 1.5 times inner force outburst plus 100,000 gravity iron fists plus 50,000 weapons master trait equals 625.2 thousand strength. Compared to when I was up against the supreme deity monster, I only absorbed Mecha twice. Yet I've achieved the highest burst output with an additional 200,000 strength. This is the traditional secret combat technique bestowed by the Muscle Combat Warrior method, Great Strength Sends Brick Flying Chapter, First Style. Ordinary Punch. Jiang Chen swung his right fist, landing a light blow on the head of the sea deity monster. It wasn't that it didn't dodge, but it didn't even have time to react before being struck by the fist. Under the force of the punch, the water pressure soared dramatically, creating an explosion in the super high pressure condition, which, along with the fist, struck the head of the sea deity monster. As the waves spread, the head of the sea deity monster was directly smashed flat and burst open. Bang! The sea abyss turned into a blood pool entirely. Seeing abyss atmosphere flow out from the body of the sea deity monster into the abyss rune, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. You're not up to par, brother. This is only stage 3 for me, and I haven't even begun return to primal state. The abyss rune forms text before his eyes. Defeated the sea deity monster, obtained epic material, sea abyss clear crystal. Defeated the sea deity monster, obtained perfect module, water ripple, supercharged, dot. Defeated the sea deity monster, obtained mythical item, supercharge upgrade. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over the rewards, elated. These ancient monsters are indeed well off. The supreme deity monster dropped me a supercharge module, and so did the sea deity monster. If I could get another one. By the end of this trial by advancement, Zero could directly become a supercharged Mecha, using the latent ability upgrade item to complete its transformation. I just forgot to ask how many siblings these monsters have at home, whether they're from a single parent or dual parent families. That was just a passing thought. Jiang Chen was the one who lured out the sea deity monster using the primeval blood essence of the supreme deity monster. Even if Jiang Chen did try to extract information, it surely wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal too much. Instead of finding other monsters by inquiring, I might as well replicate the previous method. Use the bodies, primeval blood, and atmosphere of the sea deity monster and supreme deity monster to lure out their kin hidden on the planet. With that thought, Jiang Chen took out the primordial blood collector again. He began to collect the primeval blood of the sea deity monster's remains deep in the sea abyss. Talent triggered, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 4 Remnants. Strength 134.2,000 144.8,000. Agility 132.3,000 142.9,000. Defense 126.5,000 140.7,000. Enigmatism 28.9,000 32.4,000. Special, Triple Life Force Limit, recover 239.17 life per second, doubled under sunlight, 89.79 stamina. Partial Special Abilities, Limitation Unlock, Return to Primal State, 2nd Rank, Boulder Form. 2nd Rank Abilities, Blood Demon Transformation 10.5, Thorns Overgrowth 24, Touch of Extreme Cold 36, Energy Overload 43, Bioorganic Intelligence 22, Flaming Molten Lava 4. Chapter 166. Big Brother, please don't let your hand tremble. 1. During the fight against the Supreme Deity monster, the location was within the mountains. Nations could make use of the opportunity to evacuate the populace, sending helicopters to carry out long-range surveillance and capture related imagery. Now the target was the sea deity monster, located deep in the sea trench, naturally making it impossible to spectate from the sidelines. Even if Jiang Chen brought the sea deity monster to the surface, helicopters couldn't cross the vast ocean to film in the middle of the sea. Warships and the like were even more out of the question. Given the earthquakes caused by the combat with the supreme deity monster, the aftershocks from fighting the sea deity monster were enough to easily obliterate any fleet on this planet. Thus, military leaders from various countries had to abandon this tempting idea and concentrate their main efforts on evacuating the populace and reducing disaster losses instead. Even so, the impact brought about by the disaster far exceeded their estimates. Not only were the coastal cities closest to the target sea area completely engulfed by tsunamis, swept clean into flat lands, but even some more distant island nations were affected by the tsunamis and suffered considerable losses. It was impossible to completely cover up all of these incidents and their effects. However, when people saw a headless whale more than 2,000 meters long, as majestic as mountains, being brought back to shore by Jiang Chen, they were completely lost for words. This sea deity monster appeared even larger and more formidable than the previous supreme deity monster. Even though it had lost its life, being the oldest creature on this planet, it still exerted an innate suppression rooted deep in the genes of humans. Merely looking at its carcass caused an intrinsic shudder in the hearts of humans. Mr. Jiang, this sea deity monster, compared to the supreme deity monster a few days ago. The officials responsible for liaisons from various countries, fighting back the urge to urinate, asked nervously. Jiang Chen gave them an affirmative response. This is the brother of a supreme deity, its strength is much greater. Even I didn't find it so simple to deal with, and I even lost 2 Mecha during the fight. The gods that are to come will inevitably be even more powerful. This sea deity monster was so strong that it made the Mecha pilot who had dominated the supreme deity feel troubled. The hearts of military leaders from various nations trembled, considering the numerous horrifying monsters that existed on the planet. They became even more cooperative with Jiang Chen. All the materials, equipment, and facilities that Jiang Chen needed were provided without any bargaining. Compared to survival, a few resources were truly trivial. In the midst of this process, the generals from the three major kingdoms of the Earth Cataclysm world came together. In the past, the three kingdoms had engaged in all-out wars, cold wars, trade wars, and various other forms of conflict. But while individuals might care deeply about enmity, nations care more about the bigger picture. When Jiang Chen, an outsider Mecha pilot, time and again defeated ancient monsters, unveiling hidden crises, and revealing the terror of abyssal creatures, these nations could no longer sit idly by. They temporarily set aside their hatred and sat at the same round table. They truly began to discuss the future of civilization. In this process, numerous proposals regarding the cultivation and focus on Mecha pilots were brought to the negotiation table. After intense haggling, some proposals failed to reach consensus and were set aside for the time being. Some proposals barely passed. Especially the policies related to the establishment of Mecha pilots, monitoring and control of future Mecha pilots were naturally passed unanimously. Moreover, the information on the first batch of civilization's Mecha pilots was also brought to the negotiation table. Xiang Jing. According to intelligence, this girl achieved an SSS class evaluation in the basic trials, the highest evaluation among current Mecha pilots. At the same time, she has also attracted significant attention from the otherworldly Mecha pilot. To put it in the terms of the traditional combat kingdom, she is considered a successor. From this perspective, there's a possibility that she might become as powerful an entity as the otherworldly Mecha pilot. Nations would certainly want to have her within their grasp. But considering the attention of the otherworldly Mecha pilot, although Jiang Chen said he would stay here for only 10 days, since he could come once, naturally he could also come a second time. If anything were to happen to Xiang Jing, considering the brutal methods the Mecha pilot used against the supreme deity monster, the outcome might not be very pleasant. To kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, while the blood of the chicken is not yet dry, even the most foolish politician wouldn't choose this time to jump out and court death. Ultimately, they decided to adopt a gentler approach towards Xiang Jing and this batch of Mecha pilots, absorbing them as the backbone of the organization and providing them with excellent treatment. Finally, after discussing all issues, the name of the organization intended to bring together and regulate all Mecha pilots became the last agenda item. The name was the least important. In a matter of minutes, the generals reached a consensus. Let's call it the Mecha Pilots Alliance. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, the civilization of this planet was following a path somewhat similar to planet Blue Star. After repairing the damaged Mecha, he took the tools and materials provided by various countries and returned to the mountain range where the supreme deity monster had died. After the death of the supreme deity monster, he had extracted all of the most valuable essence blood and materials. The remaining carcass, being too large, did not have appropriate tools for transport. So, he simply left the remaining carcass and materials to the nations of the Earth Cataclysm world. At the beginning of dealing with the flaming molten lava monster, he had asked if they needed help disposing of the carcass. He could directly cremate it with transcendent fire, or send it into space, dumping it in the cosmic junkyard, to prevent affecting the local environment. But clearly, Jiang Chen had underestimated the civilization of this world. The generals declined his kind offer, swiftly arranged for personnel to arrive at the scene, and started the carcass disposal work. For the civilizations affected by Earth Cataclysm, the corpses of these ancient creatures were treasures all over. Their flesh could be used to extract and produce super ability serums, and all parts including the skin, bones, and internal organs had their respective uses. Even the issue of preservation was solved by individuals with special supernatural abilities. As a result, in recent days, the corpses of these strange beings had become extremely valuable resources that were divided and dissected by various forces. This included even the supreme deity monsters. After undergoing strict sterilization and testing, the flesh of these ancient creatures was quickly served on the dining tables of the elites of some forces. Some of the elites believed that consuming the flesh of these immortal creatures could lead to longevity, kidney strengthening, virility enhancement, and many other effects. Jiang Chen, in theory, did not approve of such acts. These ancient creatures had high enigmatic value, and even in death, their flesh would remain active for a considerable amount of time. Moreover, even if it were stewed into cooked meat, or even charred, the enigmatic properties might not disappear completely. If ordinary people consumed it excessively, it might indeed extend one's life, but there was a higher probability that they would be affected by the enigmatic flesh and mutate into mindless monsters. However, theory is just theory. If they wanted to eat, could Jiang Chen stop them? On the contrary, Jiang Chen also joined in and tasted dishes like stewed supreme deity, raw supreme deity, and sea deity sashimi. Well, in the end, they all gathered together. Of course, although Jiang Chen's enigmatic value was a weakness, he still had a value of 32,400, so tasting enigmatic flesh was not a problem at all. The drawback was that the taste was average, not as good as the grilled meat prepared by the boss, Li Xiao. Although the corpses of the strange creatures were regarded as new resources and received attention from all sides, the amount was still too large. Especially the supreme deity monsters, with their bodies larger than a kilometer, standing tall like small mountains. Moreover, because the flesh was highly active, even though it lost some potency after death, mining it remained quite troublesome. In 2 days, the nations had only managed to collect scattered pieces from the mountains. The bodies of the supreme deity monsters were still relatively intact, and only a very small part had been excavated. At this time, Jiang Chen arrived at this mountain range, tore off a chunk of the supreme deity monster's body, and brought it to the broken peak to begin his operation. First was the broken peak. He expended some effort to set it upright. Then, using the flaming molten lava ability, he created a massive sword of molten fire and gradually shaved off a small section of the mountain top, peeling it away. In the end, he carved out an immense stone round platform from a small mountain peak. Afterward, recalling the scene he had seen in the Merfolk Empire, he began to inscribe it onto the platform. He was indeed attempting to create an altar similar to the one used by the Merfolk Great Priest to summon the sea deity. Only, the scale of this altar was countless times larger than the one in the Merfolk Empire. The materials used were remnants of the bodies of the divine beings, the supreme deity monster and the sea deity monster. As for whether this method of reproduction could actually work, Jiang Chen didn't know, nor did he care. If it failed, it would be just a slight waste of time, no great loss. The local archaeologists were still working hard to decode the records of the ancient civilization, searching for traces of other divine beings. If successful, whatever was attracted by this altar would surely be related to these ancient creatures. It could be their siblings, or perhaps their parents. No matter who appeared, Jiang Chen could engage in a pleasant and friendly exchange with them and send them off to reunite with their family. After roughly reproducing the merfolk altar from his memory, Jiang Chen placed small fragments of the sea deity and the supreme deity monsters on the merfolk altar and filled the surface designs of the altar with their essence blood. Then, through the reserved holes, he flew into the bottom of the mountain altar, arriving at its center. Bioorganic force field activated. Gravity iron fists activated. With a strength of several 100,000, combined with the versatile bioorganic force field, and the anti-gravity field provided by the gravity iron fists, Jiang Chen lifted the entire altar and soared into the sky. Activating the altar in the high sky was to increase the range of the aura's coverage. If necessary, he could push the altar, orbiting the planet in near-Earth space for a round, to prevent any strange creatures from missing the broadcast. Another reason was to change the battlefield. If the battle took place high in the sky, there would be no need to worry about causing too much collateral damage, allowing him to unleash his power without restraint. If worried about the altar falling, it could be shattered directly, its fragments incinerated to ashes by the transcendent fire. After all, it was just ordinary stone with no transcendent resistance, which would burn up quickly once broken. Near the mountains, the people responsible for mining the body of the supreme deity monster were unaware of Jiang Chen's plans. Watching the giant stone altar gradually ascend into the sky, they felt their legs go weak and had the urge to kneel and worship. They should know. The small mountain peak Jiang Chen used to build the giant stone altar was the highest peak recorded by the ancient civilization. If such a boulder fell from the heavens, it would bring about a true apocalyptic disaster. It was not until this moment that most people truly realized that the Mecha pilot who had slain the supreme deity monster and resolved the doomsday calamity possessed the power to unleash calamities and easily destroy civilizations on his own. Their hearts trembled as they nervously watched the sky. "Big brother, hold it steady, please don't shake." Chapter 167. The outside clearly smells like brother. _1. Jiang Chen ascended into the sky under the tense gaze of those around him. He hoisted the giant stone altar to an altitude of over 100 kilometers above the ground and then stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to fly higher, but as the altitude increased, so did the temperature of the thermosphere. The temperature exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius, comparable to a magma environment. While the human body could withstand such high temperatures, the altar, being only made of fragile rock, was already approaching its melting point. If he continued to raise it, the core structure of the altar would gradually be damaged. Therefore, Jiang Chen maintained this altitude and began attempting to activate the altar. When the merfolk great priest activated the altar, he held a strange staff in his hand. That staff had already been completely destroyed by the sea deity's power during the battle at the sea abyss, becoming part of the sea abyss gravel. There was no way Jiang Chen could replicate it exactly. However, according to Jiang Chen's observations, both the supreme deity monsters and the sea deity monsters saw humans as tiny ants, full of disdain. It was like the ancient inhabitants of a planetary house who, upon waking up and finding their home overrun with ants, would start a thorough cleanup, quickly clearing them away. In such a case, would ancient creatures converse with ants, leaving behind an altar or legacy for communication? Clearly, it was unreasonable. Jiang Chen believed that the merfolk empire merely worshipped the ancient monster's might and unilaterally saw them as deities. They expressed their adoration for the deities through ancient blood rituals. Therefore, such altars most likely originated from ancient traditions of old civilizations, rather than being an original part of the merfolk empire. When Jiang Chen asked the nations to prepare materials, he had also obtained a set of wall painting data on deity worshipping ceremonies from ancient underwater civilizations from archaeologists. In making the altar, he referred to this data to design a corresponding ceremony. Now, he let Zero and Yun, the two Mechas equipped with intelligent modules, handle the deity worshipping ceremony. Meanwhile, he channeled the inner strength inherited in this world into the altar as an energy source. As time passed, the bizarre essence of blood on the altar's surface, following special patterns, rapidly boiled under the action of inner strength. Jiang Chen activated his high-energy vision and could see that these energy-laden essences of blood transformed into ripples, spreading in all directions. Is it really working? Jiang Chen had initially just tried his luck. He didn't expect the altar to actually take effect. As he marveled, he saw everything showcased by his high-energy vision and suddenly understood. This sea deity altar was not a specific communication altar. It was more like a diffusion device that spread the scent of the sacrificial offerings to attract those powerful creatures. However, under normal circumstances, the qualifications of the offerings were low and the energy was minimal. They could only attract some weaker elite monsters. Ancient monsters like the sea deity and the supreme deity would not even notice these insignificant things. It was also due to this extremely simple principle that it didn't require any special ceremonies. It only needed altar, offering, energy source, these three elements to be activated. Now, Jiang Chen had built an extra-large altar, used the monster's flesh and blood as sacrifice, and injected a large amount of inner strength as an energy source. Thus, their scent, in the form of ripples faster than the speed of sound, spread rapidly. In a moment, it covered the entire planet. The auras of the ancient supreme deity monster and sea deity monster, transformed into waves imperceptible to ordinary people, covered the entire planet. When the weaker monsters, even the elite ones, sensed the wanton release of the two ancestors' auras, they dared not react at all. They tried to sleep deeper, hiding even further below. Only creatures on the same level as the supreme deity and sea deity would be attracted to these vibrations and auras. Under the polar ice caps, an ancient creature that had slept for God knows how many years sensed this aura and slowly awoke. The hard Ian's old ice was like gas to it, unable to form any obstacle. It stretched its body within the ice, raising its three heads. The azure head emitted vibrations. Is it the call of my brothers? The golden head bumped it hard. Mother hasn't returned. How could the brothers wake up together? There has to be a problem. The scarlet head tilted. But outside is clearly the scent of our brothers. Even if put to a vote, two heads overruled one. They controlled the body, following the ice upward, breaking through the snow and ice as they emerged. In the endless polar snowy wilderness, a creature with immense wings that blotted out the sun stretched them at will, revealing its splendid and colorful towering body. It was a lofty monster with three slender necks and heads, overall having avian traits. If using the wings to measure size, its wingspan exceeded 3,000 kilometers, even more exaggerated than both the supreme deity monster and the sea deity monster. However, if measured by the strength of life force energy, its energy was far less than that of the sea deity monster, and even less than the supreme deities, clearly younger by comparison. But no matter the youth, it was an ancient monster with tremendous power. With just a slight flap of its wings, it stirred up endless blizzards, using this power to soar into the sky. It waved its wings, flying towards the direction from where the scent came. It traversed the polar regions, crossed the oceans. And as it was about to reach its destination, at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, it saw a reddened stone tray. Chapter 168. The outside clearly smells like brother. _2. The flesh of lizard and whale skin is piled up on the stone tray, sizzling sounds emitting from the center of the boiling blood, releasing a strong aroma. In the memory of the three-headed monster. Many years ago, the ants it had destroyed with hurricanes used this method of stone slab cooking to prepare their food. And now, the flesh of its two brothers was being torn off in large pieces for grilling on the stone slab. Its heart was filled with immense sorrow, and three cries echoed in the sky, spreading across a large part of the planet. The unique communication waves of ancient monsters also spread out. Brother! As it wailed. From beneath the stone slab, an ant flew out, charging towards it at a ferocious speed. Don't rush, you'll be reunited soon. Gravity Iron Fist's traction. Jiang Chen's size was too disproportionate to that of the ancient monster. After activating the traction mode, he didn't pull the ancient monster towards him. Instead, he extended his left fist, using traction to increase his speed and fully locked onto the ancient monster, flying towards it rapidly. During this process, his right fist kept charging, and at the moment of contact, he swung it out directly. Gravity Iron Fist's Super Heavy. This punch was named Sky Tyrant's Fierce Bombardment. Accompanied by the spreading of blood waves. A massive amount of abyss atmosphere flowed into the abyss rune. Killed Wind God Freak, obtained epic material, blizzard crystals. Killed Wind God Freak, obtained a perfect module, 3 lives skull, supercharged. Killed Wind God Freak, obtained the mythical item, supercharge upgrade. The power of this Wind God Freak was inherently weaker than the supreme deity monster, just an ordinary third-rank strength. Jiang Chen had been accumulating attribute bonuses for so long, reaching 4th rank strength with the stage 3 full power mode. If he burst out with full force, he could completely annihilate it in a single encounter. After annihilating the wind god freak, Jiang Chen, holding its corpse, quickly returned to the altar. He threw the body onto the altar and hurried to get underneath. When he had left the altar before, it was Zero and Yun who held it up for him. However, Zero and Yun's attributes were too low, their strength too weak. They could only barely delay the fall of the giant stone altar, which had already begun descending in just a few seconds. It wasn't until Jiang Chen returned that the descent was halted. For this reason, Jiang Chen did not bring Zero and Yun into the fray, missing an opportunity to stack more attributes. At this moment, he handed the primordial blood collector to the Mechas, instructing them to collect the primordial blood of the wind god freak. He himself continued to hold up the altar, reviewing the loot from the wind god freak. Although it died too quickly to ascertain its true strength, nonetheless, it undoubtedly continued the rich output of ancient monsters, bringing another supercharge upgrade item to Jiang Chen. With this item, Zero can finally be promoted to a supercharged Mecha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Indeed, the output of an upward world is stable. Such premium items are like they cost nothing, as long as you kill, they are given. Wow, the burst rate is really high. Speaking of which, the high burst rate and stable output of the advancement trials. Isn't Planet Blue Star the same as an advancement trial world for Mecha pilots from other worlds? Moreover, it is an advancement trial for someone like Senior Yano, a man of hope. No wonder when I killed a minor monster casually, it dropped an excellent quality weapons module. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder Senior Yano said that civilization can enjoy growth after overcoming calamity. Just this burst rate alone is a substantial gain. Unfortunately, the calamity Planet Blue Star is currently facing is of a very high intensity. The invading monsters alone have reached up to a 9th rank in strength. Senior Li Xiao and others can only stop the invasion, unable to resolve it truly. Jiang Chen's current strength is also at 4th rank. There is still a gap of 6 ranks, which means more than 1,000,000 times difference, from a 10th rank strength. He has no way of participating in the confrontation against Planet Blue Star's calamity for now, so he must continue to enhance himself and solidify his strength. Upgrading Zero at this moment seems a bit hasty, better to wait until there's downtime. Jiang Chen glanced at the perfect supercharged module dropped by the wind god freak and was startled. Another top tier 1. 3 lives skull, supercharged. Rank, 3. Quality, perfect. Type, head module. Effect 1, after loading, increases the Mecha's enigmatic value by 0.5 million. Effect 2, after loading, grants the Mecha 2 additional heads, enabling most head modules to triple their effects. Non-stackable. Description: are we still doing okay? Of course. The module's effects of the 3 live skull were simple and brutal. Increasing the enigmatic value, 3 Mecha heads. Generally speaking, modules that increase the number of Mecha parts usually have various effects and cannot be considered as basic Mecha components. Just like the spider form arm module that Jiang Chen received at the 0th rank. It could add 2 spider form arms, increasing the number of limbs controlling the Mecha and the amount of weapons it could hold. Even so, these 2 arms could be directly used to punch, considered as a normal physical attack. But they couldn't trigger other modules' effects. For instance, if arm modules were converted into gunnery weapons, only the Mecha's original 2 arms could be modified, not the spider form arms. Once modified, they wouldn't be spider form arms anymore. However, the 3 live skull was different. The Mecha heads it produced were considered normal Mecha heads. For example, a weapons module like the Crystal of Divine Punishment could be active on all 3 Mecha heads at the same time. Equivalent to firing 3 lasers at once. Triple the quantity, triple the damage, triple the consumption. This was just one of the ways to use it. For Mechas with a limited number of modules, it was like using the slot of one module to triple the effects of many more. The benefits were absolutely substantial. Definitely an epic module. This was unquestionably the case. Even for Jiang Chen, the head abilities he absorbed could all exert triple effects, absolutely no worse off. However, such an epic module. Jiang Chen's first reaction was alarm, not joy. After all, having 2 extra heads on a mecha isn't much of an issue, it's just a different style. You could even make a non-humanoid mecha, cosplaying a 3-headed dog. But adding 2 more heads to myself, that's too weird, right? Jiang Chen could not help but feel apprehensive at the thought of sprouting 2 extra heads from his neck. Nonetheless, bizarre as it was, it did not affect the strength of the 3 lives skull. Moreover, he had tested many times that unless he actively used them, these mecha abilities wouldn't influence his normal posture. The appearance was actually okay, too. After thinking for a moment, he placed the 3 live skull module on the upper level of the warehouse. Anyway, I don't have many head abilities right now, so there's no rush to use it. I'll keep it for now. After getting some useful head ability modules, I'll match them up. Speaking of which, I also plan to get some arm modules. Should I put together a set with high compatibility and see if I can complete a 3 heads and 6 arms set? Jiang Chen suddenly felt tempted. The path for the 3rd mecha was either functional or enigmatic. If he equipped it with the 3 live skull and combined it with primal force, both would enhance the enigmatic value. Perhaps he could achieve the best of both worlds? A godly mecha with 3 heads and 6 arms? As Jiang Chen pondered the new mecha's path, he carried the giant stone altar, flying chaotically all over the world. However, he didn't know whether other ancient creatures had become wise and hidden deep within the planets, unwilling to show themselves. Or if only the 3 brothers of the sea deity, supreme deity, and wind god were all he managed to wipe out in one fell swoop. After several hours, the essence blood of the wind god freak had been drained dry, and most of its body was already discarded by Jiang Chen by the sea to reduce the pressure load. Yet no new ancient creatures appeared. Jiang Chen felt somewhat puzzled. 4 ancient creatures at the top of the food chain, having only 3 on a whole planet was also very normal. But what about the mother mentioned by the supreme deity monster? All 3 brothers had been wiped out by him, so why hadn't she made an appearance? Could it be that she wasn't on this planet? Meanwhile, on a distant satellite orbiting the planet, an ancient creature within the crust was gradually awakening. It's the scent of my children. Chapter 169. Combined mode, I'll form the body, _1. Since the wind god freak had been attracted, it showed that the giant stone altar was functioning normally. In this situation, Jiang Chen held aloft the giant stone altar and circled the planet several times. The sacrificial offerings were almost burned out, yet the mother mentioned by the supreme deity monster had still not been lured out. The answer was becoming quite apparent. Either, the mother of the alien trio had already died in the distant past, or, their mother was not inside this planet but somewhere beyond it. That's why she couldn't sense the presence of her 3 sons. Jiang Chen directed his gaze toward the boundless starry sky. Among the sea deity, supreme deity, and wind god trio, the sea deity was undoubtedly the strongest monster. When it activated return to primal state, its base attributes could even break through 100,000, and at the peak of its power surge, it could unleash a force of 200,000. Following the trend that the older they are, the stronger they become. Their mother's attributes, in a non-return to primal state, would inevitably exceed 100,000, and might even reach 200,000. That would be the true 4th rank intensity. A 4th rank intensity monster, if possessing some sort of special ability, like Jiang Chen's formidable regenerative ability, could easily survive in a vacuum with just its physical strength. And thus could leave the planet and enter space, ascending to a starry sky creature. However, a 4th rank intensity creature is, within the starry sky creatures, among the weakest. If they lacked special abilities like spatial traversal, even leaving the star system would take an incredibly long time. Any minor issue could render them incapable of resisting, leading directly to death. From this perspective, if the mother of the three gods wasn't on the planet, she definitely wouldn't have gone far. It's highly possible that she's on a nearby planet. Or perhaps... Jiang Chen held the giant stone altar, looking toward the satellite that was slowly rising from the other side as it revolved around the planet. The translation device converted what the Earth Cataclysm civilization called it into a name Jiang Chen was most familiar with. The Moon. This was the celestial body closest to the planet and the easiest to reach. If the mother of the three gods wasn't on the planet, then there was at least a 60% chance she was residing on this celestial body. Considering the distance between this celestial body and the planet, along with the possibility that the mother of the three gods might have been in a deeper, longer slumber, it would make sense that sensing the aura of the altar and awakening took longer, and thus her journey here was slower. However, even if her reaction speed was slow, Jiang Chen had activated the altar a while ago. If the mother of the three gods was on the moon, she should be about to return by now. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the moon, using his own powerful vision to try and discern objects in the vast starry sky. To make observation easier, he also activated high-energy perception. Without any obstructions, high-energy perception, coupled with supervision, could observe even further into the distance. After a second or two of careful observation, he finally saw a tiny figure. Tiny only because it was compared to the massive celestial body of the moon. The fact that it could be seen by Jiang Chen's naked eye in the vast universe was enough to prove its imposing stature. Its body was covered in feathers like the wind god freaks, with each feather taller than human skyscrapers. It had a lizard-like head and whiskers like a catfish, resembling a giant dragon cruising through the starry sky, its body stretching out like a great wall, with no end in sight. Its life force shone brightly like the sun. It was stronger than the combined might of the sea deity, supreme deity, and wind god trio. With just a glance, Jiang Chen identified its identity. The mother of gods, the oldest of beings, a starry sky monster. Finally hooked a big one. Having determined its location, the altar had lost its effect. Jiang Chen stopped infusing inner strength, took a slight step back, and with a punch enveloped in flames, smashed the altar to pieces on the spot. The altar, carved from nearly half a mountaintop, was completely destroyed by the immense force and was wrapped in flames. As the fragments fell through the atmospheric layers, they burned up completely, turning into atmospheric dust. Having dealt with the meteorite hazard, both the steam Mecha and the primeval Mecha flew over. The former automatically opened its shell, enclosing Jiang Chen inside, successfully restricting his strongest combat power. The latter transformed into the form of the resplendent girl and perched on the shoulder of the steam Mecha, hugging the Mecha's head, ready to drive. This was a critical moment in confronting the mother of the three gods. How could the Mechas not be involved? Jiang Chen's thoughts flowed. 0, Yun, prepare for the fight. Boom. With the bioorganic force field unleashed without restraint, a shockwave blasted through the atmosphere. In mere seconds, the steam Mecha breached the incredibly thin outer atmosphere and sped off into cosmic space. The presence of my children has vanished. The ancient creature, with a mythically long dragon-like body but covered in a multitude of feathers, had awoken because it sensed a familiar presence. But, as it was flying toward the source from the planet, the presence of its children suddenly cut off, almost completely disappearing. This puzzled it greatly. The power of its bloodline could grow and strengthen itself by drawing energy from the planet's nature, enhancing its own power. Furthermore, by absorbing a large amount of natural energy in a short time, it could convert it into primal force, demonstrating an even stronger form, which is returned to primal state. Every time they fell into a prolonged slumber, this was the method they used to digest power. And precisely for this reason, it loathed those pests so dearly. After they grew up, they would alter the natural environment, affecting growth efficiency. Even if they grew to a certain extent, these ants would master related powers and vie with them for the forces of nature. Wasn't that like snatching food from the jaws of a tiger? Therefore, he told his children that every once in a while, they had to clean up the ants. However, to clean up the ants, one child was enough. Why did all three children wake up and emit auras? Why did all of their auras disappear completely? What on earth happened? He flew even closer, his enormous dragon eyes, like stars, carrying confusion as they gazed at the planet from afar. The mighty vision that came with joining the ranks of starry sky creatures allowed him to peer through vast distances and see the scenery on the planet's surface. Just then, the planet rotated to a certain angle. He saw the collapsed mountains, where only fragmented parts remained of the supreme deity corpse, which was currently being mined. He saw the sea deity corpse that had beached and lost its head and fins, leaving only a large flesh ball. He saw near the sea deity corpse, a wind god freak with all three heads gone and half of its body drifting in the ocean. At that moment, his gaze solidified. Enigmatic power, wrapped in extreme anger, began to drift in the vacuum of space. In just a short moment, the majority of humanity on the planet felt his raging fury. My children! This scene was plain to see. These damned ants had cruelly slain his young children. At this moment, he wished he could immediately fuel his anger and set the entire planet ablaze. I'm going to make you all. His waves of anger had just begun to spread. A communication fluctuation unique to ancient creatures came from nearby, dispersing his waves. Your children. Excuse me for asking, do you reproduce asexually, or sexually? If it's sexual reproduction, may I inquire about your spouse? Have they gone out of town to work, and if so, is the work going well? Do they have any plans to return home for a visit? The winged dragon monster, having sensed this complex communication fluctuation, even had its anger momentarily stalled. Multiple neatly arranged, giant eyes immediately opened on the side of the dragon head and scanned through the vacuum swiftly. With his mental power at work, he finally pinpointed the source of the fluctuation. A metal ant so tiny that it could easily be overlooked if not paying close attention. This metal ant was still spreading the communication fluctuation of the ancient creatures through some method. Please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm quite kind-hearted, I was worried you'd feel lonely on the road with your children, so I thought it'd be nice for your family to be all together. You damned ant! Although there were some words the winged dragon monster didn't understand. He could feel the full malice from the metal ant and the hidden meaning in his words. He was the one who had killed his children. Enraged, the winged dragon monster lowered its head and opened its mouth. A star-bright light gathered in its maw. In a mere instant, it transformed into a surging beam of supernatural death light, bursting forth. Just before the supernatural death light was unleashed, the little girl named Ash on the shoulder of the steam mecha moved slightly. Her body grew larger and turned into the hardened primeval mecha, blocking in front of the steam mecha. Boulder form. 455,000 defense. When the supernatural death light had completely dissipated, neither the primeval mecha nor the steam mecha that was fully shielded by it had suffered much damage. Is that it? Not even a scratch, weaklings. If Zero could maintain this stance, she could indeed mock the winged dragon monster severely. Unfortunately, her capacity was what it was, she couldn't sustain it for long. Moreover, in boulder form, her offensive capabilities were reduced to her mouth alone. To give the mechas some sense of participation and also to test the strength of the winged dragon monster, Jiang Chen initiated a double mecha soul fusion while also sending a thought. 0, Yun, Combiner Combat Method. Acknowledged, I'll form the body. Under Jiang Chen's control, the steam mecha immediately initiated energy overload and limitation unlock. With steam spewing out forcefully, most of its armor plating automatically ejected from the mecha's surface, changing into the highest attribute and also most delicate explosive mode. During this process, the primeval Mecha in front of the steam Mecha also briefly ceased the boulder form. It merged its legs, lifted its arms over its head, and brought its hands together. Then, it reactivated boulder form, entering once more into the hardest defensive mode. Additionally, its upper body sprouted a myriad of thorny spikes, looking quite formidable. The steam Mecha that completed the mode transformation gripped its legs. Zero will form the weapon. Fusion complete. This was the strongest stance of Zero and Yun at their current stage. Through this form, the steam Mecha moved quickly, pouncing toward the winged dragon monster. Even if it faced a second spray of supernatural death light, it wielded the Zero-Fang Polyarm in front of it, blocking the approaching beams of light. Like a valiant, fearless steel knight, it charged at the sprawling starry dragon that stretched unknowably far into space. Hey! Witnessing this scene, the winged dragon monster fell silent for a moment. My children were killed by something like this. Chapter 170. Escape? Escaping is also a matter of time. 1. A normal combined mecha involves multiple mechas changing their forms, sharing certain attributes and modules, thereby joining together as one to form a powerful body. To achieve this goal, it requires a combination of talents, traits, modules, and mecha approaches. The primeval mecha and the steam mecha do not meet these conditions. At this time, the fusion is because after the primeval mecha activated boulder form, its defense greatly increased, but it could only passively take hits and had no attack capabilities. On the contrary, when held in the hands of the steam mecha, it effectively became both a weapon and a shield. It could not only block some of the enemy's ranged output, providing defensive capabilities for the steam mecha, which had shed its armor. It could also inflict additional thorn damage on the enemy through Thorn's Overgrowth's ability. Wonderfully infinite uses. Zero's current counterattack capability is still a bit too weak, even overshadowed by the accompanying life-stealing regeneration effect. Only after loading more modules and enhancing this capability, will it truly become the ultimate counterattack shield. At this moment, the steam mecha in full power stance had its force agility temporarily boosted to 160,000. Even if it wasn't sustainable, combined with the high defense Zero-Fang Polyarm, it already possessed 4th rank battle strength. It continuously blocked several attacks in the dark vacuum of space. Even when the winged dragon monster swung its body, its elongated form striking like a mountain range across the starry sky. The steam mecha actually, with its own strength and the toughness of the Zero-Fang Polyarm, forcefully halted the mountainous dragon body in its tracks. Unfortunately, the steam mecha's own defense was simply too low, and the backlash from the confrontation caused its body to start fracturing and disintegrating, with its armor value dropping sharply. In contrast, the winged dragon monster only lost one of its countless feathers, without any injury to the flesh. It was more or less the equivalent of losing a strand of hair. This exaggerated display allowed Jiang Chen, combined with its life force, to deduce the creature's rough base attributes. Winged dragon monster, normal state. Strength, 4. Force, physical force approximately 180,000, can be enhanced by return to primal state, upper limit unknown. Agility, should be around 150,000, mainly reflected in casting speed, movement speed, reaction speed, lacks flexibility. Physical attack means are simple. Defense, physical defense approximately 200,000, feathers provide very high damage reduction, recovery speed, and life force unknown. Enigmatism, unknown, no less than 200,000. Evaluation, massage therapist. The winged dragon monster is truly worthy of being the mother of the 3 gods, a starry sky creature that sleeps on the moon. Its base attributes are terrifying, even surpassing the current Jiang Chen. Keep in mind, Jiang Chen's current force agility defense is just barely over 140,000, and his enigmatism is only at 30,000. The difference is quite clear. However, with the growth of the Mecha, Jiang Chen is absorbing more and more capabilities from all sides, able to switch to new forms, so the base attributes in the normal state cannot fully measure combat power. Therefore, only after having a battle can one know who has the advantage and who is at a disadvantage. At this moment, because of the winged dragon monster's base strength being too powerful, even half a rank higher than the 3 god monsters. Even the steam mecha with full power and 8 gates stance, wielding the forbidden weapon Zero Fang Polyrm, and with Jiang Chen's control enhancement, it ultimately couldn't hold on. In the confrontation with the winged dragon monster, it completely disintegrated. Zero had extremely high defense, but the winged dragon monster not only used physical attacks, but also used some high-strength enigmatism side abilities. It successfully breached the defenses and inflicted some damage. Although this damage only caused Zero to lose some armor value, which was quickly repaired with a 10-fold recovery rate. Still, it significantly increased the load and pressure. Zero was already teetering on the verge of collapse, fighting while rolling its eyes back, unable to hold on much longer under the immense pressure as the fusion became ineffective. It withdrew from the battlefield along with Yun. Their hearts and strengths flooded into Jiang Chen's body. The fire of life of your subordinate has finally been extinguished. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Force, 144,800155,400. Agility, 142,900153,500. Defense, 140,700154,900. Enigmatism, 32,40035,900. Special, Triple Life Force Limit, 249.17 life recovered per second, doubled under sunlight, 100.79 stamina. Special Ability, Limitation Unlock, Return to Primal State, 2nd rank, Boulder Form. 2nd rank Ability, Blood Demon Transformation 13.5, Thorns Overgrowth 27, Touch of Extreme Cold 36, Energy Overload 47, Bioorganic Intelligence 25, Flaming Molten Lava 4. Along with the Mechas shattering into strands of breath being taken back into the Abyss Rune, Jiang Chen's figure finally revealed itself. To ordinary people, the vacuum of space would be deadly, but he only felt slightly uncomfortable due to the cessation of breathing. But under the irradiation of star radiance, he quickly adapted, and even felt extremely comfortable. The winged dragon monster's movements also briefly ceased. After shedding those false shells, you reveal such a surging life force. As an ant, yet you possess a presence close to mine. No wonder you were able to kill my children. No wonder. You would arrogantly challenge me. The Steam Mecha and the Primeval Mecha both obtained temporary bursts of power through special means. The winged dragon monster could sense all this, which is why it felt disdain while being angry. It didn't even activate return to primal state. It wasn't until now, feeling the surging life force on Jiang Chen and his ability to continuously absorb starlight and transform it into his own power. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 171. Escape? Escaping is also a matter of time. 2. This unique power of starry sky creatures had finally made him take notice. Although he was but a tiny ant, yet he now regarded him as an existence on the same level. The anger was suppressed, and the transmitted thoughts only contained strong murderous intent mixed with caution. But I will win. I will use your blood to pay tribute to my children. Jiang Chen didn't rush to make a move. He used the Mecha repair tools to put Zero and Yun back into repair state. Only then did he raise his head, looking at the imposing figure of this ancient creature. He couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Through the translator, he converted his inner strength into the unique fluctuations of starry sky creatures and spread them out. Friendly reminder, 7 more hours. 7 hours? What does that mean? The winged dragon monster didn't understand Jiang Chen's meaning. It couldn't be bothered to understand the ant's meaning either. After expressing its own thoughts, it spread all its feathers like a peacock opening its tail. These feathers, acting like receptors, quickly absorbed the surrounding cosmic rays and the light of stars, transforming them into surging primal force, all of which was absorbed into its body. It underwent a slight change, its body developing many bright patterns, and even growing several long limbs. Jiang Chen could also see that the high energy reaction it carried was climbing incrementally. In just a short time, it had achieved an increase of almost 50%. Return to primal state. Clearly, the winged dragon monster intended to directly activate its strongest form to completely crush Jiang Chen. However, it had clearly overlooked one thing. Transform? I can do that too. Life force energy gushed out from Jiang Chen, bolstering his physical form. This time, however, he didn't activate the 3-meter-tall muscle giant form but merely bulged out a mass of muscles, appearing more robust. The full power state was indeed strong, but the consumption was too high, and it could only be maintained for a short period. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't remove the human body's limits, nor did he activate the full power overload. He only activated the 32% overload mode, gaining 30,000 in force agility. In this state, combined with the blood demon transformation ability, the rate of consumption could basically keep pace with the rate of recovery. Then, activating return to primal state again. Accompanied by the surging natural energy, it was transformed into primal force, flowing into his body. Just like the ancient creature's alteration of form. Bright patterns emerged on Jiang Chen's skin, forming glowing tattoo-like things, and the skin on both sides of his cheeks split open to reveal several eyes made of light. His stature also went from almost 2 meters to nearly 7 meters. This bodily transformation was even more exaggerated than removing human limits. It was as though he had turned into a giant from the ancient wilderness, exuding a savage aura. His attributes also received a 30% boost, with defense reaching 200,000, and his force agility surpassing 230,000. Ha! Jiang Chen stretched his body, feeling an incredible surge of power. Just then, a destructive beam of light, transformed from primal energy, spewed from the mouth of the winged dragon monster. In its return to primal state form, the supernatural death ray released by the winged dragon monster became even stronger. If translated into strength, the destructive power had almost reached 400,000. With the addition of enigmatism, if it was on Earth, it could easily turn mountains into abyss-like canyons. However, when the light dissipated, Jiang Chen's body had a rocky hue, merely turning slightly red. Boulder form, 5 times defense. Based on Jiang Chen's current 200,000 base defense, as long as he was willing to give up attacking, he could achieve up to 1 million in physical defense. For the winged dragon monster, this was almost like a physical immunity. Dragon mommy, is that all the strength you have, coming out to learn massage from humans? Master Chow can shave better than you. Some dead skin peeled off like rock. Jiang Chen, with gravity iron fists installed on both hands and propelled by gravity, charged rapidly toward the winged dragon monster. A base strength of 240,000, coupled with an addition of 150,000 from the gravity iron fists. With a charged swing, under the shocked gaze of the monster's many eyes, he directly repelled it. The winged dragon monster couldn't understand. Even if this guy had somehow stolen the power of return to primal state and fortified after, the intensity of his aura was far less than its. Why could he remain unharmed under its attack? And even, repel it head-on? The communication waves of the ancient creatures entered its heart. I can fight you all day. The winged dragon monster, as a starry sky creature, had extremely high strength, and its feathers also provided a damage reduction effect. Even when enduring Jiang Chen's attacks, it seemed hardly bothered at all. At worst, it just lost a few feathers, but given its large size and plentiful plumage, that was no concern. Even if the feathers in a certain area were all shattered, the skin underneath was equally tough. Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. When facing physical attacks, he would activate boulder form, even though the process of activating and deactivating it took time and meant losing many opportunities to attack. At least it could reduce most of the damage from the winged dragon monster, leaving him only with a small amount of enigmatic damage. This bit of enigmatic damage could almost be recovered simply from basking in the sun. It hardly affected anything. As for the duration of the return to primal state, by the time Jiang Chen's duration ended, the winged dragon monster had also nearly exhausted its strength. With both their attributes declining together, they basically returned to a 50-50 state, gradually whittling down each other's health. The two supremes fought in the starry skies for a full 7 hours, with the wounds they suffered being almost negligible. It was at the 7th hour. The steam mecha and the primeval mecha re-entered the battlefield. Zero's back again, you small fry. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Attributes increased. For the protracted confrontation, the two mechas were but a fleeting moment. Jiang Chen's life force energy surged up suddenly, his base force agility defense jumping from 150,000 to a full 160,000. The winged dragon monster could clearly sense it. This increase wasn't the temporary boost of the return to primal state, but a permanent growth in life force energy. To achieve such a significant increase in just 7 hours. The winged dragon monster had slumbered for who knows how many tens of thousands of years to attain its current power. In this moment, the winged dragon monster finally realized what kind of monster it was facing. At the same time, it also finally understood what Jiang Chen meant. If it couldn't defeat Jiang Chen within 7 hours after the battle started, then, it would lose the chance to defeat Jiang Chen forever. However, the idea of gaining a massive increase in life force every 7 hours was too shocking to believe. The habitual thinking developed over countless years made it impossible for the winged dragon monster to accept this. It believed that such growth had to have limits. Maybe it could grow only once, a tactic to crush its own will. As long as it continued to fight, it could eventually drain the opponent's stamina and utterly annihilate him. It still held an advantage. The 14th hour. Small fry. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Base attributes 160,000. Base attributes 170,000. Monster. Monster. The winged dragon monster, feeling Jiang Chen's growth, saw its entire worldview shatter. It stared in horror at this seemingly insignificant ant. It was as if it saw a monster inflating endlessly, one that would engulf itself, the planet, everything. Its mindset completely collapsed at that moment. It forgot the vengeance of its offspring, feeling an intrinsic fear of this beast and giving up the battle to fly towards space, as far from the planet as possible. It wanted to flee this place, the farther the better. Fleeing? Fleeing is part of the timing too. Jiang Chen revealed a fierce smile, directly locking onto the winged dragon monster with his gravity iron fists and following it deep into the starry sky. As for the planet behind him, he had made arrangements for the Earth Cataclysm civilization very clear. Even without returning to the planet and directly leaving the abyss, he would have no regrets. If the Earth Cataclysm civilization could cross the abyss, more could be discussed when the time came for fire transmission. What he had to do now was to use the final few days to completely annihilate this last ancient monster that could potentially threaten civilization. This was his final ripple. The base agility of the winged dragon monster was originally only around 150,000. Even though it could fly at greater speeds in a straight line, demonstrating higher agility, Jiang Chen could also follow close behind the winged dragon monster with his own agility as high as 170,000, continuing his assault. Even if the winged dragon monster used its special abilities to suddenly accelerate or turn around and emit death rays, trying to shake Jiang Chen off in various ways, Jiang Chen could use the traction mode of his gravity iron fists to stick to it incessantly. The winged dragon monster sensed the passage of time, as if hearing the countdown to its own death, filled with fear and despair. "Don't come any closer. Chapter 172. Civilization continues. 1. Big Brother Li Xiao granted Jiang Chen an unlimited contribution allowance. Therefore, when he was stocking up on items, he didn't have to worry about their value. Moreover, repair items weren't as rare as the supercharge module. Before the rank-up trial, he prepared 100 of the best repair items suitable for a first-rank mecha in one go. These repair items had an effective time of 7 hours, which was enough to keep Zero and Yun unconscious the entire time without any issues. When he encountered the winged dragon monster, about 5 more days were left in the rank-up trial, which was around 130 hours. That was enough for Jiang Chen to trigger his talent a total of 18 times. In fact, it wasn't necessary to actually trigger the talent 18 times. After chasing the winged dragon monster into space, it took Jiang Chen a little over 2 days, and he triggered his talent 7 more times. His attributes reached Strength 250,800, Agility 248,900, Defense 282,700, Enigmatism 67,400. At this point, he finally began the finishing work. He first exhausted the winged dragon monster's return to primal state, then activated limitation unlock plus return to primal state at full power. Combined with the added power of gravity iron fists, and the boost from traditional combat inner force. With a series of enhancements, Jiang Chen forcefully tore apart the body of the winged dragon monster, killing it completely. For the winged dragon monster, which had been fleeing for more than 2 days and had become utterly exhausted, this might have been a kind of release. When it died, its abyss atmosphere was absorbed by the abyss rune. Text also emerged before his eyes. By killing the dragon god monster, you have acquired a mythical material, ancient dragon bone. By killing the dragon god monster, you have acquired a perfect module, destruction ray, supercharged. By killing the dragon god monster, you have acquired a mythical item, attribute enhancement. By killing the source of the alien demons, you have completely ended the alien demon invasion disaster and achieved a special goal. Civilization potential receives an additional boost. Check after returning. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the text. After seeing the 4th piece of information, he nodded slightly. It seemed that the dragon god monster did not have any mates, it itself was the source of the alien demons in the Earth Cataclysm world. Once it died, the planet was only left with lurking weak alien demons, which could no longer make any significant impact. They could only serve as nourishment for the growth of Mecha pilots. Only by doing so could a disaster be completely solved. Even if Earth Cataclysm world encountered a new crisis afterward, it would no longer be related to alien demons. For 20 years, Planet Blue Star has been facing disasters all related to alien demon invasion. From this perspective, Senior Yano did not resolve the ultimate source, but only alleviated the temporary catastrophe. For the first generation hope, it is understandable to be a bit weaker. When Jiang Chen killed the supreme deity monster previously, though he completed the rank-up task, he couldn't immediately return to the real world. Moreover, there was no mention of increasing civilization potential in the settlement. Obviously, without completely resolving a disaster, even if one completed it quickly and achieved an SSS class evaluation, it only meant accomplishing the basic goal. The more hidden monsters resolved on top of the basic goal, the greater the boost to civilization potential. It is unknown how much civilization potential Planet Blue Star would gain from resolving so many disasters with Jiang Chen's help. Whether or not a new civilization characteristic could be awakened, obtaining new hope privileges. With anticipation in his heart, Jiang Chen took another look at the materials produced by the dragon god monster. Mythical material, ancient dragon bone. Like the prehistoric alien blood, summarized in the settlement, both were enhancement materials from ancient, mythical creatures. Used to strengthen the mecha, it can form skeletal armor, enhancing the mecha's enigmatism, defense, and armor value. Together, they could be used to create a special mecha from the mythical creature side. There was also a perfect quality supercharged module, Destruction Ray. Like the wave motion of the sea deity monster, it was a weapons module associated with enigmatism and supernatural ability. The difference was, the damage it caused combined physical, high temperature, and supernatural damage. Furthermore, it could be mounted on different parts such as the mouth, hand, or chest, producing different effects. The hand was the most flexible, with the highest hit rate, able to release 2 destruction rays at the same time, though with less power. The mouth had a medium hit rate, could only release 1 destruction ray, but the power was quite good. The chest was the least flexible, with a lower hit rate, but it was the most powerful. If Jiang Chen were to use it, he would definitely choose to make it a mouth module. That way, he could enjoy the special effect of the Skull of 3 Lives, releasing 3 destruction rays at the same time. Such beam-type skills are especially useful for clearing minor enemies, and it's an elegant long-range output. The capability of the Crystal of Divine Punishment has fallen behind the times, it's going to be phased out. It could be replaced with this Destruction Ray. Place the Destruction Ray together with the Skull of 3 Lives. Jiang Chen looked at the last output from the Dragon God monster. This was the 3rd mythical item following the Supercharge upgrade and the Latent Ability upgrade. Attribute Enhancement. Quality, Mythical. Type, Item. Effect, use during any mecha advancement to choose 1 attribute for permanent enhancement. For instance, elements, space, supernatural ability, mythological creature, etc. If the chosen attribute is one that the mecha has already awakened, it will enhance the potential of that attribute, improving the effectiveness of the awakened evolution/upgrade modules during upgrade. If the chosen attribute is a latent attribute of the mecha, it will enhance the potential of that attribute. Once the attribute potential reaches a certain limit, it will fully awaken. Depending on the materials used, there's a chance to obtain corresponding evolution/upgrade modules during advancement. Description: the bloodline is awakening. Another top-notch mythical item. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This attribute enhancement was clearly part of the same series as the Supercharge upgrade and Latent Ability upgrade. They corresponded to the 3 major elements of mecha, module, quality, and attribute. It was a mythical item specially designed to create a divine-level mecha. Jiang Chen even felt that it was even rarer and more important than the Latent Ability upgrade. Just like when he used many mythical materials to strengthen Zero and Yun. Among them, the time-related Time Ruin Gravel. The goal was to grant Yun the noble attribute of time. However, Yun's rank was too low, and it was exceedingly difficult to obtain high-level attributes like time. Time-related modules were also extremely rare to find. Relying on materials alone, in the end, it was still a matter of luck. Now, with the attribute enhancement mythical item, Jiang Chen could specifically strengthen time-related high-level attributes, increasing the chances of awakening. If he had enough mythical items, he could even turn extremely unlikely events into stable, inevitable awakenings. I've already used many mythical items on Zero. I'll save this one for Yun. The generous output from the Dragon God monster left Jiang Chen quite satisfied. To express his gratitude, Jiang Chen decided to only harvest its essence of original blood. Its remaining carcass he would not bring back to planet Earth Cataclysm, leaving it for the local people to collect and use. In fact, Jiang Chen had no intention of returning to planet Earth Cataclysm. To hunt down the Dragon God monster, he had flown deep into space for over 2 days, and was now extremely distant from planet Earth Cataclysm. Rather than waste the last 2+ days returning to say goodbye, he might as well continue to fly outward, to take a look at other planets in this star system. The nearest Earth-like planet was no longer far away. Since he was already there, taking a look might result in some unexpected gains. After collecting the last of the biological materials, Jiang Chen confirmed his direction and flew toward the nearby red-tinged planet. In the end, after touring the alien landscape and taking a brief stroll, the time for the tier advancement trial finally ran out. Endless darkness swept over and engulfed him completely. On planet Earth Cataclysm, Xiang Jing, dressed in a special martial arts suit, stood on the rooftop balcony, gazing up at the sky. Has teacher already left? The initial battle between Jiang Chen and the dragon god monster took place in the region between Earth and the Moon. Because of the dragon god monster's massive body and the continuous blasting of destruction rays, many practitioners of traditional combat were able, during the night, to vaguely see the battle. If one had a high-powered telescope, they could even clearly witness the video of Jiang Chen's fierce battle with the dragon god monster. Avi. Therefore, the outcome of this fight was no secret. Many people knew that the dragon god monster had been repelled by the Mecha pilot and had fled into the depths of space. Some astronomical institutes were even clearly aware that the dragon god monster had been killed by the Mecha pilot, its body strewn across the stars. However, after the death of the dragon god monster, the Mecha pilot had not returned for a long time. Obviously, as he said, he was only there to help civilization through the catastrophe, to spread the seeds of life. Now that even the most ancient dragon god had been slain by him, there was no reason to return to this backward planet. Nevertheless, even though he did not come back, the items he left behind had already completely transformed this planet. Xiang Jing lifted her finger to touch the black mark on her collarbone, looking at the image of the age-old shadow that emerged in front of her. Crossing the Abyss. Civilization continues on. Chapter 173. Everything you experience will become a trait of civilization. 1. Present world, Star Base, Jungle Residential Area. Jiang Chen had just returned when he heard the voice of Bai Ying. Welcome home, my lord. He had not yet had the chance to respond when the Abyss Rune aura automatically triggered and gathered into text before his eyes. Hope trial completed, processing settlement. Planet Blue Star civilization potential increased, current potential, 19. Civilization potential sufficient, unknown trait has taken shape, please select via Hope Authority. Potential settled. Jiang Chen remembered that after his last rescue of the Tianyuan civilization, the civilization potential had increased to 4 points. In the subsequent days, he had not received any new third-rank intensity rescue signals. Furthermore, only those members of a civilization who had crossed the abyss were qualified to receive rescue signals. Those high-rank Mecha pilots from planet Blue Star did not meet this condition and could not grow civilization potential in this way. Therefore, the potential of planet Blue Star's civilization remained stagnant at 4 points. Until now, that changed. A low-level hope trial increased planet Blue Star's civilization potential by 15 points. The increase is much higher than that of a third-rank civilization rescue. However, the number of hope trials is limited. Fire transmission and fire rescue belong to additional gains, and they can be triggered multiple times. With such tempting benefits, no wonder there are civilizations of fire plunderers. Jiang Chen briefly calculated the benefits and couldn't help but sigh as he touched the Abyss Rune. The text before him changed, and the interface unique to those of hope opened before his eyes. From the early sprouts of civilization, to the vast expanse of the stars, to the first crossing of the abyss, you have experienced much. Everything you have experienced will become the most precious traits. Choose one to be etched into the very core of your civilization. Choice 1, Insomnolencer. Type, Civilization Trait. Effect, all members of the civilization experience a significant boost in energy, greatly increased resistance to negative states like sleep, fatigue, hunger, etc. Description, won't you take a little rest? Choice 2, Hand-to-hand Brawler. Type, Civilization Trait. Effect, newborn members of the civilization will have a higher probability of awakening physical talents, with enhanced effects of those talents. Description, the human body is quite fascinating, isn't it? Choice 3, Joint Burner. Type, Civilization Trait. Effect, when you complete a fire transmission, you form a closer connection with the other civilization, and when that civilization's potential increases, your own civilization potential will also increase. Increase rate is 70%. Description: life perpetuates endlessly. Jiang Chen gazed at the three traits before him, momentarily silent. Everything you have experienced will ultimately turn into the most precious traits. What are you all? It's clearly just you. Insomnolence, hand-to-hand combat, joint burning. All three civilization traits are closely related to Jiang Chen's recent experiences, each representing a certain element. It was clear that in the creation of civilization traits, Jiang Chen, as the hope of the civilization, held the highest proportion. Of course, proportion is just proportion. All three civilization traits, each effect is very attractive. The first trait, insomnolencer. It seems to only increase energy and lessen negative states such as fatigue and hunger, with no enhancement to strength. Yet, its actual effect can be glimpsed from Jiang Chen's performance. Ordinary Mecha pilots feel fatigue, need rest, need sleep. Even if their Mechas are repaired, they can explore the age-old shadow 2 or 3 times in a day at most. As for Jiang Chen, not considering attribute growth, just in terms of dungeon rewards, he could run the abyss difficulty age-old shadow 80 times a day, even accounting for the time spent writing guides. One day's work equals what an ordinary Mecha pilot could achieve in a month. The efficiency is worlds apart. It was precisely such infinite energy and stamina that allowed him to break through from 0th rank all the way to 2nd rank in a short period. And the whole process was a perfect accumulation, pushing all potentials to their peak. This means the insomnolencer trait, even if it cannot reach Jiang Chen's level, and can't directly boost strength, can accelerate the growth of the entire planet Blue Star, keeping up with Jiang Chen's pace. Those young genius Mecha pilots will also grow at a faster rate, pass through the abyss, produce modules. After all, Jiang Chen is only one person, the number of abysses he can grind is limited, as is the output. If there were thousands of genius Mecha pilots who could clear the abyss, the output could increase exponentially. Jiang Chen could also select the modules he wanted from the increased production. The name insomnolencer doesn't quite fit. It should be called group liver. If we are brothers, we should suffer together. How can I be left to struggle alone forever? The second trait, hand-to-hand brawler. There's even less need to talk about that one. Coupled with the traditional combat techniques Jiang Chen brought, it could quickly transform Planet Blue Star's civilization from a system of Mecha pilots to one of Mecha pilots. It could more closely align with Jiang Chen's path and grow together. However, it cannot make Mecha pilots who have already awakened their talents change them. Therefore, it would take much longer to take effect. Jiang Chen felt, not as good as insomnolencer. The third trait, joint burner. Clearly, it's a companion trait to fire transmitter traits, which can enhance the effect of fire transmission and bind two civilizations even more tightly together. For instance, the Earth Cataclysm civilization. Jiang Chen did so much, laid such a foundation of potential, it was like planting a seed. Once the seed is fully grown, not only can Jiang Chen go there to perform fire transmission, but he can also reap civilization potential. Chapter 174. Everything you experience will become a trait of civilization _2. The civilization would continue to derive ongoing benefits from civilization potential. The faster the Earth Cataclysm civilization grows, the more benefits Planet Blue Star's civilization will accrue. This is what truly constitutes a steady trickle. If the Earth Cataclysm civilization is strong enough, the civilization potential benefits generated during its growth could even surpass those of the short-sighted fire plunderers. However, the prerequisite is that it can grow. This joint burner trait should be one adhered to by the orderly side, and it's the core trait of the fire transmitter civilization. Senior Yanos Gaia civilization most likely also has this trait. This is probably why many fire transmitter civilizations haven't fallen into becoming fire plunderers. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. Since fire transmitter civilizations can form an orderly camp in opposition to the fire plunderer civilizations, there couldn't be a large disparity in benefits. Those who can completely set aside self-interest and follow some noble idea are extremely rare in and of themselves. Of the three civilization traits, Jiang Chen values insomnolencer and joint burner most. The former can accelerate the growth rate of a civilization, with everyone fervently diving into the abyss together. The latter is the core of the fire transmission civilization, capable of bringing in a constant stream of civilization potential benefits. An increase in civilization potential naturally allows for the acquisition of more traits. Jiang Chen found it difficult to decide. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his personal terminal and dialed the symbol of the alliance. Upon connecting, the personal terminal projected a virtual image above it. Jiang Chen addressed the virtual image. "Boss, how's the rank upgrade trial going?" "Perfectly." The Li Xiao within the virtual image appeared thoroughly refreshed, like someone constipated for over a decade who had finally found relief. He said with a smile. "Thanks to you, I've finally broken through to 9th rank. Moreover, after I came back, I took a look and found that there are no shackles for the 9th to 10th rank upgrade trial. As long as I gather enough energy, I can begin the abyss descent." Li Xiao had been stuck at 8th rank for 14 years. The first thing he did after completing the trial was to check if he could advance to 10th rank. Jiang Chen understood his feelings and couldn't help but smile. Thinking of another matter, Jiang Chen asked. "Boss, a mecha can undergo 3 sublimations to improve its quality during 0 to 1st rank, 3rd to 4th rank, and 6th to 7th rank. Following this trend, at 10th rank, can a mecha undergo another sublimation? That is, a 4th sublimation?" Li Xiao nodded. "We are guessing the same, so we plan to accumulate some materials and modules in preparation for the 4th sublimation." 4 sublimations. Currently, Yun has gone through only the 1st sublimation, yet its quality has reached flawless. The subsequent 3 sublimations, even if each improves the quality by only 1 level, would be enough to become a mythical mecha. If the improvement is by 2 levels each time, what comes after mythical again? Jiang Chen suppressed his curiosity and got to the matter at hand. "Boss, after completing the rank upgrade trial, I've increased civilization potential and unlocked new traits. I need to choose among 3 traits. They are insomnolence, hand-to-hand, and joint burning. Civilization traits are about elevating and blessing the entire civilization." Jiang Chen was conflicted, so he simply handed the choice over to the alliance, letting high-rank mecha pilots discuss and decide the civilization trait. No matter which trait is ultimately chosen, even if it's hand-to-hand brawler, Jiang Chen can accept it. After all, when a civilization gains a trait, those who wish for it can also unlock corresponding permissions and receive additional enhancements. With a trait like hand-to-hand brawler, the related permissions are clearly connected to the path of physical prowess. It definitely wouldn't be a loss. Civilization traits symbolize the path ahead for a civilization. Li Xiao understood the importance of this matter, so he quickly ended the call to discuss with other mecha pilots. Jiang Chen set aside this issue and felt much lighter. After completing the rank upgrade, he had many tasks to work on. The first thing, of course, was the mecha rank upgrade for Zero and Yun. The attributes of the 2nd rank supercharged mecha were about to experience another surge. However, the rank upgrade trial lasted a full 10 days. Planet Blue Star had once again entered the era of the mecha, with changes happening every day, and various major events occurring constantly. Thus, as Jiang Chen was organizing the Abyss Rune repository and gathering the materials needed for the rank upgrade, he began to inquire. "Bai Ying, did anything happen while I was undergoing the rank upgrade trial?" Bai Ying stood upright beside him, and reported the information she had organized. "During the few days of your absence, all countries officially announced their joining of the alliance, developing the Mecha pilot system with the alliance as the core. All major Mecha pilot organizations have also joined the alliance. Changes have occurred in the structure of the alliance. After all high-rank Mecha pilots reached a consensus, these were all things that followed logically. However, another matter attracted Jiang Chen's attention. The alliance has declared that it will gradually undertake ecological terraforming of the various major planets in the solar system and proceed with planetary colonization. Substantial welfare benefits will be provided to the colonists, encouraging them to reproduce and establish settlements. High-rank Mecha pilots can already establish ecological spheres in the depths of the stars. Of course, they also possess the corresponding technology for ecological terraforming and can transform the planets near Planet Blue Star into habitable worlds. Jiang Chen had previously wondered why they hadn't done so. Now he understood. Because Planet Blue Star has a mirror space, it is able to minimize the damage from the alien demon invasions. Thus, to establish a colony planet, one must either resolve the problem of the alien demon invasion, or spend a vast amount of resources to establish a new mirror space as a new line of defense. For high-rank Mecha pilots, it would be a loss-making venture, not worth the cost. Nowadays, due to the effect of group diver traits, every member of Planet Blue Star can become a Mecha pilot. The population itself represents civilization potential. Hence, for the sake of expanding the population, the Alliance finally chose to invest substantial resources, allowing Planet Blue Star to gradually step towards becoming an interstellar civilization. A thought flickered in Jiang Chen's mind. If I grow fast enough, maybe by the time the colonization is still underway, I will have already resolved the alien demon invasion. However, the mirror space is still very necessary, so let's keep building it for now. Bai Ying continued. The talent contest for the entirety of Planet Blue Star that you organized has officially begun the selection process. Currently, there are over 3,000 contestants who have received an SSS class rating in the basic trials. How many SSS class? Presently, there are 3,423 contestants with an SSS class rating, my lord. Bai Ying explained. Previously, the awakening of abyss runes occurred randomly, and the emergence of abyssal monsters was unpredictable. The appearance of rookie Mecha pilots was full of uncertainties. Now, people can all acquire abyss runes and awaken their Mecha pilot talent without undergoing forced trials. The Alliance can then find those with outstanding talents among rookies, provide them with preliminary training, and then commence the basic trials. Through these trainings, the evaluations of rookie Mecha pilots have been effectively improved. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Indeed. The current Planet Blue Star was not the same as it used to be. When he spread the heritage of traditional combat and supernatural abilities, or brought more civilizational heritages, it's possible that every rookie Mecha pilot could receive an SSS class trial rating. An SS class would be ridiculed even when just walking down the street. However, by that time, the basic trials evaluation would no longer be able to truly assess a person's talent potential. On this matter, Bai Ying said, the Alliance is considering abandoning the basic trial ratings and compiling a new Mecha pilot talent assessment system. In the future, when rookie Mecha pilots obtain abyss runes and awaken their talents, they just have to input their talents into the internal system. They will be able to clearly understand the strength of their own talents. However, Mecha pilot talents encompass a wide range, not only in combat but also, many support talents possess extremely high value. Currently, this evaluation system is still in the process of being compiled. A coming-of-age awakening? Talent scoring? A grand scene emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. During the Mecha pilot's middle exam, I awakened the weakest talent and was laughed at. 3 years later, I triumphed in the college entrance exam, returning as the king. Chapter 175. Master Chao's value continues to rise, _1. Bai Ying, if a talent that becomes the laughingstock of the entire network for 3 years ever appears, remember to tell me. Ah? Got it, sir. After organizing the materials, Jiang Chen instructed Bai Ying. Then, through the jungle area's teleportation array formation, he arrived at the low-rank universal strengthening field. Although the star energy in the star strengthening field was abundant, it had its limitations. The universal strengthening field contained a transformation array prepared by Li Xiao, which could consume materials and star energy to create the corresponding strengthening environment. Even though the energy concentration was lower, it was definitely sufficient for a first-rank mecha. At this moment, Jiang Chen took out a life-type mythical material divine deer heart gifted by the big shots and placed it in the center of the transformation array. With the illumination of star energy, the still throbbing divine deer heart shattered abruptly under the intense magic energy. When it burst open, there was no splatter of blood and flesh. Instead, a massive amount of verdant life force spread out, firmly confined within the transformation array, unable to dissipate. In a daze, this verdant life force seemed to transform into numerous flourishing trees, forming an illusory forest scene. If a normal person entered this environment, just breathing in the essence of the divine deer would easily heal illnesses and extend their lifespan. Compared to it, even the spring of life would become inferior, lower-ranked material. Living in the abyss where life expectancy has ironically become a secondary concern. Without striving to become stronger, a mecha pilot might die in a disaster before even aging. With that thought flickering in his mind, Jiang Chen touched the abyss rune. Ashen roots gushed out from the palm of his hand, within the transformation array, forming a primeval mecha standing 3.5 meters tall. 0, are you ready to embrace evolution? Jiang Chen heard Zero's excited voice deep in his heart. Woohoo! 0 is ready, sir. In the final 2 days of the Earth Cataclysm world, Jiang Chen had already used a supercharge upgrade tool, upgrading Zero's last 2 ordinary modules into supercharge modules. And he had also used a latent ability upgrading tool to improve her basic potential. Now, she just needed to complete one more rank up. Then she would truly become a qualified supercharged mecha. At this moment, both Zero and Jiang Chen had already waited too long. It seemed like they hadn't actually waited that many days. Simon next door, just to enhance his mecha for one cycle, had to spend half a month and still take a few days off after finishing the enhancement. This is the loneliness of a feverish farming king. Making rapid progress. At this moment, Jiang Chen took out the abyss coins and other basic materials he had prepared beforehand, converting them into a vast amount of abyss atmosphere. Mixed with the life essence, all of it was injected into the interior of the primeval mecha. Under the massive injection of life force, the previously charred roots fibers of the primeval mecha, which had been enhanced before, seemed to be revitalized and quickly started to grow. The charred surface turned into ash and fell away, revealing the white newborn fibers underneath. These fine-looking white fibers, though delicate in appearance, intertwined to form an incredibly hard armor. During this process, the phantom flames that were originally floating on the surface of the mecha did not dissipate. With the infusion of the life essence, they turned from illusion into reality, from flames into rocks. They metamorphosed into crimson flame-like armor that resembled phoenix wings, covering the white fiber surface. At this moment, the primeval mecha shed the ashes and was reborn. It became a roots mecha standing 5 meters tall, with a red and white color scheme. In Jiang Chen's high-energy perception, the energy intensity of the primeval mecha increased by far more than tenfold, almost turning into a dazzling evolution light. Sir, Zero has grown stronger. This time, it will certainly excite you. A whole bunch of mythical items had been hammered in. If this didn't bring excitement, that would be the end of it. Eagerly, Jiang Chen extended his hand, touching the red and white mecha in front of him. At the same time, this was his first second-rank mecha. Code, Primeval Evolution, 0. Type, Light Armor Bioorganic Mecha, Supercharged. Quality, flawless, 4-fold absorption. Rank, 2. Enhancement, 0. Attributes, Strength 0.6 10,000, Agility 0.6 10,000, Defense 2.5 10,000, Enigmatism 1.0 10,000. Armor, 260,000/260,000, Additional Armor, 520,000, Recovery Rate 60.00/s, doubled in sunlight. Energy, 10,000/10,000, Recovery Rate 10.00/s. Core Module, Absorbed Infinite Core, Root Core and Infinite Vitality. Auxiliary Modules, Absorbed Crystal Rock Carapace, Primordial Essence Enhancement, Blood Demon Transformation, Baptism of Fire, Self-Healing Shell, Boulder Form. Evolution Module, Baptism of Fire. Upgrade Module, Thorns Overgrowth. Baptism of Fire, Supercharged. Rank, 3. Quality, Flawless, Mecha-dependent upgrade. Type, Upgrade Module. Effect 1, greatly increase resistance to fire, reducing fire damage received. Effect 2, absorb a portion of the fire damage, converting it into one's own healing effect. The stronger the flame, the better the healing. Description, burn oneself to ashes, only to be reborn anew. With the assistance of numerous mythical items. 0 successfully upgraded from an ordinary mecha of excellent quality to a supercharged mecha of flawless quality, achieving tremendous growth in attributes. Especially the defense attribute, which increased to an astonishing figure of 25,000. Coupled with the improvement brought by the flawless quality, triggering its talent would give Jiang Chen an amazing growth of 100,000 in defense at once. The only pity was, Zero's initially absorbed attribute modules were only of excellent quality. Even upgraded to supercharged modules, there was still a gap compared to the flawless and perfect quality attribute modules. In addition, she had absorbed many modules that increased recovery speed and armor limits. As a result, her basic attributes were much lower than Yun's. Even as a supercharged mecha, if Yun were to reach the second rank, aside from the enigmatic value, it could easily break 20,000 or even 30,000 in the 3 attributes of force, agility and defense. I haven't encountered any mythical items that could enhance module quality yet. Take it slowly. The foundation has been made up for, once the mecha's rank increases and it can carry more modules, the slight deficiency in attributes at the early stage won't have much impact. Moreover, Jiang Chen had poured so many resources into it. Without any surprises, Zero awakened a new module. This Baptism of Fire module was clearly due to the use of the Ashes Annihilation strengthening material, resulting in a new module. It could not only serve as a damage reduction module against fire-based enemies, but also as a recovery module, where, in crucial moments, it could rapidly restore health through self-immolation. This method of self-immolation might not necessarily require using abilities. The mantle magma and the surface of stars should both be able to trigger the effect. In future fights, as soon as I see that my health is running low, I can totally take a dip in a star to heal up and then return to full health. However, the evolution module was just one part of the upgrade. Jiang Chen also discovered that the core module of Zero had changed. The root core and infinite vitality core modules had both completely disappeared. They were replaced by a brand new infinite core module. Jiang Chen checked it, and its attributes were displayed before his eyes. Infinite core, supercharged. Rank, 3. Quality, flawless. Type, core module. Effect 1, possesses all the effects of the root's core and infinite vitality modules, non-stackable. Effect 2, generates 3 life force cores within the mecha, each one increasing armor repair speed by 50 points/s. Effect 3, upon receiving fatal damage, 1 life force core shatters to negate the damage. Negation limit is 10 times the armor value, with one life force core automatically repairing itself every hour. Description: I am immortal. Holy shit, Master Chow, they are still crafting. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swear. Clearly, because both the Roots Core and Infinite Vitality supercharged modules originated from the world of the Star of Mutation. And their effects were both life-oriented, enhancing the recovery speed and increasing the limit of life force. Plus, both were Wood-type core modules and part of the powers of the Abyss Leader, the Transcender. All these factors combined greatly increased the compatibility of the two modules. Once they were completely absorbed by the Mecha and an upgrade was completed, a module fusion occurred. The two modules fused into a higher-ranked module, thus creating a new set effect. Its effects were undeniably powerful. A maximum increase of 150/s in armor recovery speed. Compared to a first-rank excellent module with a 0.1/s recovery speed, this value was that of fourth-rank modules. Not just that, it also possessed 3 chances to avoid death. Although there is a limit to the exemption, there is actually not much difference. An enemy capable of dealing damage 10 times over also meant sure death after 3 fatal blows, despite the exemptions. Its most suitable scenario would undoubtedly be in battles against similarly powerful enemies, preventing them from delivering a death blow with strength far beyond the norm. Generally, enemies capable of delivering such attacks could only do so once or twice. If you can block it with the life force core, you are basically guaranteed to win. Super high recovery, death exemption, life force core. Jiang Chen, looking at this set effect, felt moved to tears for a moment. Although he had reached the 2nd rank and could no longer visit the Star of Mutation or see Master Chow, the gift left by Master Chow would benefit him for life. Even his first set module was given by Master Chow. He truly felt an overwhelming emotion. In the future, I'd let the juniors farm the Star of Mutation more, to see if Master Chow can burst out some more coins. Jiang Chen wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth and made up his mind. As for how to deal with the juniors not wanting to farm, the set modules on the Alliance records were already limited in quantity. And a supercharged set was unique. As long as Jiang Chen stored the Infinite Core set in the Mecha Blueprint repository for the juniors to refer to, the doorstep of Master Chow's home would be trampled flat the next day. No longer would Master Chow be lonely. Furthermore, upon seeing the effect of the Infinite Core set, Jiang Chen decided not to let Yun advance in rank just yet. One reason was that it, as a flawless Mecha, could equip perfect modules but only had flawless modules instead. The attributes of a perfect module were 20, while flawless was only 15. The gap was still significant. First, he'd get a set of perfect modules, which would have higher attributes later on. Second, the first-rank modules that Jiang Chen had chosen for it only matched in attributes but did not consider the compatibility with set modules. After all, set modules were rare to begin with, and a supercharged set was an unprecedented thing. Jiang Chen never imagined he'd get his hands on a set so soon. Now, with the gifts from Master Chow, he suddenly felt that assembling a set might not be so difficult. With the Supercharge upgrade tool, all the modules in the Alliance's inventory became supercharged modules. Is it really so hard to put together one set? Not to mention 3-piece sets, 4-piece sets, or 10-piece sets with many modules, putting together a large set. It should be no problem, right, to make a 2-piece set? Chapter 176. Supernatural Ability Reform and Genetic Prototype _1. The Steam Mecha absorbed the 0th rank modules, which are Star Energy Force, Energy Overload, Power Enhancement, Titan Armor. They represent energy, burst, force, agility, and defense, respectively. Their attribute tendencies are light, fire, steam, and alloy. If you want to form a set by absorbing first-rank modules, you must start from these aspects. Jiang Chen contemplated Yun's path to advancement. At the same time, he arrived at the Mecha Soul Nurturing Zone. As a large-scale base designed for high-rank Mecha pilots' use, Li Xiao naturally took into account the issue of Mecha souls while building Star Base. Within the Mecha soul nurturing zone, there are not only information infusion devices but also various mimicry scenes. Low-ranked Mecha cannot participate in battle. Thus, Mecha pilots install low-level intelligence modules into newborn Mecha. Then, through preset settings, they let it undergo tempering and growth in the virtual nurturing zone, finally shaping it into the desired form. Compared to the cultivation method of Steam Mecha, it's like upgrading from video teaching to virtual gaming, with many improvements. Childhood learning, graduation work. I want to give a complete life to the Mecha. Jiang Chen raised his right hand, and the abyss atmosphere spilled out from his palm. Similar to the light of return to primal state, it illuminated the air with a structure like a DNA spiral, outlining a human body with the golden ratio. The abyss atmosphere then transformed into some kind of bionic composite material, covering the luminous pattern. In an instant, a cyan Mecha, conforming to the human body type, with certain biological characteristics, and also presenting a sharp-edged armored construct, appeared on the spot. Super-armed mantle. This was the nascent form Mecha of excellent quality Jiang Chen obtained after completing his rank-up mission. Just like the Steam Mecha, the system it symbolized did not originate from abyss monsters but from the human supernatural civilization. Therefore, its appearance is closely related to super ability gene technology, and its attributes are more inclined towards enigmatism. The basic force agility defense is only slightly higher than the Model 0 Mecha. But its basic enigmatism attribute is as high as 8 points. To think that 0, after being fully enhanced and equipped with a full set of modules, only achieved a maximum defense of 8 points. This is definitely an excellent enigmatic seed. Moreover, since it comes from the Earth Cataclysm world and is related to the super ability gene, it has a high compatibility with attributes such as ancient creatures, starry sky creatures, and mythical creatures. It can absorb the power from these modules and evolve into a bionic Mecha with unique abilities. Jiang Chen planned to hand over the superb modules like Return to Primal State, 3 Lives Skull, and Destruction Ray, obtained from the Earth Cataclysm world, for this super Mecha to use. He intended to build the third Mecha into an enigmatic Mecha to fill in the shortcoming of its enigmatic attribute. These modules all come with an enigmatic attribute and are also special modules related to ancient creatures. Maybe they will affect the appearance of the super-armed mantle Mecha, causing it to transform into a beast-type Mecha upon sublimation when I upgrade it. Short 4. Beast Super-Armed. Back during the rank-up trial, Jiang Chen had already used this nascent form Mecha and bound it to the third Mecha. Several days had passed, and he could feel that the Super Mecha's soul was gradually maturing, developing a more complete consciousness. At this moment, he was planning to start the nurturing of the third Mecha's soul and to devise a growth plan for it. First off, as an enigmatic Mecha from the supernatural side. It doesn't need to take charge of close combat or melee fighting. Instead, it should focus on functionality and support. Even if it participates in battle, its primary mode of attack should be long range. Therefore, it does not need Yun's hot-bloodedness, it doesn't have to be so combative. Its personality can be more reserved, fighting behind Zero and Yun. Of course, being reserved doesn't mean being weak. Not being fond of battle does not mean avoiding it. Like beasts in a jungle, it would avoid pointless fights, focusing its efforts on deadly strikes. Expressed outwardly, it should be gentle on the outside, firm on the inside. By Ying, you can create an environment similar to a jungle, allowing it to survive and combat fierce beast enemies within. Plus add some supernatural and enigmatic elements. I'll prepare the modules. When infusing information, also try to lean towards these aspects. Bai Ying took note of these requests seriously and nodded. I understand, my lord. Seeing Bai Ying working earnestly, Jiang Chen grew even more satisfied. Able to fulfill the roles of a housekeeper, maid, chef, teacher, repair worker, and more, she was simply an all-around mecha. Bai Ying was so useful. Unfortunately, no matter how useful Bai Ying was, she would have to be returned to Senior Ruan in the future. Jiang Chen glanced at Zero, who had returned to her girlish form, and Yun, who was observing the new mecha, and again couldn't help but smile. It was a good thing that his own Zero and Yun weren't any less capable. After arranging the nurturing work for the third mecha, Jiang Chen prepared to leave Star Base to visit planet Blue Star. Within the rank-up trials settlement rewards, he also acquired a mutant gene module. Combined with Kun Ping's mecha pilot talent Sit and Fight the Disciples, he might obtain another superb module. If he was lucky enough, perhaps even better than modules like Return to Primal State or Three Lives Skull. However, just as he traveled to planet Blue Star through the teleportation array, his personal terminal suddenly rang. Upon opening the terminal, Li Xiao's virtual image leapt out, speaking bluntly. We've come to a decision about the choice of civilizational traits. Yano, from the Gaia civilization, said that after the enhancement of civilization potential, the talent strength of the new generation mecha pilots would also increase. Chapter 177. Supernatural Ability Transformation and Gene Primordium _2. In this case, compared to CO Combustor, the hand-to-hand brawler has no advantage at all and instead limits the path of civilization, making it the worst choice. The Insomnolancer, on the other hand, can significantly enhance the energy of civilization members. That's indeed good. However, because you've cleared a large number of Abyss difficulty level instances consecutively in recent times, the number of age-old shadows in Abyss level 1 has surged dramatically. All the first-rank mecha pilots exploring together have continued to produce brand new, unrecorded by the Alliance, modules and materials. This has made us even more aware of the importance of body fortification. Furthermore, recently a large number of mecha pilots have successfully passed the basic trials and received an SSS class evaluation. We've decided to invest a significant amount of advanced resources to fortify the bodies of these SSS class evaluated first-rank mecha pilots and enhance their energy. By doing so, the effect of Insomnolancer will be partly replaced. It could only boost the stamina of those mecha pilots with weaker strength. Far less than the potential enhancement brought by CO Combustor. Therefore, we suggest you choose CO Combustor. Planet Blue Star has had methods of body fortification in the past. Especially the high-rank mecha pilots, like Ruan Minjiu and Li Xiao, have all undergone certain physique and mental fortification. Only then could they support the strengthening and upgrading of high-ranking mechas. However, these body fortification methods are all related to the mecha pilot rank. Just like when a mecha pilot operates a mecha, they enter a sort of resonance state, enhancing cognition and reflexes to adapt to high-speed combat environments. When the mecha pilot's rank increases, the mecha is upgraded. The Abyss rune will also feed back a small part of the Abyss atmosphere, which, in combination with various materials and strengthening fluids, can gradually improve the mecha pilot's physique. If body fortification exceeds the part fed back by the Abyss rune, or directly fortifies an ordinary person without an Abyss rune or mecha, the difficulty of fortification and the consumption of materials would increase geometrically. Even a high-ranked mecha pilot would grimace at the cost. Beyond that, those ordinary people who are fortified seem unable to randomly awaken an Abyss rune. In the past, there have been high-ranked mecha pilots who spent all their wealth to fortify an ordinary person, building their physique to a level comparable to a mecha with more than 20 points in attributes. Hoping to achieve an SSS class evaluation and siphon off a supercharge module. Turned out, not until Planet Blue Star awakened the group diver trait did that fortified person successfully awaken an Abyss rune and become a mecha pilot. However, the magic impartation obtained by Li Xiao does allow ordinary people to study normally, making it simpler to improve. This is also a special occupation within the Alliance, Mage Apprentice. Nonetheless, the promotion trials experienced by non-hopefuls are worlds where catastrophe has struck, with the goal of survival and preserving the seeds of life. Under such circumstances, let alone the pressure on ordinary Mecha pilots just to survive, obtaining a complete and systematic inheritance in the 10 days when civilization has collapsed. That's nearly an impossible task. Therefore, to this day on planet Blue Star, only Li Xiao has obtained incomplete magic impartation. Due to the lack of succession, the speed of practice has been extremely slow. Over these many years, only a very small number of people have practiced to the first rank strength. Moreover, without exception, all these mage apprentices who reached first rank strength, just like the aforementioned fortified person, were unable to randomly awaken an abyss rune. It was only now that they have become Mecha pilots. It's for all these reasons that the past high-ranked Mecha pilots didn't waste materials to greatly fortify the body of the low-ranked Mecha pilots. Even with the fortification of low-ranked Mecha pilots, it only increased some energy. At most, during rare module farming, they could go a few more rounds, without producing any supercharged modules. Instead, they would needlessly waste a lot of top-quality high-ranked materials. The investment was not proportional to the return. Only now have they changed their minds. These geniuses of the new era are actually able to produce supercharged modules. As long as their energy can be boosted, no matter how many resources are invested, they will definitely earn them back through supercharged modules. In fact, the efficiency of these genius Mecha pilots' upgrades directly represents the speed of supercharged module production. The sooner they grow, the more talents capable of clearing the abyss difficulty planet Blue Star can accumulate. These high-rank Mecha pilots can switch to full sets of supercharged Mechas even sooner. During such times, naturally, no one will be stingy with some materials. At this moment, Li Xiao's words also awakened Jiang Chen to the reality. I was so preoccupied with thinking about which trait was better, more practical, that I almost forgot. Things like increasing vitality and reducing fatigue don't necessarily have to be accomplished through civilization traits. The traditional combat and supernatural ability inheritance systems I brought back with me, aren't they meant for just this purpose? Boss, there's no need to rush into using high-grade materials for physical enhancement. In my rank advancement trial, I brought back 2 civilization inheritances. One is a traditional combat inheritance that cultivates inner strength by absorbing the essence of life. The other is a supernatural inheritance that refines super ability factors, strengthens human genes, and awakens various super abilities. Each one is very complete. Traditional combat, supernatural ability. Li Xiao was taken aback for a moment. For 20 years, planet Blue Star only gained 1 magic impartation, and even that was an incomplete fragment. Jiang Chen just underwent 1 rank advancement trial and directly brought back 2 whole civilization inheritances would certainly completely change the civilization of planet Blue Star. Is this the man of hope? His heart surged with emotion, and after listening to Jiang Chen roughly explaining the inheritances, he spoke up. For the traditional combat inheritance, we can promote it widely. Just like the radio calisthenics of the past, let all eligible children practice it until they awaken the abyss rune. This is much more useful than the hand-to-hand brawler trait. As for the supernatural inheritance, this involves gene issues. Civilizations of different worlds, though all are human, may not have completely similar genes. I will have scholars study this, absorb the essence of the knowledge, and as quickly as possible improve it into a gene inheritance suitable for our planet Blue Star. Unfortunately, the abyss monsters of the age-old shadow are remnants of the old days and have no corpses. To extract super ability genes, I'll see if the remnants of the alien demons will do. Li Xiao was speaking quickly, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Boss, to extract super ability genes, it doesn't necessarily have to be abyss monsters. What do you mean? Li Xiao quickly caught on. Physique-type Mecha pilots. Exactly. Jiang Chen revealed a smile. On the last 2 days of his rank advancement trial, while he was floating in space, feeling bored, he was practicing the secret methods of traditional combat on one hand, and on the other hand researching and deciphering knowledge related to super ability genes. He hadn't conducted any real experiments, but through his own high computational power, he had come to understand it exceedingly thoroughly. In the process, he realized something. Humans from the world of the Earth cataclysm used super ability creatures as their gene extraction subjects. Because everyone shared the same origin with similar genes and possessed the corresponding super abilities. So, what about physique-type Mecha pilots? They had been subjected to the power of Mechas, their genes had changed, and they had gained extreme enhancement. This was in itself a transformation. An evolution in the level of life. Wouldn't it be far more reliable to use the genetic template of physique-type Mecha pilots' flesh and blood, compared to genes from abyss monsters from another world? Boss, I might be able to extract my own blood as a gene sample to create a super ability gene serum. However, my genes might be a bit mixed, and ordinary people may not be able to bear it all. I can use different Mecha pathways as templates, serving as the prototypes for the gene serum. Then, I can separate them into different genetic pathways for people to awaken their powers. In this process, the serum can also be designed as an upgrade. A basic type corresponding to ordinary people, a 0 type for 0th rank, a first type for first rank. As people grow up, they can inject the corresponding gene serum to enhance their abilities. This way, the upper limit of the super ability gene serum can grow along with me. Li Xiao was dumbstruck. All of humanity on planet Blue Star using Jiang Chen's genes? Chapter 178. Infinite proliferation of the blood of eternity _1. Jiang Chen's words seemed far-fetched. In fact, the more Li Xiao thought about it, the more he felt it should be the case. When extracting super ability genes, who would be more suitable than a fellow physique-type Mecha pilot from the abyssal monsters? Among the physique-type Mecha pilots, Jiang Chen, as the beacon of hope for planet Blue Star, may not be the strongest but was the one with the highest talent. With his genes as a sample, the super ability gene serum developed would definitely far exceed others in both efficacy and potential. Objectively speaking, it was indeed the best choice. Li Xiao pondered for a while and nodded. Since that's the case, I'll have them study the heritage related to the super ability gene and modify it to be effective for us humans of planet Blue Star, with a design that can be injected repeatedly and upgraded, he said. As for your genetic information, if the power is mixed, others may not be able to grasp it accurately, he added. You will have to handle it yourself. After absorbing intelligent modules several times, Jiang Chen's computational and learning abilities had greatly improved. Coupled with the vast knowledge in his mind, he was now a top scientific researcher. However, his Mecha pilot rank was still too low. Planet Blue Star had 8th rank and even 9th rank research-type Mecha pilots who, with the help of intelligent Mechas, had much faster research speeds and computational abilities than him. Super ability gene technology wasn't considered high-level civilization knowledge, it was complete and not complicated. Entrusting them with the research, it would probably take just a few days to learn and make improvements. He could leave it to them with confidence. Only personal gene decoding could not be trusted to others. Jiang Chen had grown to his current state and absorbed a significant number of different modules. His physique had completely changed from that of an ordinary human. It would take others a long time to even understand it, not to mention sorting and compiling it according to the Mecha pathway. Jiang Chen had studied the super ability gene technology and knew how to handle the super ability gene, so he nodded in agreement. Okay. After ending the communication, Jiang Chen sent the detailed information on the two heritages to Li Xiao. He thought for a moment and then sent a message to Kun Ping, advising him to use his talent more and to accumulate good karma and luck, the more the better. Next, he opened the civilization traits interface and made his final choice. CO Combustor. The other two traits dissipated into the air. Only the flames burned brightly before him. In the endless abyss, surrounded by crises, you felt alone and powerless and decided to ignite the flames of other civilizations to warm each other. Planet Blue Star has acquired the civilization trait, CO Combustor. You are the bearer of hope for the civilization of Planet Blue Star, and receive feedback from the civilization. Your authority has been unlocked. Authority, Joint Burning. Effect, you can check the current status of the Fire Seed civilizations at any time. After completing fire transmission, the connection with the civilization deepens, and it is considered a joint burning civilization. When your own civilization encounters disaster, you can call for help from joint burning civilizations and be prioritized for rescue. When a joint burning civilization encounters disaster, you can send Mecha pilots to assist the affected civilization with priority. Description: Endless life. With each civilization trait acquired, those who bear hope unlock new authorities. Seeing the effect of the new authority, Jiang Chen had an epiphany. This was why Senior Yano came looking for allies, and why civilizations like the Fire Plunderer could give priority to attacking and ambushing victimized civilizations. Only by acquiring the joint burning trait was it possible to fully unlock the fire transmitter-related authority. The connection became even more intimate. Gaia civilization must also possess the CO Combustor trait, he said. This means I have now raised the potential of Planet Blue Star's civilization to 19 points. Gaia civilization also gained 12,13 points in civilization potential. Wow, that's too awesome. No way, I can't let Senior Yano have all the fun. I've got to get in on this too. Jiang Chen touched the Abyss rune again and opened the Hope Authority. In the Fire Transmission interface, a new option called Fire Seed Civilizations appeared. He clicked on the option and 3 names sprang into view. Code: Day of Revival. Status: Fire Untransmitted. Population: 4,783. Strongest individual: First rank. Current calamity: See Abyss Ancient God. Next calamity: Unknown. Code: Earth Cataclysm. Status: Fire Untransmitted. Population: 5.746 billion. Strongest individual: 0th rank. Current calamity: None. Next calamity: Neighboring star aliens. Code: Tianyuan Civilization. Status: Fire rescued, priority rescue available. Population: 198,500. Strongest individual: 2nd rank. Current calamity: Alien Beast Calamity. Next calamity: Unknown. The Day of Revival was the steam world where Jiang Chen underwent his first trial. From the remaining population, one could see the dire state it was currently in. Even more surprising to Jiang Chen was that even with only about 4,700 people left, the steam world had actually given birth to a first-rank Mecha pilot. Taking into account the time spent on the rank-up trials, which was 10 days. It meant that this Mecha pilot managed to elevate their Mecha to the level capable of passing the rank-up trial in just over 10 days, without any material or module reserves. And without any relevant knowledge. This level of performance would at least be rated as SSS class. Seeing such a situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a glimmer of expectation. The larger the population base, the higher the probability for a civilization to produce a genius Mecha pilot, a hopeful savior. But a small population base doesn't mean there is absolutely no chance for a genius to emerge. As long as luck is on our side, perhaps the very first Mecha pilot a civilization produces will be the bearer of hope that can transcend the abyss. Chapter 179. Infinite Proliferation of the Blood of Eternity _2. Jiang Chen turned his attention to the Earth Cataclysm world. This world had been fortunate, as he not only completely resolved the disaster but also left behind some heritages and materials related to Mecha pilots. As long as the condition of genius was met, crossing the abyss would soon be within reach. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was this. The Joint Burning Authority displayed the calamity that the Earth Cataclysm civilization would face next. Neighboring star aliens meant that on the planet next to Earth Cataclysm, there existed creatures capable of causing a disaster? Unfortunately, the remaining time was insufficient, and Jiang Chen briefly toured the planet before he left. If he could have searched a bit longer, perhaps he could have dealt with more monsters, harvesting more materials. After all, disasters were endless. It was just like what Planet Blue Star had experienced. Without the strange creatures, there were still aliens. Even if Jiang Chen completely resolved one disaster, it was merely buying them more time to develop. I can work on a new flying ability when I get back. Using the bioorganic force field for interstellar travel is still too slow. 10 days' time, and the monsters on a planet are simply not enough for me to farm. Also, scouting abilities. Before the next rank advancement trial, they must be enhanced. Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward the civilization of Tianyuan. This was not a civilization he had transferred the fire transmission to, but one he had saved from a fire. Theoretically, its joint burning counterpart should be some fire plunderer civilization. At this moment, appearing here, it was uncertain whether the joint burning trait could be triggered. What a pity! It seemed that there was no way to verify this. Jiang Chen browsed through the Joint Burning Authority and learned that the two worlds where he had ignited the fire were developing steadily, which significantly eased his worries. After closing the authority, he went to the jungle residential zone. He ordered some research equipment through his personal terminal and had Alliance staff install them upon arrival. He then began researching his own genes. Planet Blue Star currently lacked not geniuses but the time for geniuses to grow. Ordinary genius Mecha pilots were still subject to limitations in physical strength, energy, and other aspects. Even with supercharged Mecha, breaking through to first rank and overcoming the abyss difficulty level would take 2 months. That was too slow. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to quickly combine super ability gene technology to develop gene serums that strengthened the body. By enhancing vigor in this way, these geniuses would gain the trait of the feverish farming king, relatively speaking. Compressing 2 months of growth into 15 days and ensuring they could produce an increased quantity of supercharge modules. Once the snowball started rolling, it would only take about a month to help 1 or 2,000 genius Mecha pilots to cross the abyss. When they successfully crossed the abyss, Jiang Chen's burst rate would also increase. The price paid was merely a day or 2 of research time. To increase the overall burst rate, all of this is worth it. Standing in the newly established laboratory, Jiang Chen tried a few times with difficulty and realizing he could not pierce his own skin, he promptly gave up. He called over Bai Ying to have her attempt. As Bai Ying placed the tip of her finger on the palm of Jiang Chen's hand and lightly swept across, a deep wound immediately opened. Jiang Chen hurriedly squeezed out a few drops of blood. Because in the blink of an eye, the wound had already healed. At that moment, having defenses and regenerative abilities that were too strong actually became a nuisance. After much effort, Jiang Chen managed to squeeze out a small cup of blood. Moreover, this blood did not lose its vitality once it left his body. If exposed under the sunlight, it could even absorb the energy of sunlight, slowly splitting and increasing in quantity, turning a small cup of blood into half a cup. Jiang Chen caught a small fierce beast that was raised by a big shot named Li Xiao in the jungle and tried dropping a drop of blood onto it. This drop of blood, which possessed extreme vitality, began to proactively absorb or rather, actively devour the cells and tissues of the fierce beast, converting them into its own nutrients and continuously splitting itself. After just a short moment, the beast's cellular tissue was entirely dissolved, and the plants on the ground met the same fate. Only a small pool of vibrant red blood remained, with no knowing how long it would take for it to completely lose vitality. Was this the effect of infinite vitality or the effect of the root's core? Truly domineering. However, the advantage was that Jiang Chen didn't need to continually draw blood. By releasing a portion of his blood, he could let it split and multiply by supplying energy, thus producing more blood. This would then serve as the raw material for making gene serum. Of course, before making the serum, it must go through a strict inactivation process. Otherwise, not only would other materials be consumed by the blood, but the final produced serum would also essentially be poison. Afterward, Jiang Chen proceeded with genetic decoding of his blood. With the vast knowledge he had learned and an understanding of his absorption module abilities, he successfully deciphered the supernatural ability gene within his body using the method of supernatural ability gene technology. After brief contemplation, he discarded parts like the bioorganic force field, high energy perception, and flame control. These abilities were either transitional or functional abilities, although they might be extremely effective. For other Mecha pilots, these abilities could also be acquired through the installation of modules in their Mechas. There was no need to obtain a slight, non-growth super ability through gene serums. Compared with these functional abilities, special supernatural abilities that could be injected continuously and keep growing were the truly most profitable. These were the permanent modules installed in Zero and Yun, which Jiang Chen could repeatedly absorb. However, ordinary Mecha pilots didn't have the talent of Jiang Chen. If the gene serum contained too many complex abilities, it could highly likely lead to genetic collapse. Therefore, Jiang Chen used Zero and Yun as the gene serum samples. He extracted the genetic information related to Zero and Yun from his complex genes and recompiled it. Eventually, he created two sets of super ability serums. One set focused on the life pathway, providing vitality, enhancing physical toughness and recovery speed called Life Force Serum. The other set emphasized strength and agility, enhancing bodily strength, and allowed entering a state of short-term outburst called Explosive Serum. Of these two sets of super ability serums, one could only choose one set to inject. After injection, it was impossible to gain all effects but rather to obtain a portion of them based on one's physique and affinity. Jiang Chen organized the data for the two sets of super ability serums, and also prepared a tube of Jiang Chen's blood of eternity as material. He told Bai Ying to pass it on to the Alliance's researchers, instructing them to create corresponding serums based on this data, as well as the improved gene serum technology. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. I was originally thinking, once I grew up, I would learn from the bigwigs and share the blueprints of Zero and Yun, shaping a Mecha pathway. But Zero and Yun both use a large number of mythical items. Even if I share the blueprints, others wouldn't likely be able to learn, and at most, they could watch and consider the thought process. Now, this problem is solved. No need to share the Mecha pathway, I'll just create a gene pathway and be done. The first gene prototype, Zero. The second gene prototype, Yun. Every time I build a Mecha, Planet Blue Star gains one more gene pathway. Chapter 180. Lucky Aura, Time Module, _1. Brother Jiang, I've failed 4 times in a row, and my luck is maxed out. If I activate my talent again, I'll definitely get a positive effect, and my luck will reset. Remember to come find me after you're done. Jiang Chen handed over the data and materials for the super ability serum to the Alliance. After opening his personal terminal, he saw an unread message from Kun Ping. He hurriedly sent a message back. Where are you? I'll come to you. He soon received a reply. My dad's participating in the Planet Blue Star talent competition, and it's about to start near Shuilin City. I'm here cheering. Thanks to Jiang Chen's provision of a multitude of valuable prizes, as well as the presence of the symbol of the Alliance, the Planet Blue Star talent competition had become a civilization-level event that attracted millions of spectators. Just the number of registrants alone exceeded 90 million. That's several dozen times more than the total number of Mecha pilots in the past 20 years. This was also related to Planet Blue Star's civilization just having acquired the group diver trait. All eligible individuals had received the Abyss Rune reward, and Planet Blue Star suddenly gained several billion potential Mecha pilots. Even if only a fraction of them tried and passed the basic trial, wanting to join the competition for the excitement, it was enough to create such an exaggerated situation. By the time of the second competition, most of this group of Mecha pilots would have grown significantly. With not as many new generation Mecha pilots, they'd probably need to hold more advanced events. As the most special competition ever, Li Xiao didn't dampen people's enthusiasm. He used building robots to construct many battle arenas in cities everywhere, for the participants to fight in the preliminaries. After all, the competitors were limited to 0th rank, only possessing a modified Model 0 Mecha, so the combat damage wasn't strong. At that moment, Jiang Chen returned to planet Blue Star via the teleportation array formation and quickly flew above the venue near Shuilin City. His gaze swept over, and inside the spacious venue, numerous stages were lined up. On each stage, 2 Model 0 Mechas were engaged in combat. Although they only had a few attributes, the fights were incredibly intense. This type of low-attribute battle was more suitable for ordinary people to watch. At least they could watch the fight clearly and understand it. Jiang Chen landed outside the venue and met up with Kun Ping at the agreed spot. This brother had closed his board game shop and had now switched careers to become a Mecha pilot. Moreover, because his talent could significantly boost his teammates' attributes, he was doing well on the Alliance Forum, becoming very sought after. After meeting up, Jiang Chen asked a question. "Where's Uncle? He got eliminated, and now he's inside watching and learning." Kun Ping said with a smile. "My dad's talent is just average, he just came to join in the fun, went for a round and then left the competition." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. In fact, after completing his advancement trial, he had also received a message from his parents. While he was doing the advancement trial, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang had already passed the basic trial and become 0th rank Mecha pilots. After that, Father Jiang joined a group with relatives and friends to participate in the competition. They participated together and were eliminated together, highlighting the essence of participation. That was expected. The luck of the Jiang family might have all been absorbed by Jiang Chen alone. The talents of the relatives were quite ordinary, with no geniuses emerging. Of course, Father Jiang's quick elimination was also because he didn't use the supercharge module. After Jiang Chen crafted 800 supercharged modules, regardless of what Father Jiang and Mother Jiang thought, he insisted on giving them 2 sets. If you ask, it was 15 minutes for 2, averaging 1 module every 7.5 minutes. With such high output, why refuse? Even if they became slightly stronger, Jiang Chen could rest easy. With facts laid out before them, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang had no choice but to gratefully accept the 2 sets of supercharge modules. Using these modules, they could absolutely rank among the top in the talent competition. But that would be too much of a bully. So, Father Jiang's participation in the talent competition was just to join in the fun with his relatives. He didn't use such extraordinary items. Kun Ping did the same. He couldn't possibly wear a supercharged mecha to participate in a normal competition. If he didn't use the supercharge module, with the current abundance of talented individuals on planet Blue Star, he really couldn't make it into the top 100. So he simply gave up competing and focused on improving his mecha skills. Now he had rapidly advanced through the trials using the supercharged mecha and had become a first-rank mecha pilot. Being here now was simply to support his family. By the way, Brother Jiang, what about the gambling dog module you mentioned? After a little small talk, Kun Ping brought up a serious topic. Jiang Chen raised his right hand, revealing a chip the size of a fingernail with dynamic graphics on its surface, depicting a spinning DNA helix. The mutant gene module, please help me activate it and see if I can get a decent supernatural ability. Kun Ping took the chip. While browsing the information on the chip, he asked. Brother Jiang, what kind of super ability module are you looking to get? What attribute? What tendency? What type? What would be the best choice? Time. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Holy shit, are you going that big? Kun Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes. Having become a first-rank mecha pilot, he knew more about mechas, modules, and attributes. Among the attributes related to enigmatism, the time attribute was undoubtedly one of the highest. Its incidence was extremely low, and to date, only a few time modules had emerged on planet Blue Star. Not to mention, higher-tier attributes on low-rank modules have a concept of incompatibility. For example, the antimatter attribute would never appear on a first-rank module. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 181. Lucky Aura, Time Module, _2. No matter how much more I supercharged it, it was the same. But supernatural abilities of the enigmatism aspect are different from magic, inherently possessing a great deal of uncertainty and having a strong correlation with luck. Supernatural, everything is possible. Countless mutated limbs stretched out from the clothes, wrapping around Kun Ping. A bizarre mecha with twisted tentacles appeared before Jiang Chen. A slimy tentacle picked up a module and gradually engulfed it. Kun Ping's voice sounded. "Brother Jiang, let's make a bet. Bet on whether this module has the element of time in it or not." "I bet it does." When the module was completely swallowed, Jiang Chen thought he heard the ticking sound of a clock's hand, invisible to the eye. The next moment, a brand new bronze module with a hand popped out of the mutated mecha. A voice of ecstatic joy emitted from the mutated mecha, which couldn't help but shake with excitement. "Haha, I've won the bet again." Jiang Chen gently clutched the module in mid-air. Rapid action, supercharged. Rank, 3. Quality, perfect. Type, accessory module. Effect 1, once loaded, slightly accelerates the body's time, improving the action speed, increases Mecha's 15,000 agility, 5,000 enigmatism. Effect 2, once loaded, slightly enhances time resistance. Reduces the impact of time influences. Description: the same world, different times. It really was a time-related module. Jiang Chen was amazed. He was just talking casually. Even if the module didn't have time attributes, he would have been happy with any module that had good effects. Unexpectedly, when Kun Ping bet on time, he really won time. This concept of being able to change luck with such abilities seemed way too overpowered. Unfortunately, a low-rank module was still a low-rank module after all. Although it had time attributes, this rapid action module did not provide any special abilities. It was a more puristic attribute module. It provided agility and enigmatism attributes, plus a bit of time resistance. The only remarkable thing about it was the time attribute itself. However, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with it as well. He had used quite a number of time-related mythical materials on the Steam Mecha and obtained a mythical item that could strengthen the Mecha's time attributes. Combining it with an actual time module, this setup would definitely evolve into a time mecha, wouldn't it? Even though his mecha's rank was too low to obtain evolutionary modules related to time. When it came to the upgrade from rank 3 to 4, he would surely awaken a true time-based ability module. Speaking of which, by accelerating the body's time to increase action speed, shouldn't it also incidentally enhance recovery speed or something like that? Like the many speedsters in Jiang Chen's memories. As their speed increased, their energy consumption and recovery rate both saw significant improvements. After seeing the second effect, Jiang Chen guessed the reason. After all, this was a mecha module derived from supernatural abilities. If a supernatural ability user stayed in an accelerated time state for a long period, their speed would be faster, but they would also age quicker. Therefore, the supernatural ability itself would enhance the user's time resistance, reducing the impact of time on their lifespan, decreasing the number of cell divisions. Perhaps, they could even accelerate their actions while slowing down aging. What a lousy supernatural ability! Jiang Chen delivered a sharp judgment. No matter how one looked at it, it was still a time module, capable of bestowing time attributes on a mecha. What's more, the production of this module made Jiang Chen realize the powerful nature of Kun Ping's talent. It could almost be considered an advanced luck aura, a manual king of luck, a humanoid jackpot machine. Brother Kun, I'll leave all the prize drawing tasks to you from now on. Leave it to me. Kun Ping retracted the mutated Mecha, patted his chest, and smiled broadly. He could easily make waves in the Alliance Forum, befriend numerous big shots, and even chatted a few times with the symbol of the Alliance. It's all about that top-tier talent. Right, when you have time, you can find a couple of teammates and run through the abyss difficulty level of the Star of Mutation. Root's core combined with infinite vitality is a suit module of supercharged level. It can help you increase some survival capabilities. A supercharged suit? Kun Ping's eyes widened. The Mecha pilots of Planet Blue Star are still struggling for supercharged modules. And Jiang Chen has already started playing with high-end stuff like supercharged suits. Brother Jiang is awesome. Jiang Chen shared a wave of cultivation experience relevant to supercharged mechas with Kun Ping, as well as insights on strategies for abyss difficulty level. In the process, he also set up a stall at the entrance to the event. Apart from supercharged modules, he'd also acquired plenty of ordinary modules and low-quality materials in age-old Shadow and the ranking trials that he had no use for. Originally, he had planned to dispose of these things in the Alliance's warehouse. Now, upon arriving at the event venue, he simply decided to deal with everything on the spot. Not for making money, a few contributions could get one a lottery draw, limited to 3 draws per person, simply to benefit the rookie Mecha pilots. At the same time, this satisfied Jiang Chen's own desire to run a stall. His initial investment of 50,000 contributions to rent a shop in Sunshine City hadn't even paid off before he was completely ousted. What's the point of running a store with unlimited contributions? So, Jiang Chen could only indulge this way. The ordinary modules and low-quality materials, which were useless to him, were considered premium items to these rookies. It didn't take long before his stall was completely surrounded and swiftly sold out. Because Jiang Chen was wearing a special item, people didn't recognize his identity. It was only a burgeoning urban legend about a mysterious jar vendor at the competition entrance that began circulating online. After disposing of the warehouse's junk like this, Jiang Chen was about to head home and dive into grinding. Kun Ping, who had helped with the stall for a short while, suddenly showed a look of surprise after checking his personal terminal. The Alliance plans to distribute gene serums that can enhance the human body, allowing Mecha pilots to awaken superpowers, and they're asking if I need it. Unable to help it, Kun Ping looked up at Jiang Chen. The super ability gene serum, that couldn't happen to be something you came up with, Brother Jiang. The vast changes that had occurred on Planet Blue Star were almost all brought about by Jiang Chen. Therefore, upon encountering something like the super ability serum that he had never heard of before, Kun Ping's thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Chen. However, his imagination was still not rich enough. It's made with my genetic sample, Jiang Chen admitted plainly. As a physique-type Mecha pilot, to bring out the strongest effect, my gene was used as the sample to create the super ability serum. Kun Ping was astonished. He treated Brother Jiang like a brother. But Jiang was about to become his dad? No, wait, if this gene serum becomes widespread, wouldn't Jiang end up being the father of all humankind? He couldn't help but ask. What are the effects of the super ability serum like? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen spoke. You are a first-rank Mecha pilot. If you use a Type 1 serum, you could gain about 30 to 50 points in bodily attributes, in addition to effects like enhanced life force recovery, stamina recovery, and so on. Besides, you are not a physique-type Mecha pilot, you don't need to rely on raw physical strength, so it's best not to follow the explosive path, but rather use a serum that takes the life force path. For the life force serum, the basic model, 0th rank, first rank, you will use the serum 3 times in total. There's a chance to awaken 2 superpowers from options like photosynthesis, blood demon transformation, infinite vitality, flesh armor, Vampiric thorns. 50 points in bodily attributes, the chance to awaken supernatural abilities. You know, the maximum attributes for a standard first-rank Mecha, when fully enhanced, is only 200. The Mecha pilot doesn't need to do anything. Just by injecting the serum, they could gain power close to that of a Mecha. And that's just the first-rank serum. After a moment of silence, Kun Ping suddenly spoke up. Dad. With such an enhancement, what's calling someone Dad in exchange? Inside the venue, Father Kun was watching the competition when he suddenly sneezed. Chapter 182. You know I'm a Mecha pilot, _1. During the Earth Cataclysm Civilization's Supernatural Ability Research Institute, Jiang Chen took only a moment to successfully assimilate their super ability gene technology. And with their equipment, he created finished products using Supreme Deity Essence blood. The high-rank researchers on planet Blue Star who specialized in scientific research and created intelligent Mecha would surely have higher efficiency than he did at that time. From sample to finished product, it wouldn't take a few days. Moreover, the main material for this low-rank super ability gene serum was Jiang Chen's blood of eternity. As long as materials containing the breath of life were used for cultivation, like cancer cells, blood could be endlessly generated. In terms of materials, this was far cheaper than the original physical enhancement. Especially the standard version for ordinary people. Although it couldn't awaken supernatural abilities and could only enhance physical vigor, the cost could be reduced to a very low price. According to Li Xiao, high-rank Mecha pilots were constructing the production line. In 2 days, once the finished product was tested and the production line put to use, 100 million basic super ability serums, 10 million 0th rank serums, and 1 million first rank serums could be mass-produced daily. In only a matter of days, nationwide enhancement could be completed, achieving an effect similar to the insomnolencer trait. In fact, there's no need to wait for nationwide enhancement. Starting from the injection of the first batch of serums, the Planet Blue Star Genius competition could proceed at a faster pace. What originally would continue for at least another month with round-the-clock events, coupled with the participation of repair engineers, would probably only need a week's time to conclude. During this process, those Genius Mecha pilots Model 0 Mecha would have surely completed 10 enhancements. Just by loading the supercharge module and taking a short rest, they could immediately begin a 10-day trial for promotion. After becoming a first-rank Mecha pilot, another 5 days to enhance the Mecha and cross the abyss. That is to say, in about 20-something days. My burst rate in the abyss will start to grow. Jiang Chen was full of expectation. The burst rate increase provided by group dive privilege is calculated multiplicatively, with nonlinear stacking. This means the initial burst of civilization members who crossed the abyss would bring the highest burst rate benefits to the hopeful ones. For example, if the burst rate of a supercharge upgrade item is 0.1%. On average, it would be produced once for every 1,000 completions of an endless difficulty level. If the burst rate enhancement brought by 100 Genius Mecha pilots could raise this figure to 5%. On average, 50 would be produced for every 1,000 completions of an endless difficulty level. Therefore, the burst rate enhancement brought by 1 million Genius Mecha pilots might not increase the supercharge upgrade's burst rate to 10%. This nonlinear stacking calculation means the burst rate benefits provided by civilization members will become lower and lower. It will never exceed a certain threshold. This calculation method might seem to limit snowballing. But Jiang Chen thought it was a good thing. After all, Group Diver is a trait owned by all civilizations that have crossed the abyss. If it were those ancient civilizations that have lasted for thousands, tens of thousands, or even an eternity of years, the population of these civilizations would probably be counted in trillions or more. Plus, with the collection of various civilizational legacies and civilization potential enhancements over an infinite span of years, even the weakest civilization members would have the ability to cross the abyss. If it were not for nonlinear stacking, With the enhancement of so many civilization members, how exaggerated would the burst rates of the hopeful ones of those ancient civilizations be? Wouldn't it be like when exploring the abyss, firing a cannon would result in a shower of blood from abyss overlords, and swathes of mythical items? That would be too exaggerated. Nonlinear stacking is reasonable. How can the difficulty of crossing the abyss in the later stages of a civilization be comparable to that of the early stages? Just like now. Jiang Chen put a lot of effort into gathering more than 100 genius Mecha pilots. This will bring him a substantial burst rate boost. It could directly increase tenfold, or even by dozens of times. After that, it will be a slow trickle of gradual growth. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't just wait for the burst rate increase after 20-something days before starting to farm the endless abyss. He has to grind out suitable modules first to help Yun complete the promotion. Also, the cultivation of number 3 and the enhancement of 0. There's still a lot to grind out. One step at a time, let's first enhance 0 to the limit. The evolution path for 0 is now very clear. The materials for enhancement are also supplied by high-rank Mecha pilots with top-quality materials. No need to explore the abyss, just design the blueprint and begin the enhancement. However, after 0 was promoted to second rank, its body grew to 5 meters, and the material requirements for enhancement became more complex and diverse, making the process more cumbersome. Jiang Chen spent a full 2 days to complete the enhancement of 0. Afterward, 0's attributes once again saw growth. Strength, agility, and mystique attributes remained unchanged. Defense increased from 25,000 to 40,000, armor value went up to 500,000, and the regeneration rate increased to 100 points/s. Then, with the loading of 4 third-rank supercharged attribute modules, dropped by Veteran Master Chao, Veteran Ice Soul Tyrant, and elite monsters from promotion trials, he made do with them. After the comprehensive enhancement, the final attributes became Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000, Enigmatism 10,000, Defense 80,000, Armor Value 800,000, Regeneration Rate 120 points/s. The current 0, if returned to the Earth Cataclysm world to confront the Dragon God monster. Chapter 183. You know I'm a Mecha pilot, _2. Even without the enhancement of Mecha Soul Fusion, he could still block the attacks of the Dragon God monster with boulder form. No matter the attack, the defense was maxed out first. The only problem is, the enemy is too weak. If Mecha Soul Fusion is activated, ordinary enemies might not even be able to touch 0. The strength of the Abyss Overlord in endless difficulty level is related to Jiang Chen's overall strength. If Jiang Chen's overall strength is entirely focused on defense, there might arise the ridiculous situation where neither the Abyss Overlord can scratch Jiang Chen, nor can Jiang Chen scratch the Abyss Overlord. Therefore, to prevent the Abyss Overlord from becoming trash mobs, Jiang Chen still needs to enhance Yun as well, to rebalance the 3 attributes of force, agility, and defense. Mecha can specialize, but the body itself still needs to be hexagonally balanced. However, Jiang Chen currently lacks suitable perfect quality supercharge modules and supercharge upgrade tools. These items can only be acquired through Abyss carbon copies. As a result, Jiang Chen's attention returned to the age-old shadow. Lacking supercharge modules. Moreover, my second-rank Mecha pilot trait has yet to be settled. Let's try out 400 Abyss difficulty levels first. Information on 150 age-old shadows of level 2 swept through his mind. In just an instant, Jiang Chen identified his first target. His right hand rose slightly, touching the Abyss rune. 10,9,8. The surging Abyss atmosphere burst forth from his palm, transforming into countless pure white fibers, pulling the body towards the sky. Jiang Chen opened his arms and was swiftly swallowed by the vine-like structure, materializing into a red and white biological mecha. Age-old reappearance, shadow unquenched. Welcome to the Abyss. Current location, Demon's Descent. Level 2. Difficulty, Abyss. Objective, kill the final boss, Darkness She-Host. Description: the demons descend upon the world, civilization perishes, and the demon army from the void turns the world to scorched earth. Through the refinement of life force energy, the demon army is nourished, and within their nest the Darkness She-Host has finally been born. She dominates this burning land, drawing power from the endless magic web. Awaiting the call from the Legion. Friendly reminder: free exploration, you can exit the abyss at any time, 1 minute preparation time required. The planet, on the brink of perpetual combustion, has completely turned to jet black. In the distance, the wails of tormented spirits can be faintly heard. They will serve as fuel for the magic web until their souls are exhausted. On this scorched land like charred embers, the rift opens, and the red and white Mecha gently lands, hovering in mid-air. The Demon Legion from the Void. According to the background provided by the Abyss Rune and the Alliance's reconnaissance data, Demon's Descent, this age-old shadow, was once a magic side planet with a natural magic web, inheriting magic traditions. Until one day, a great mage became contaminated by the void, degenerating into a mad demon puppet. He opened the demon's gate to the void, leading the demon army from the void. This relentless demon army ultimately destroyed the planet, giving birth to a terrifying being. The background of Demon's Descent is similar to many other age-old shadows, and doesn't seem to have anything special. Even the current planet Blue Star is enduring the invasion of alien space demons, or alien demons. Furthermore, low-difficulty age-old shadows are not the real world. They are shadow fragments that can be infinitely restored. Thus, the Alliance's past Mecha pilots merely considered the information given by the Abyss Rune as ordinary carbon copy backgrounds. They didn't think too deeply about the significance behind these backgrounds. But Jiang Chen is different. Firstly, he's already very clear that the age-old shadows in Abyss difficulty level are the real world. Secondly, he has continuously cleared 400 age-old shadows at Abyss difficulty level within level 1 of the Abyss. Among these newly unlocked age-old shadows, there was one unremarkable existence. Demon's Gate. This was also a mysterious side of the age-old shadow. The background resembled the medieval era, where persecuted witches had opened the gates to the demon world, beckoning the invasion of the demon army, which set the entire world ablaze. Furthermore, the summoned demon army was likewise claimed to hail from the void. The Abyss Overlord, while drawing the world's power, awaited the Legion's call. How similar was this to the background of Demon's Descent? Jiang Chen couldn't possibly ignore such obvious matters. Could the demon legions invading these two worlds both come from the same stretch of the void? Or even, could they belong to the same legion, merely different squadrons? If that is truly the case, doesn't that mean some parts of the world are actually facing calamities from the same source? Do these calamities also possess the ability to traverse the abyss, to cross worlds? Add to that the civilizations in the Rising Trials, all of which were human civilizations, while the other species were categorized into abyss monsters. And civilizations within the abyss continued to encounter endless calamities, never to know a day of peace. Jiang Chen found it hard not to contemplate. Were there two opposing factions among the humans and monsters in the abyss? Like the Demon's Legion, an abyss monster force powerful enough to cross the abyss and obliterate civilizations. Could there also be some power that enabled them to grow and continually bring disasters to civilizations? Sadly, Planet Blue Star's civilization had but a brief encounter with the Abyss Rune. In this regard, even Senior Yano might not know too much information. It's likely only those ancient civilizations with high privileges could know some of the reasons. Even this sort of demon legion capable of crossing the abyss might be the very disaster those ancient civilizations encountered. Civilizations destroyed by events like Demon's Descent and Demon's Gate might have been spotted by chance and wiped out on a whim. If everything was as Jiang Chen thought, then the alien demon invasion that Planet Blue Star faced those abyss monsters capable of invading other planes probably weren't so simple. As Jiang Chen pondered these questions, he piloted the primeval mecha towards the demon's lair. Soon, an open-air nest constructed from charred stone and filled with clots of dark red flesh came into view. Within the numerous clots of flesh, there was a creature around 40 meters tall with an upper body resembling a humanoid posture and a lower half akin to a bestial physique, complemented by numerous spider-like limbs. It seemed to have sensed the presence, bared its upper body, and raised its head. Looking up at the mecha in the sky, a sharp voice rang out. "Is this another fool seeking death? Just in time, I've been rather bored lately, so I'll join you in seeking some amusement." Not all Abyss Overlords were keen on communication. For instance, the Abyss Overlord of the Demon's Gate, who repeated just a few phrases, calling others ants or insects, apparently without much intelligence. Seeing that this darkness she host appeared to be someone he could communicate with, Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. He promptly piloted the primeval mecha, landing inside the lair. Before the darkness she host could attack, he voluntarily disarmed, opened the outer layer of the mecha and jumped out from inside it. He spread his hands, showing he was unarmed, and spoke. "You've misunderstood, I'm not here to fight. I've admired the Legion's name for a very long time, holding a deep sense of admiration. Just that, I've never really had the chance. Now, I want to join the Legion and, by the way, hear about the Legion's style and philosophy." Oh! A hint of amusement flickered in the eyes of the darkness she host. However, her movements didn't halt for even a moment, continuing to advance forward. "There are many humans who wish to join the Legion. Even if you are a mecha pilot, you must prove your value." With that said, the darkness she host swung one of her limbs, striking down like lightning, seemingly to cleave Jiang Chen thoroughly. The next moment, Jiang Chen raised his palm. He easily grasped the darkness she host's limb, preventing it from descending any further. The sharp barbs on the surface of the limb couldn't puncture his tough skin at all. A voice resonated, filled with surprise. "You knew I am a mecha pilot." Chapter 184. Chain Calamities, Large-Scale Suit. _1. Jiang Chen could understand the words of the darkness she host because of the universal translator. This device translates language and thoughts into comprehensible similar words to achieve barrier-free communication. For example, what one steps on is called the Earth, the satellite orbiting a planet is Moon, and the central star in a galaxy is Sun. However, there's a catch to this translation method. Both parties must have certain awareness of a thing for it to work. Just like the incident with Master Chow. Although many mecha pilots on planet Blue Star, including Li Xiao, piloted their mechas to challenge him, he did not understand, nor did he know the concept of a mecha pilot. Therefore, originally, he referred to Jiang Chen as challenger, which was very vague. This time, the words of the darkness she host were translated to mecha pilot, instead of ant, enemy, challenger, or the like. This indicated she not only had seen mecha pilots but also fully understood the meaning of a mecha pilot and possessed a corresponding concept of the whole mecha pilot system, just with a different nomenclature. This was outrageous. Any second-rank mecha pilot on planet Blue Star had a clear awareness of their own strength. They would no longer challenge unbeatable enemies indiscriminately like they did at first rank. Therefore, in 20 years, there have only been 4 challenge records for the Abyss difficulty level of Demon's Descent. This was obviously not enough for the darkness she host to understand the system of mecha pilots. She must have other sources of information. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes shone as he firmly grabbed hold of the darkness she host's limbs, shaking them slightly. Who would have thought the famous Legion Overlord would know my identity? The darkness she host is an overlord of the Abyss level 2. She has drawn the strength of an entire planet, with attributes reaching 100,000. Such formidable power couldn't free herself from Jiang Chen's grasp and was tightly held in place. After struggling forcefully for a moment, all her other limbs had already shattered rocks and sunk down, yet Jiang Chen's hand remained unmoving. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. Just like the cockroaches in the kitchen that can never be fully exterminated and always manage to resurrect from the ashes. Using a power called Abyss Rune, rampaging throughout the abyss. This legion has been fighting an eternal enemy for ages. Even many legion overlords have been enslaved by you. The stench of you Mecha pilots, I could easily recognize it even if it were burnt to ashes. The darkness she host's voice was chilling and sharp, yet without a trace of fear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's vision brightened. This abyss overlord, true to being from a major organization, indeed knew quite a bit. Her legion has been contending with Mecha pilots for ages? Shift the perspective a bit. Hasn't the alien demon invasion on planet Blue Star also lasted for 20 years? Clearly, it's highly likely that the legion is a calamity faced by some ancient civilization. So everything makes sense now. The more powerful a civilization is, the greater the calamity it attracts. Just like the original fire transmitter civilization, those ancient civilizations might have spanned countless years and perhaps already mastered the ability to traverse the abyss without the need for special characteristics. Becoming true abyss-level civilizations. Then the calamities they faced must also be of the abyss level, or even more terrifying. Such calamities, being able to threaten civilizations of that magnitude with abyss-crossing capabilities, is only natural. Just like a fierce wind blowing not just affecting the biggest bonfire but also causing ripples that affect the scattered weaker flames. These terrifying calamities could also reach weaker civilizations, becoming the source of disaster for many more. Thinking about it carefully, there seem to be similar shadows in other age-old shadows. In Master Chao's Star of Mutation, the source of calamity was an extraterrestrial virus brought by a meteorite from outer space. What is the source of the virus? In Master Luo's Endless Demons realm, it was the opening of the gate to purgatory that led to an outpour of countless demons. What lies on the other side of purgatory? Why did the Ice Soul Tyrant suddenly resurrect after thousands of years, acquiring the power to freeze an entire planet? These inexplicable sources of disaster. Perhaps each one corresponds to a horrific abyss-level calamity. Of course, these abyss-level calamities currently do not affect planet Blue Star. However, they provided Jiang Chen with a train of thought. Module set. Under normal circumstances, modules produced by the same age-old shadow, due to the same power source, are more likely to be combined into corresponding sets. Like the infinite core set provided by Master Chao. However, the types of modules produced by a single age-old shadow are limited. Even if the power source is the same, the attribute effects may not be a match, and they may not be able to combine to form a set of modules. This is why, so far, Planet Blue Star has only managed to come up with a few module sets. With fewer age-old shadows and fewer options, naturally, there are fewer combinations. Now, it seems possible to change the approach. Different age-old shadows might also have the same source of disaster. Like this so-called Demon's Legion. It exists at first rank and second rank. Perhaps third rank, fourth rank, fifth rank, and even stronger age-old shadows all have traces of Legion calamities. Then, Jiang Chen just needs to keep searching for the series of modules from the Legion calamities. It would be possible to assemble a complete, large module set. Demon's Legion set. Additionally, there's the viral life calamity represented by Master Chao. Virus life set. The Netherworld demon calamity represented by Master Luo. Netherworld King Hades set. As long as the scale of the abyss calamity was large enough, and there were plenty of age-old shadows left behind. Naturally, they could be combined into an exceptional top-tier module set. What a horrifying Legion calamity! It's clearly the second-generation angel investor after Master Chao. In just an instant, Jiang Chen recognized the essence of the Legion calamity. In addition, there was a keyword in the words of darkness she host that caught Jiang Chen's attention. Mecha pilot enslaving a legion overlord. How are they enslaved? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Until now, he had only heard of killing abyssal monsters, absorbing the abyss atmosphere, and producing module materials. He had never heard anything about enslavement. Could it be that those ancient civilizations had already researched special techniques to capture and train abyssal monsters into something like Pokémon? Jiang Chen's curiosity, however, touched on the sensitive heart of Darkness She-Host. She had been relatively calm, but upon hearing his question, she suddenly erupted in rage. Damned Mecha pilots! I knew it, you have no good intentions. What loyalty to the Legion, you're nothing but a despicable swindler trying to extract information. Don't think you can enslave me. Darkness She-Host screamed, launching an attack. Magic energy fires, flesh-slicing moves, and various other techniques were unleashed one after the other. Unfortunately for her, Jiang Chen had already pumped his force agility attribute to 250,000 and his defense to 280,000 during the rank advancement trials. He had the crushing advantage, easily blocking these moves. Using his formidable strength, he steadily suppressed Darkness She-Host, hoping to extract more information. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he used gentle persuasion or threats and temptations, Darkness She-Host, like a mad creature, was unwilling to divulge any more information. Even after Jiang Chen demolished all her limbs and pinned her forcefully to the ground, she just sneered coldly. Even in death, I merely return to the void. You will never truly be able to kill me. On the contrary, since you have made it here, it means your world has already caught the Legion's attention. One day, I will find your world and bring the Void Legion to destroy your civilization. Don't forget to get in line. Jiang Chen found that he could no longer squeeze any more out of Darkness She-Host, so without hesitation, he shattered her body. As a great deal of abyss atmosphere rushed into his palm, the ever-burning flames on the planet finally began to die down. The wailing souls also scattered joyfully. Lines of text appeared before his eyes. Killing Darkness She-Host, you've acquired the perfect module, Magic Energy Surge, Supercharged. Successfully slew the boss, ending the Abyss Calamity. Number of people who cleared, 1. Abyss level, 2. Reward settlement is based on known information. You have earned the perfect module, Magic Metal Shield, Supercharged. You have earned the nascent form Mecha, Shadow Demon Spider, excellent. With the Abyss cleared, the age-old shadows will now be formed from the Abyss fragments. With the Abyss cleared, the new Endless Abyss will now be unlocked based on the level of the Abyss. With the Abyss cleared, Endless difficulty level is now available. First clearance of Abyss level 2 has increased the civilization potential of Planet Blue Star, current potential, 23. An unknown trait is brewing, insufficient civilization potential, please continue to enhance. Settlement complete, detaching from Abyss in 30 seconds. Didn't get the multi-limb, multi-foot modules, hey. Jiang Chen scanned the rewards settlement and felt somewhat disappointed. The reason he chose Demon's Descent as the first age-old shadow was not only because it was somewhat similar to Demon's Gate, but also because Darkness She-Host was a multi-limbed overlord. Her arms and legs combined numbered more than 20, which might have yielded corresponding multiple arm modules. This would work well with the 3 lives skull, the entire 3 heads and 6 arms set and such. Unfortunately, while hopes were high, the desired outcome did not materialize. No worries, I'll just post a trade request in the Alliance market later. Let everyone help me get some limb modules. Not the spider form arm kind that can't be modified, the standard limb modules won't do, it has to be like the 3 lives skull, allowing the modules to take extra effect. That way, there's a chance to form a set. Moreover, when Jiang Chen saw the nascent form Mecha Shadow Demon Spider, with an appearance quite similar to Darkness She-Host, a thought struck him. Mecha pilot enslavement of abyssal monsters mentioned by Darkness She-Host. Could it possibly mean creating similar nascent form mechas through killing and then constructing the corresponding mecha? On closer consideration, it really seemed possible. However, Jiang Chen glanced at the attributes of the shadow demon spider and couldn't help shaking his head. With such lackluster attributes, who would want to enslave you? Truly a letdown. Darkness swept over, engulfing him completely. Chapter 185. Hardcore Grinding Module, Steam Evolution, _1. The information disclosed by the Darkness She-Host didn't affect Jiang Chen's dungeon farming rhythm. After leaving Demon's Descent and returning to the real world, he briefly uploaded some dungeon data and immediately embarked on the next round of exploration. The attributes of a Abyss Level 1 Overlord are roughly between 7 to 8,000, varying according to their inclinations. The attributes of a Abyss Level 2 Overlord, on the other hand, all exceed 100,000, with some of the more extreme ones reaching as high as 150,000. Furthermore, there are unique mechanics exclusive to Abyss Overlords. The rate of growth in Abyss difficulty is more exaggerated than that of many Mecha pilots. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's growth far exceeds the Abyss. When he first broke through to Abyss Level 1, he still needed to test the waters in the ordinary difficulty level, battling it out for 300 rounds with an ordinary difficulty Master Chao, and still not managing to take him down in the end. Now that he's reached Abyss Level 2, he's able to activate speedrun mode directly. Enter the Abyss, check his body, bid farewell happily. The entire process is effortless and simple. Thus, people witnessed the miracle of the feverish farming king clearing 100 age-old shadows every day. Once his attributes increased, and he became more proficient in his duties. Jiang Chen's dungeon clearing speed also improved, from 80 per day to 100 per day. Therefore, it took him only 4 days to complete the originally planned 400 age-old shadows. However, in order to find Daisy Chain Abyss of the Avoid Demons Legion variety, he farmed for 2 additional days, extra clearing 200 age-old shadows at Abyss difficulty level. A total of 600 age-old shadows, producing 1,200 supercharge modules, as well as the corresponding nascent form Mecha and Mecha pilot traits. Mass production of supercharge modules by a single person. At this point, Jiang Chen didn't care much about these anymore. When choosing modules, I don't care whether it's supercharged or not, as long as the attributes are good, I can supercharge them all. Therefore, Jiang Chen's focus when it came to modules was entirely on attributes, quality, synergy, and functionality. Through this method, he first selected 3 functional modules. The first module focused on speed. Ion Engine. This is a technology-oriented module that can generate several ion propulsion units on the mecha's back or other positions. It can provide the ability to fly, applicable to atmospheres and space combat. It can also continuously provide power, increasing speed non-stop, for the purpose of interstellar travel. This module can fill the gap in Jiang Chen's flight speed. It allows him to spend less time traveling to Earth-like planets around the civilization's home star, expanding his monster farming range. However, this type of engine is a sublight speed engine. Even with Jiang Chen's high agility and energy, it's not possible to achieve light speed flight with this engine. At most, it will reach a certain threshold. Interstellar distances are usually measured in light years, often spanning dozens, hundreds, or even millions of light years. In such cases, you'll need a warp engine or other superluminal engine modules or space-time ability modules. The Alliance's inventory has warp engine modules in stock. Unfortunately, it's a true high-rank module, and Mecha below 7th rank simply can't equip it. The second module is focused on reconnaissance. Danger perception. This is a special module from Enigmatism, which enhances the ability to sense life and allows the Mecha to detect sources of danger within a certain range. That is, beings with a certain level of life intensity. Although it's not a time-based precognition of danger, its effectiveness in locating enemies is much better than that of high-energy perception. It can ignore geographic obstacles to spot distant enemies. The downside is that it can't perceive beings from other planes, and if an enemy manages to lower their life intensity by some means, they may also evade detection. The third module is focused on repair. Mechanical tentacles. A special module from the technology side, capable of adding several freely controllable mechanical tentacles to the mecha. The size of these mechanical tentacles varies with the mecha, capable of extending up to 10 times the length of the mecha's body. They can be used in place of the mecha's hands to operate some external equipment, thus freeing both hands. They can also inherit a small amount of the mecha's strength to assist in attacks. The control precision of the mechanical tentacles is related to the computing power of the mecha. This module clearly belongs to the multi-arm module category. It is a pity, though, since it's technological, tentacle-based, and can't inherit the effects of other modules. Obviously, it can't form a set with 3 lives skull. Jiang Chen chose this module primarily as a transition to improve his mecha repair speed. In this way, even if 2 mecha are damaged at the same time, he can repair both at once. The more mecha he has in the future, the more repair time is reduced, and the higher the benefits. A total of 3 functional modules. Although they haven't enhanced Jiang Chen's direct combat capabilities, they can still provide substantial benefits. As for why he didn't choose even more functional modules, the reason is simple. Just as when Jiang Chen was 0 rank, he rarely obtained ability modules, and it wasn't until 1st rank that he acquired abilities like flame control. Low-ranked functional modules are extremely rare. Most are modules related to attributes, damage, weapons, etc. High-rank functional modules also often are not applicable to low-ranked mecha. Additionally, a mecha's module slots are limited in number. The more functional modules equipped, the lower the growth in attributes. Moreover, many ability modules, such as the speed from the ion engine, the range from danger perception, the number of mechanical tentacles. Chapter 186. Grinding the module, Steam Evolution, _2. Enhancements can be achieved through repeated absorption. Instead of choosing some weaker function modules, it's better to stick with a few highly applicable supercharge function modules for repeated absorption. The gains are much higher this way. Out of the 1200 second rank supercharge modules, not only did he select 3 highly applicable modules, but he also gathered the perfect modules needed for the Steam Mecha's rank upgrade. Since Jiang Chen had already learned of the existence of mega catastrophes, he knew that many different age-old shadows might share the same catastrophe origin. When selecting modules, he naturally took these things into account. However, of the 4 modules the Steam Mecha had already absorbed, star energy was given by Master Chao. The catastrophes related to Master Chao involved bioviruses, not matching the path of the Steam Mecha. The remaining Titan armor and energy overload came from age-old shadows that seemed to be catastrophes induced by humanity themselves, without involving mega catastrophes. Therefore, after some thought, Jiang Chen decided to choose a lucky catastrophe and start from scratch with Yun as his growth mentor. First, he, like Zero, needed to determine Yun's ultimate path for the future. Zero was to become an immortal life force mecha, mastering the rules of life. Yun's path was already set. Time mecha. Time attributes, such as burst, speed, and steam, are the best combination. For example, time reversal. After a burst, reset oneself to the original state, which allows for permanent burst status, an eternal peak condition. And then there's time acceleration, time jumping, time stasis. Just one ability is incredibly against the heavens. Having decided Yun's path, it was time to select a catastrophe related to time. In the lower tier age-old shadows, there undoubtedly would not be any related to time. Here, one could use a deductive approach. Including Bai Ying, Planet Blue Star had already produced 3 time mechas. These time mechas, able to awaken true time modules, must have used a large amount of time attribute materials. These materials could not all have come from rank upgrade trials. They might also include drops from high-tier trials to support such extensive use. Jiang Chen consulted the Alliance records and quickly found relevant information. On levels 6, 7, and 8 of Planet Blue Star's Abyss, there are 3 age-old shadows each that can produce time attribute materials. However, these age-old shadows were quite difficult, only producing time materials. No one had produced modules. Simply by the time power contained in the materials, it was not enough to shape a time mecha. Bai Ying and the other 3 high-tier mechas used additional rare materials and modules obtained in rank upgrade trials to finally awaken their time power. Jiang Chen reviewed the data for these 9 age-old shadows capable of producing time materials. He quickly identified a target. Past enemy. This was an age-old shadow on the 6th level of the Abyss. The background involved a civilization exploring a star system and, upon a planet rich in metal elements, they discovered traces of an ancient civilization and triggered a device. The result was that this device was a time locator from a mechanical civilization. After studying the time device, those mechanical life forms threw part of the devices into the time turmoil. Now, with this time locator activated, it became the anchor point for these mechanical life forms. Allowing a portion of the mechanical life forms to break free from the time turbulence, they attacked the star system civilization. After the war, the civilization was destroyed. These mechanical life forms absorbed the essence of the star system civilization to create new devices. Such mechanical marauders, able to wander through time, are evidently mega catastrophes of a very high level, similar to the Void Demon's Legion. The civilizations affected by them are definitely not limited to just this one. Therefore, Jiang Chen furiously ran through 600 age-old shadows, trying to find out if these mechanical marauders had left any traces in the 2nd level abyss. And when he reached the 563rd age-old shadow, he finally found traces of these mechanical marauders once again. Lost Moon. The background of this age-old shadow was that a civilization, while exploring a satellite, discovered a mysterious device. Upon triggering it, a large number of mechanical life forms emerged from deep within the satellite, using it as a base to sweep over and destroy the entire civilization. Remarkably similar to the background of the mechanical marauders. During his battle with the Abyss Overlord, Jiang Chen used the available information, along with some guesses, to pry some words and confirm his suspicions. These mechanical life forms were indeed from the wanderers in the time turbulence. Mechanical, time. Isn't this the perfect growth mentor for Yun? Jiang Chen promptly took it down. Although after killing the Abyss Overlord, the resulting modules didn't contain any elements of time. They were merely perfect property modules on the technology side. Jiang Chen was not disappointed at all. Low-level modules are originally difficult to incorporate the element of time. Even the rapid action module obtained through gambling just grazes the surface, containing only a trace of the power of time. First, I'll max out the compatibility, and then I'll farm those mechanical marauders later. When my rank becomes higher, naturally, I'll be able to farm modules related to the time category, or even complete sets. One attribute module produced by the mechanical marauder, one time module, 2 meticulously selected perfect attribute modules. In total, 4 modules are all in place. Jiang Chen didn't wait any longer. Wasn't it just grinding the Abyss carbon copy for 6 straight days? It's only 144 hours. There's nothing worth resting for. Begin the evolution. Surrounded by Yun's cheers, Jiang Chen arrived at the Star Energy Mecha Enhancement Zone in the base. Transform the Abyss atmosphere, activate the Star Energy. The scorching Star Energy flowed into the enhancement array. The red patterns on the surface of the steam mecha quickly lit up, and the exhaust pipes, accompanied by the operation of the power, began to eject large amounts of steam. During this process, Jiang Chen touched the Abyss rune and took out a 7-colored pearl. With a thought, the colorful pearl turned into countless streaks of light, which, along with the abyss atmosphere, surged into the steam. Please choose the attribute to enhance. Fire, light, alloy, time. The steam mecha had absorbed a large amount of material and contained many attributes. At this moment, all these attributes emerged before his eyes. Jiang Chen made his choice without hesitation. Time. The light changed and quickly contracted. At that moment, he felt as if the speed of time passing around him had slowed down. Accompanying the ticking of time, an ethereal tolling of the clock echoed in his ears. Dong! The steam instantly dispersed. A huge figure with a height over 20 meters, built entirely of brass with flame patterns, came into view. Its size greatly surpassed the medium-scale steam mecha that pilots like Lila had driven in the steam world. Its armor plates looked more luminous and cleaner, and besides exhaust pipes, its body featured many decorations resembling the hands of a clock. Especially the star energy power source in the center of the chest plate, beneath that dazzling bright light, a trace of a clock's mark could be vaguely seen. It looked incredibly enigmatic. Large-sized mecha. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. It might be due to the installation of modules like the Titan armor. After the evolution, the steam mecha started to grow into a large-sized mecha. The change in size greatly exceeded the primeval mecha, forming an entirely different route. The most important thing is, a mecha over 20 meters in height, could he finally sit inside it? Phew! As if sensing Jiang Chen's emotions, the steam erupted violently, accompanied by the sound of gears rotating. The breastplate of the steam mecha slowly opened, revealing the intricate gear mechanism inside, as well as an enclosed cockpit that looked quite comfortable with a seat. My lord, please enter my body and give it a slight test. Although Yun's statement was a bit strange, Jiang Chen couldn't control the excitement in his heart, and he moved into it. As the cockpit closed, the evolved attributes of the steam mecha emerged before his eyes. Code name, Overcharged Steam Yun. Type, Medium-Scale Steam Mecha, Supercharged. Quality, Flawless, 4-fold absorption. Rank, Second. Enhancement, 0. Attributes, Strength 40,000, Agility 40,000, Defense 20,000, Enigmatism 0.1000. Armor, 100,000/100,000. Energy, 150,000/150,000. Recovery rate 20.0/s. Core modules, absorbed star energy, high precision gears. Accessory modules, absorbed energy overload, power enhancement, Titan armor, rapid action, reserve energy, high output. Core modules, not absorbed not equipped. Accessory modules, not absorbed not equipped. Evolution module, mode switch. Upgrade module, limitation unlock. Chapter 187. Unable to absorb by Ying, then learn from her, _1. The foundation of the steam mecha is much better than that of the primeval mecha. Moreover, the modules it's equipped with are almost all basic attribute modules. After reaching the second rank, its basic attributes appear to be much stronger than those of the primeval mecha. Unfortunately, unlike the primeval mecha, the abilities of the modules it has absorbed did not form a module set. Master Chao's worth is still on the rise. Jiang Chen sighed with emotion and looked at the evolution modules obtained by the steam mecha. Mode switch, supercharged. Rank, 3. Quality, flawless, mecha-dependent upgrade. Type, evolution module. Effect 1, allows the mecha to switch between basic, output, and high-speed modes, changing its own attributes. Effect 2, basic mode, no special effects. Effect 3, output mode, temporarily reduces agility by 30%, converting it to an equal amount of strength, and the mecha's body strength is greatly enhanced, not losing body parts easily. Strength increase does not affect defense and armor value. Effect 4, High-Speed Mode, temporarily reduces strength by 30%, converting it to an equal amount of agility, and the mecha's flexibility and movement speed are greatly enhanced. Speed increase does not affect agility. Description: why not start the battle in red form? When Jiang Chen was enhancing the steam mecha, he used a flawless material called memory alloy. This kind of material could grant the mecha the ability to remember, enhancing the effects of weapon switching, mode switching, and the like. Now, the evolution module of the evolved steam mecha was based on this very material. The special effect of the output mode in particular, which enhances body strength, has a very straightforward effect. Large mecha have many parts, and usually have a higher armor value. During battle, it's quite possible that the armor value isn't completely depleted, yet some parts might have taken too much damage and been destroyed. At times like these, the modules mounted on those parts usually lose their effects as well. Under the output mode of the steam mecha, when it takes damage, the damage is distributed across the entire mecha. Either there will be no visible damage, or it will break apart completely. This effect is also very useful for me. As long as I activate output mode, I don't have to worry about the enemy targeting my weaknesses and turning into a Jiang Chen with a blinded eye or a missing leg. The effects of high-speed mode are a different story. Jiang Chen was somewhat curious. It doesn't affect agility, yet it can enhance the mecha's speed. How does that work? A test will tell. Star Base has a mecha testing area. Jiang Chen called over Zero and Bai Ying and piloted the steam mecha to a different area. In an endless plain of rubble, he activated the steam mecha's high-speed mode. Gears turned, armor on the upper part of the steam mecha retracted rapidly downward, shifting to the leg armor, slimming down the entire figure substantially. Meanwhile, the clock hands on the chest ticked with a click. Jiang Chen keenly felt, through the sensory sharing from piloting the mecha, that a slight change had occurred. Time seemed to have undergone some minor anomaly. With only 52,000 in agility under the high-speed mode of the steam mecha, the extent of movement when performing actions, and the resistance experienced when running at high speeds, corresponded to the level of 52,000 agility. However, the actual speed displayed was comparable to 72,000 in agility, nearly becoming a golden red hurricane. This is the power of time. Jiang Chen's face lit up with surprise. Although the attributes of the Abyss Mecha had shown various anti-physical effects, there were times when they still respected the laws of physics. Just like how a mecha's agility doesn't just linearly add to speed enhancement. Instead, as it approaches the speed of light, the speed bonus gradually decreases. Initially, a small amount of agility could increase the movement speed by dozens of meters per second, but once the agility values reach a certain level, it could only increase the movement speed by 1 meter per second. At this moment, however, the situation changed. The flow of time around the steam mecha had altered. A slight acceleration effect occurred. Thus, while the agility of the steam mecha remained unchanged, the speed it displayed was nonetheless enhanced. This is an application of the power of time. The influence of attributes on mecha isn't limited to the probability awakening of evolution/upgrade modules during rank promotion. They also generate various effects based on their own power tendencies. Mecha with fire attributes may possess high temperature resistance, water element mecha may reduce physical damage, soul mecha might outright ignore physical damage. Mythical bioorganic mecha might have lineage suppression, and time mecha can resist time. Jiang Chen wore a smile on his face. And he could absorb the power of mecha. This meant he could keep stacking up various mecha attributes, including the power of time. If he absorbed enough of the power of time, perhaps he wouldn't need any attribute, module, or material enhancements. He might be able to achieve resistance to time and immortal longevity. It looks like, when cultivating new mecha, I can't just consider the values, mecha attributes are also extremely important. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, darkness, space-time, spirit, life and death. It would be best to have a bit of all kinds of attributes, maxing them all out. Jiang Chen was very curious. If he absorbed all the rules and attributes of the world and stacked the basic values to an unimaginable point, what would happen? Following its advancement, the power shown by the steam mecha very much satisfied Jiang Chen. Already at the second rank, it had mastered the application of the power of time, becoming a true time mecha. Going at this rate, as long as it reached a sufficient rank, it could instantly awaken a true time module. When Jiang Chen piloted the steam mecha back to the starting point, even Bai Ying revealed a hint of genuine envy. What she used to envy and be moved by was merely the bond between the adult and the mecha. As for her strength, being a 7th rank time mecha, even without a supercharge module, it already stood at the pinnacle of planet Blue Star. In combination with Ruan Minjiahu's innate talent, at the same rank, even when facing the symbol of the Alliance's main force mecha, it possessed the capability to fight. Even the possibility of victory existed. This is the power of rule-based systems. So when she saw Yun's growth, she felt only joy and happiness, without much envy. Not until now had her defenses been completely breached. It had just evolved to the 2nd rank, and hadn't even gone through the 2nd upgrade, yet had it already completely mastered the power of time? That was just too exaggerated. If she had awakened the power of time earlier on, by the time she reached the 7th rank, wouldn't she be able to possess several time modules? Aside from envy, she also felt extremely relieved. After all, Yun would be considered her own protégé. Congratulations to Yun, for becoming the 4th time mecha on planet Blue Star. Jiang Chen left the cockpit and conveniently installed a smart module for Yun. The 23-meter-tall steam mecha immediately came to life, bowed its head slightly, and emitted a deep sound. This subordinate still has much to learn from the master. Jiang Chen, through his special trait, also felt Bai Ying's envy, and smiled as he spoke. Bai Ying, both Yun and I will learn from you about how to use the power of time. As a reward, I'll get you a supercharge upgrade tool later to enhance your time module to supercharged. All mythical items dropped at the endless difficulty level are bound to the person of hope and cannot be traded. Jiang Chen didn't know if he could use a bound supercharge upgrade tool to supercharge someone else's mecha. However, he had a better choice. Rank Promotion Trial. In Hope difficulty levels rank promotion trial, those powerful monsters also drop mythical items. These are not bound items. Once the burst rate for endless difficulty level went up and the output of mythical items increased enough for his own mecha's use, he could use these unbound mythical items to supercharge Bai Ying and enhance her strength. As for Li Xiao's mecha, if he wanted to rebuild his supreme bone, just upgrading the old mecha would yield very low benefits. Like Zero, even if it was upgraded to a supercharged mecha, it still had its flaws. It would be better to directly build a new supercharged mecha to serve as the main force mecha. The ownership of Bai Ying has already been transferred to you, Master. Imparting knowledge to you and Yun is a matter of duty. There's no need to provide a reward. Bai Ying shook her head in refusal. Jiang Chen then smiled. You are now my mecha, so there's no need for a reward. Then, upgrading my own mecha should be a matter of duty as well, right? Master. Bai Ying had no comeback and her heart was filled with emotion. Jiang Chen raised his hand and ruffled her hair. Just teach us well later. Jiang Chen was looking forward to Bai Ying's instruction on time. After all, since practicing the Seed of Flame's ability, it was clear that any power he absorbed from a mecha was completely transformed into his own. It could grow through training and the method of control could change. However, most of the time, this method of training was far less straightforward than directly absorbing module abilities. But now it was different. The power of time was incredibly mysterious. Even mechas couldn't easily grasp this power. Jiang Chen could only absorb the basic power and was unable to absorb a complete set of abilities. If that was the case, he would train himself. As long as he had sufficient power of time, he might grasp some time abilities before Yun awakened its time module. For example, stopping time. Won't let me absorb Bai Ying? Can they stop me from learning? As long as he could learn time abilities, what would those repeatable mythical items count for? Having discussed with Bai Ying, Jiang Chen looked up at the steam mecha again. Yun, with your current 23-meter height, it seems somewhat inconvenient, you can't even enter a house. Shall I get you a simulacrum module, what do you think? That would be great, sire. Simulacrum modules suitable for low-ranked mechas weren't abundant. Furthermore, they seemed to be quite popular among mecha pilots, and the Alliance stores were often out of stock. Fortunately, Jiang Chen now had high enough authority, and it didn't take him much effort to get 10 of them, enough for 10 mechas to use. Yun had already decided on its appearance through Bai Ying. After the simulacrum module was installed, the imposing 23-meter tall metal body rapidly shrank. Instantly, a 1.5 meter, double ponytailed little girl in metallic armor stood erect in front of Jiang Chen, her face serious as she saluted earnestly. Subordinate Yun, at your service, sire. Zero suddenly pounced over and hugged the little girl tightly, rubbing her vigorously. The simulacrum module is awesome, tiny Yun, soft Yun. General Zero, stop it. Bai Ying stood by, watching with a smile. Jiang Chen, however, was lost in thought. Yun, which was actually the largest mecha, now had the smallest simulated appearance. Was this what they call contrast cute? Chapter 188. The Godfather of an Entire Civilization _1. Jiang Chen farmed the Abyss Level 2, strengthened his steam mecha, and it took him nearly 7 days. In these 7 days, the first batch of super ability gene serum had already been injected. Among them, about 96% of people chose the life force serum, and only less than 4% chose the explosive serum. After all, even if one had injected the super ability gene serum and enhanced their physical condition, without the physique type talent, mecha pilots couldn't possibly engage in hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, the life pathway, which provides energy and stamina, was always the optimal choice for most mecha pilots. Thanks to the life force serum, low-ranked mecha pilots saw a significant boost in energy after the injection, reducing their daily rest time to within 2 hours. Even if they were exhausted, a short sleep would fully restore their energy. If they awakened abilities like photosynthesis and infinite vitality, they would essentially become perpetual motion machines, able to maintain a state of unremitting energy. At this moment, humanity finally surpassed mechas. Mechas needed to replenish energy, while humans no longer needed to rest. The most direct impact of this was on the entire Planet Blue Star talent competition. With the increased energy of rookie mecha pilots, the Alliance sped up the competition schedule. Rookie mecha pilots worked around the clock. Not long after finishing the previous round and with a quick fix to their mechas, they began the next round of the competition. Under such an intense schedule, what would have taken a month to complete took only 6 days to draw to a close. Of course, this competition schedule also drew discontent from many rookie mecha pilots. Online public opinion also saw slight changes, which quickly reached the ears of the symbol of the Alliance. In the mirror world, the symbol of the Alliance repelled an alien demon of 9th rank intensity and converted the enemy's leftover body into pure life force energy using a specially crafted magic artifact. This vibrant and pure life force energy was just perfect for nurturing Jiang Chen's blood of eternity, which in turn became the material for making super ability gene serum. As he busied himself, his communicator automatically connected, and the voice of his second-in-command reached his ears. "Boss, the online public opinion is pretty intense right now. Many rookie mecha pilots think the intensity of the Planet Blue Star competition is too much. They haven't fully regained their energy, they're not at their peak. They aren't happy with their losses and want a rematch. Some are protesting against the super ability gene serum, saying that injecting it turns humans into tools subject to a 24/7 work schedule. The second-in-command was almost unable to contain his laughter as he spoke, eventually letting out a chuckle. This is hilarious. Who isn't a 24/7 worker? High-rank mecha pilots can use materials to strengthen their bodies. Along with various nutrient solutions and other recovery items, even without injecting super ability gene serum, they possess a strong recovery ability. They too can achieve the 24-hour non-stop feverish farming mode. In fact, that's exactly what they do. Strengthening their mechas non-stop for a whole month. Having just finished exploring a high-difficulty abyss carbon copy, receiving the signal of an alien demon invasion, they rush to fight in the mirror world. Exploring exoplanets, establishing teleportation array formations. Unless they have a significant mental deficit, they basically don't waste time resting. Li Xiao is no different. As the strongest on planet Blue Star, he's almost always stationed in the mirror world, fighting against the alien demon foes, and has nearly forgotten when he last rested. So, no matter when Jiang Chen sends a message, he can respond immediately. This is why, in the eyes of the high-rank mecha pilots, people's thoughts are so laughable. Even if they were to exploit someone, it would be those genius mecha pilots, making them clear high-difficulty abysses to produce supercharged materials. In this transcendent world system, it doesn't really matter if ordinary people work a few hours a day. People have long adapted to a fixed schedule and pace of life. It's normal to feel a bit uncomfortable with sudden changes. After a period, once the entire form of civilization changes, such public opinion will naturally disappear. Li Xiao's expression remained calm. Asterism resources and abyss exploration and manual labor robots were enough to sustain the 10 billion population of planet Blue Star, freeing people completely from inefficient basic production, entering a utopian interstellar age akin to utopia. When people realize they can break away from repetitive productive labor, and can freely pursue their hobbies and creations, to explore abysses, build mechas. Naturally, they will fall in love with the benefits brought by the life force serum. They will have more time every day to do what they want. During this process, the Alliance also guided people through various social methods, ensuring mecha pilots and abyss exploration became mainstream in civilization. Of course, this is the life of most ordinary people. Those with extraordinary talents not only need to take over the tasks of these high-rank mecha pilots, but more importantly, they must keep pace with Jiang Chen. How can they let the beacon of hope move forward alone, carrying the weight of civilization by himself? Rest? Look if Jiang Chen is resting. As for the competition, tell those mecha pilots that energy is the most important quality for a mecha pilot. There isn't much time for rest in the full 10 days of rank ascension trials. If you fail, there won't be a second chance. In the face of online public opinion, the Alliance simply disclosed information about the mirror world, the alien demon invasion, the efforts of high-rank mecha pilots and the Chosen One, silencing all commentary. Chapter 189. The entire civilization's foster father _2. Due to the group diver trait, there was no longer a need for the random awakenings brought about by monster attacks. The mirror world had completely blocked all alien demon invasions, ensuring that during this period, planet Blue Star had not seen a single abyss monster attack. People thought the monsters had been thoroughly dealt with. Unexpectedly, the real disaster had been growing all along. It was just being held back by the high-rank mecha pilots. Destructive crises, fragile civilization. This information awoke many people from the false peace. They became aware of the sacrifices made by the high-rank mecha pilots, understood the Alliance's urgent intentions, and naturally stopped making foolish remarks. As for those who already knew the situation and were still spouting nonsense, the Alliance simply made an offline arrest. The reputation of Li Xiao as the symbol of the Alliance wasn't just for show, it was earned through relentless fighting. Planet Blue Star's years of peace were not due to any reasonable rules, but due to real deterrence. And so, in a short time, the slight upheaval caused by the accelerated pace of Planet Blue Star's civilization was completely nipped in the bud. During this process, Jiang Chen accepted Li Xiao's invitation. As an award presenter, he attended the ceremony for the genius competition of the entire Planet Blue Star. This should be considered Jiang Chen's first true public appearance. Merely by showing up, he completely electrified the entire audience. Whether it was the new and old Mecha pilots attending the ceremony or the online audience watching the events, everyone became excited. The number of comments on the live stream increased by several hundred times in an instant, flooding the screen. This momentum was even more exaggerated than when Li Xiao appeared. When you think about it, it makes sense. While Li Xiao, as the symbol of the alliance, had fans all over the world, he also had some detractors. After all, although the alliance was strong over the past decade, it had not achieved true unification, and different organizations still existed on Planet Blue Star. People from different countries and organizations naturally brought different voices. Not everyone was impressed with the symbol of the alliance. Jiang Chen was different, though. He had no blemishes. He was like a comet falling from the sky, a meteoric rise that pierced through the abyss difficulty level and ushered in a new era for Planet Blue Star. After that, he showcased an impressive amount of grinding. With his own strength, he grinned down hundreds of thousands of Mecha pilots. Before attending the award ceremony, he spent 6 days grinding 600 Abyss Level 2s. Even now, second-rank Mecha pilots are struggling in Abyss Level 2, with an exploration rate of less than 15%. And the supercharge modules, once numbered just a few on Planet Blue Star. He casually grinned out nearly 1,000 of them to sponsor and host the genius competition of the entire Planet Blue Star. A young, handsome, powerful, wealthy, almost perfect genius of the new era, he is the true hope of Planet Blue Star, the object of envy and admiration for countless people. Especially those who had injected the super ability gene serum. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they felt an innate closeness and fondness that stemmed from the depths of their genes, like a catalyst that intensified their admiration. The champion of the genius competition of Planet Blue Star was a red-haired woman from a remote area, named Parvin. Her Mecha pilot talent came with a 9-fold increase in base strength bonus, capable of random quality growth. She was a genius Mecha pilot with the potential of a hopeful. Her past life experiences, combined with her performance in the competition, where she relied on her talent to steamroll over her peers of the same rank, had made her somewhat arrogant. Even though she had long heard of Jiang Chen's experiences, admired his abilities, respected his contributions, and even saw him as a target, believing she would surpass him sooner or later. However, when Parvin saw Jiang Chen descending from the sky, from the moment she saw his figure, the kinship born from the depths of her genes awakened her instincts. Seeing his broad and upright silhouette seemed to overlap with the most admired shadow in her memory. Daddy! The feeling of admiration unconsciously escalated. When Parvin saw Jiang Chen approaching with the box, her fair cheeks blushed slightly, and her eyes were filled with admiration. As she took the box, hesitating for just a moment, she couldn't help but ask. Dad! Sir, can you hug me? Her voice carried only admiration and closeness, and a hint of fear that shouldn't be there. It was as if she feared she would defile the man in front of her who seemed enshrouded by a sacred halo. Not until he surprised her by speaking did she react, his voice like the music of the heavens decreed. Of course you may. A simple hug. Parvin's body trembled slightly, and she almost fainted. He really hugged her, how wonderful. It wasn't just Parvin. Every genius Mecha pilot at the scene had been injected with the super ability gene serum. Add to that their already favorable impression of Jiang Chen, filled with admiration and respect. When they came into contact with Jiang Chen, the kinship derived deep from their genes, or perhaps from their bloodlines, further catalyzed these emotions. It was as if babies are born with an innate closeness to their parents. Their liking for Jiang Chen surged in a straight line. In fact, Jiang Chen himself had also noticed the situation. Upon closer proximity, he could faintly feel a slight blood connection emanating from these Mecha pilots. Combined with the adoration and reverence in their eyes, along with the slip ups some of them made, he instantly understood what had happened. Was this a natural fondness for the gene prototype born from bloodline after undergoing genetic enhancement? The original super ability gene technology didn't have this problem, right? Is it because of me, or because of the technology reset? Fortunately, Jiang Chen had considered that the super ability gene serum might pose slight ethical issues, so he did not let Father Jiang and Mother Jiang inject it. Otherwise, this would truly have turned into a mutual parent-child relationship. After the award ceremony was completed, Jiang Chen found Li Xiao, the big shot, and talked to him about the matter. The latter was not at all surprised and patted his shoulder. The original super ability gene technology involved mutation and regeneration of genes. If it were popularized on a large scale, it could affect the genes of humans on planet Blue Star, posing future reproductive issues, which would be counterproductive. Hence, I asked them to slightly refine the technology, incorporating a bit of magic. The current super ability gene serum only strengthens the human body through special enhancement and does not completely transform the genetic chain. People's genetic information will not change because of this, it won't affect the continuation of civilization and race. However, under these circumstances, your super ability gene will also accumulate slightly within their bodies. Creating a sense of a bloodline connection is quite normal. If the other person doesn't have a good impression of you, or doesn't care about bloodline kinship, it won't have any effect. So it's just an insignificant side effect. Li Xiao paused, then said with a smile. Moreover, you are the one who has expanded civilization's potential, brought forward the heritage of civilization, and provided various precious items. Aren't you essentially the foster father of planet Blue Star's civilization? People's worship of you is only natural. Do you expect them to hate you instead? It has to be said that this is indeed the truth. Jiang Chen held competitions and advocated for civilization potential. Not only for the partial benefits but also stemming from the word compatriots. After all, humans are a social species, planet Blue Star is his home. If one were to support the growth of their homeland and face disdain and ridicule in return, even Jiang Chen would feel chilled at heart. Li Xiao clearly understood this. Thus, he shouldered all the internal issues and public opinions in the name of the alliance. Jiang Chen didn't have to carry anything too heavy nor deal with a few troubles. He just needed to be the radiant beacon of hope, leading the way and advancing triumphantly. Realizing Li Xiao's efforts, Jiang Chen said, "Boss, thank you." Li Xiao shook his head with a chuckled. "That's something I should be saying to you." Chapter 190. Triggering Support, Divine Lord and Divine Prodigy _1. The Genius competition of Planet Blue Star had completely concluded. After the competition ended, numerous new era Genius Mecha pilots began their rank-up trials. With their exceptional talents combined with the support of a full set of supercharge modules, passing the rank-up trials was a sure thing. In another 10 days, they could become first-rank Mecha pilots and successively cross the abyss. I'll first consolidate my attributes and farm a few more rounds at the endless difficulty level. This way, once I've triggered the group dive privilege, I'll know exactly how much my burst rate has increased. After returning to the base, Jiang Chen was about to select a suitable endless abyss. But the abyss rune triggered itself, popping up the corresponding prompt. Stargazer's civilization is facing a disaster, the mark is awakened, requesting support. Current disaster intensity, 4th rank, 550,000. Current support intensity, 400,000-600,000. Will you provide support? Remaining acceptance time, 39 minutes and 59 seconds. Triggered the fire transmitter traits again? Jiang Chen's gaze was instantly drawn by this information. The distress signal released by a fire transmitter civilization could be transmitted to up to 6 civilizations, including the joint burning civilization. Moreover, since the distress signal operates at a specific frequency, only Mecha pilots of a certain strength could receive it. Thus, although there are countless civilizations in the abyss, Jiang Chen only received the second distress signal after quite some time. 550,000 disaster intensity, the 400,000 to 600,000 support range. With my current base attributes at around 250,000, plus various ability enhancements, I've been classified in the 400,000 to 600,000 strength interval. The Abyss Runes calculation method was fairly accurate. An outburst is an outburst, normal state is normal state. Even if Jiang Chen could unleash an attack with nearly 1,000,000 in power, it didn't mean his strength actually reached 1,000,000. However, if I trigger my talent and absorb the power of a second-rank supercharged Mecha, then my strength will be far beyond just that. Jiang Chen, having completed his rank up and taking on this strength-limited civilization support, was like cheating. He could easily overwhelm the opposition. It was like civilization potential was lying right before his eyes, free for the taking. Even if something unexpected occurred, with his massive health pool and defense, he could easily last 60 seconds and return to planet Blue Star. With that in mind, he called for his Mecha. 0, Yun. Following the transmission of his thoughts, Yun swiftly transformed into a wisp of abyss atmosphere, returning to the Abyss Rune. 0 then turned into countless tendrils, lifting Jiang Chen up to form a 5-meter-tall red and white machine. Acceptance application submitted, rescue beginning. Welcome to the Abyss. Darkness surged over, engulfing him completely. Current location, Stargazer's civilization. Disaster intensity, 4th rank. Mission, defeat the meteor body, resolve the falling star disaster. Description, civilization is in ruins, the star summoners have long perished, but the meteors that received the signal are arriving as expected. They are here to fulfill the promise, to destroy the civilization of this planet. Friendly reminder, free exploration, may leave the abyss at any time, requires 1 minute of preparation. A vast expanse of land contains buildings constructed from wooden materials, stretching into the distance, forming a city with a unique style, different from that of planet Blue Star. Flat-topped towers, their sides draped with fabrics, stand prominently throughout the city. These were the stargazing towers of the Stargazer's civilization. Specific buildings used for harnessing the power of the stars and cultivating the civilization's star force system, usually equipped with sophisticated stargazing apparatuses. Only now, there was no longer a need for these towers. Without any need for tools, the people on the streets merely had to look up to see a giant meteor, over 10 kilometers in diameter, silently hovering above the city, perfectly still. It seemed that a slight tumble could instantly ravage the entire city. At the same time, many smaller meteors orbited around the enormous meteor, creating a thin meteor belt. In their slow orbit, countless fireballs fell from the sky, smashing towards the surface of the city. As these fireballs were about to hit the city, they seemed to collide with some barrier, exploding into dazzling lights. Under the countless explosions of these fireballs, the barrier shrouding the city trembled slightly. Below the barrier, a boulder Mecha inscribed with gleaming golden patterns glided over the city before settling atop a tall tower. Divine prodigy, the barrier reinforcement is completed. It should hold for at least 2 hours, enough time for us to clear out the fire transmitters and free up our hands to deal with the disaster. Above the tower, a young man lay in a rocking chair. On his forehead, the left side featured a black eyeball design, while the right lit up with several bars, loaded with several chips. These chips were not the module types used in Mechas. They were knowledge chips, inheritances from a civilization. The young man appeared to be resting with his eyes closed but was actually processing information within the chips, growing rapidly. It wasn't until the boulder Mecha landed that he slightly lifted his eyelids, revealing eyes bright as stars. Is this the right way to do it? Even when plundering fire, sustainable development should be considered. If the civilization completely collapses, it's as if we've lost a precious seed of civilization. What you say is true, divine prodigy. Another metallic Mecha nodded slightly in agreement. But the youth scoffed. Bullshit. It's only because I'm here that you restrain yourselves a little. If I weren't here, do I need to spell out what you'd be like? Over the years, the Divine Lords have collected 377 seeds of civilization, but less than 50 have survived to this day. Are you saying those civilizations extinguished themselves? Did none of you lot have a hand in it? The bolder Mecha and the metallic Mecha bowed their heads slightly, as if ashamed, but were cursing inwardly. What do we have to do with the extinction of those seeds of civilization? We're just low-ranked Mecha pilots. Even if there are faults to pick, they should be picking on the high-rank Mecha pilots, not us. However, they only dared to curse inwardly, maintaining a respectful and agreeable facade on the surface. The reason was simple. The youth before them seemed young. In reality, he was a noble divine prodigy from the Divine Lord civilization. Within the Divine Lord civilization, those considered the hope of the ages were revered as deities, controlling everything within the civilization and establishing a corresponding system. Divine prodigies like this youth were not offspring of these deities. Instead, they were individuals with exceptional talent and potential, chosen as candidates of hope. If they grew up successfully, they would have the chance to replace the previous generation's hope and become the new Divine Lord. This divine prodigy Jiang Chen was the youngest among the many divine prodigies of the Divine Lord civilization. It was rumored that divine prodigy Jiang Chen's talent came with a terrifyingly over 80-fold enhancement. Being just a first-rank Mecha pilot, he possessed the strength of a fourth rank. Therefore, the two fire plunderer Mecha pilots from other civilizations dared not defy this noble divine prodigy and simply followed his orders. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was finally a stroke of luck to come to a civilization that was calling for help on their home turf, where they could ambush in advance and act at will. But to team up with a rigid and pedantic divine prodigy like this was simply terrible luck. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen was right. Even as fire plunderers, once they had broken civilization potential, they indeed should provide corresponding protection, follow sustainable development, and continually obtain civilization potential. But what did that have to do with them? That was a matter for the Divine Lords to consider. For these underlings, wasn't it just a pleasure to enjoy? Now, they couldn't even enjoy themselves, and they had to serve the divine prodigy like a grandchild. What a pain! But as much as they cursed inwardly, they were quite envious of the divine prodigy Jiang Chen's strength. Through the fire transmitter traits, Mecha pilots who came to the rescue would appear around the civilization calling for help. At this moment, divine prodigy Jiang Chen asked the person who was the hope of the Stargazers civilization to stay on the ground. He himself sat on top of a high tower. When the abyss rift opened, 3 Mechas fell from it. He activated the array he had previously set up, restraining the movements of the 3 Mechas and, with the power of the array, directed the disaster meteors, unleashed burst magic energy. Add to that the focused fire of 2 fire plunderer Mecha pilots. He didn't even need to pilot a Mecha to leave the Mecha pilots who came to support gasping for air. If it weren't for the Mecha pilots who had the courage to accept the support signal, who basically all had life-saving means and had made preparations in advance, they probably wouldn't even last 60 seconds, getting a chance to retreat. Reliant on this combo, they had effortlessly repelled the Mecha pilots from 3 other civilizations. At this time, whether it was the 3 fire plunderer Mecha pilots from the Divine Lord civilization or the hope of the Stargazers civilization, all believed this call for help was already settled. The hope of the Stargazers civilization even breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the previous supports from the Divine Lord civilization, this divine prodigy Jiang Chen at least proactively protected the Stargazers civilization's city and didn't display any venting actions. He was truly an anomaly among the fire plunderers. He even felt somewhat moved. It was right at this time that the space rift opened up. A Mecha, constructed mainly from pure white roots and covered with a flame-like armor, gently landed and stood upon the ground. The moment everyone saw this red and white Mecha, they were slightly taken aback. Especially the divine prodigy Jiang Chen, who sharply sat up, his eyes lighting up. Solo rescue. When a civilization received a rescue signal, all Mecha pilots who met the conditions of crossing the abyss and corresponding strength could choose to accept it. Simultaneously, they could choose to go alone or go as a team. The first few Mecha pilots to make a choice would become the ones to provide support this time. Considering the strength restrictions, even powerful hopes would struggle significantly against 3 opponents of similar caliber. Therefore, even divine prodigy Jiang Chen eventually chose to team up. The Mecha pilot that appeared now had come alone. This meant he was either the first in the entire civilization to make a choice and chose to go alone, a proud lone wolf. Or he was the only Mecha pilot who met the requirements. The former signifies mighty confidence in one's own strength. The latter signifies a hope. A 4th-rank hope. The original. Divine prodigy Jiang Chen burst into a smile. No matter the situation, at last, there was some fun to be had. Let me test your mettle. Divine prodigy Jiang Chen's brain had been modified, just like the knowledge chip on the right side of his forehead. His thinking only took a moment. At this moment, with the thought from him, the domain magic that had been laid out unfolded instantly. Spatial shackles, meteor guidance, missile barrage, magic energy burst. With the cooperation of the 2 fire plunderer Mecha pilots, a barrage of high damage skills instantly overwhelmed the red and white Mecha. Divine prodigy Jiang Chen watched the thick smoke rise from the flames, full of expectation. Don't disappoint me. The next moment, a breeze passed by, and the smoke dispersed. The red and white Mecha hovered above the molten lava crater, its surface showing a boulder-like hue. Under the intense attack just now, not a single scratch had appeared on its surface, not even a plant fiber was broken or damaged. It was as if none of it had ever happened. A voice rose. That's it. Put some more effort into it. Are you guys giving Zero a light scratch? Weaklings. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 191. Finally willing to show your full strength, aren't you? _1. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen had arranged arrays in advance that not only had spatial imprisonment effects but also possessed multiple attack methods. They could create hundreds of high-powered attacks in a short period of time, each with a force exceeding 600,000. Such high-frequency, high-output traps were enough to easily dismantle the defense modules of other civilizations' Mecha pilots, lowering their armor value. Forcing them to choose retreat, so as to avoid death right there. But how could such an efficient and powerful output environment fail to break through the defenses of this red and white Mecha? The pilot of this Mecha even taunted them for being too weak. 2 fire plunderer civilization Mecha pilots felt shocked and enraged in their hearts. Excellent defense. Unlike the surprise of the 2 fire plunderer Mecha pilots, the divine prodigy Jiang Chen stood atop the tower, his knowledge chip on his forehead flickering faintly, quickly analyzing the status of the Mecha below and providing relevant information. Mecha type, biological, plant fiber. Base strength, about 200,000, temporary boost, duration unknown. Current status, petrification, suspected inability to attack, defense about 1,100,000. Temporary boost, duration unknown. Type inference, defense, survival type Mecha. Recommendation, wait for the duration of the effects to end, or use biological suppressants and other such items to restrain, weaken its defense and recovery ability, and achieve destruction. Threat value, none. Although the Divine Lord civilization couldn't compare to those ancient civilizations. Through the accumulation of vast spans of time, they had already crushed countless calamities, explored the endless abyss, and acquired a sufficient foundation. With the countless additions of the age-old shadow, Mecha pilots not only had more diverse choices when constructing Mechas, but their databases were also perfected. No matter what kind of Mecha or abilities the pilots of emerging civilizations created, by searching through the extensive database, they could always find similar cases. Just like now, as the divine prodigy Jiang Chen retrieved relevant information about the primeval Mecha, sitting relaxedly atop the tower, he said, "Petrification modules can significantly increase defense but completely forfeit the ability to move or attack. I admit your defense is very high, but if I don't attack you at all, what will you do then? Who told you I can't move? To be precise, the one caught in petrification and unable to move, only able to passively take hits, was Zero. What did that have to do with Jiang Chen inside the Mecha? He activated the bioorganic force field, directly carrying the Mecha to take flight. Breaking the sound barrier, the shockwave spread outward, and the primeval Mecha, like a shooting star, slammed into the top of the tower. This process was extremely swift. The moment Jiang Chen had the thought, he vanished from his spot without a trace. The other two Fire Plunderer Civilization Mecha pilots, however, were hit head-on and sent flying. As the primeval Mecha fell into petrification, the thorns on its surface were petrified too, greatly enhancing their hardness and sharpness. The boulder Mecha and metallic Mecha, in the process of being thrown out, had their surfaces punctured by the thorn spikes, creating numerous holes and reducing their armor value. Although the reduction wasn't much, the primeval Mecha, accelerating in its flight, caught up to the boulder Mecha with the lowest defense and brutally rammed it into the canopy, constantly squeezing. This boulder Mecha belonged to the side of Enigmatism's magic Mechas. Focused on support abilities, it could collaborate with Mecha pilots to build barriers, launch magic attacks, and other various maneuvers. Its own agility and strength were not outstanding. At this moment, being squeezed against the canopy barrier by the primeval Mecha, it couldn't break free. Even employing magic modules for attacks only resulted in negligible damage, easily healed by the adversary. As for effects like freezing for control, the primeval Mecha was already petrified. The Mecha pilot watched their armor value continuously drop and didn't dare to switch to a new Mecha on the fly, urgently calling for help. "Someone help me!" Jiang Chen used spatial leap to dodge to the top of a distant tower, observing the chaotic scene in the sky, silent for a moment. It wasn't uncommon for a petrified Mecha to gain mobility through its pilot. But the scene unfolding before him still exceeded his imagination. It wasn't too powerful. It was too bizarre. Driving a high defense damage reflecting Mecha and ramming head-on. Using an abyss Mecha like a bulldozer? As someone from a civilized people, Jiang Chen felt rather out of sorts. And he didn't have a good solution to deal with this problem. Strength of 400,000 to 600,000 doesn't quite mean attributes of 400,000 to 600,000. Just like Jiang Chen's base attributes, which were only a bit over 200,000. Jiang Chen and the other two Fire Plunderer Mecha pilots' Mechas had base attributes that weren't very high either. They reached a strength of 40 to 60 million through various boosts, like module additions, Mecha pilot trait additions, innate ability enhancements, and attribute bonuses. Plus, there were inherent focuses within the Mecha's attributes. Facing a bulldozer with nearly 250,000 agility, they truly couldn't break free. More importantly, Jiang Chen was the fifth civilization to rush over for support. There might still be a sixth civilization en route, meaning 3 potential enemies. They couldn't just leave it unattended and wait for reinforcements to continue rampaging, could they? These fire plunderers still had to set up traps. At this moment, Jiang Chen truly experienced what it felt like to be disgusted. Unable to fight back, utterly vexed. "Since you want to be hit so badly, I'll satisfy you." Jiang Chen raised his hand and tapped the abyss rune on his forehead. Chapter 192. Finally willing to show your true strength, _2. As his breath dispersed, countless crystal-clear minute particles gathered around him, converging into a huge crystalline cylinder. This massive crystal resembled a firearm in appearance, about 3 meters in length, and streamlined in shape, floating beside the divine prodigy Jiang Chen. Through his thoughts, a few particles spilled from the crystal, forming a visor and targeting system on his face. This was his first mecha. Spirit Crystal Sharpshooter. This mecha was not a man type, it was constructed as a weapon for the future, with no capabilities to protect the mecha pilot. It lacked modules for agility or defense. All attributes were focused on strength, power, enigmatism, and various weapons modules. Its manifestation of strength was not physical power but rather firepower. Furthermore, although it was a first-rank mecha, theoretically limited in the number of modules it could equip and in capabilities. Its installation of a supercharged special module gave it the ability to use various external ammunition, allowing it to adopt diverse attack methods against different enemies. This is the profound foundation of the Divine Lord civilization. At that moment, Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen touched the Abyss Rune and extracted a green crystal, placing it atop the Spirit Crystal Sharpshooter. Upon contact with the crystal, the transparent sharpshooter turned green. Toxin bullet, cellular suppression. Hold him down. Due to lack of agility, the fire rate of the Spirit Crystal Sharpshooter was slow, and shots could easily miss. Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen issued the command to the other 2 mecha pilots through communication. Upon hearing this, the other 2 Fire Plunderer mecha pilots stopped flying chaotically around the primeval mecha and directly confronted it, ignoring the damage from thorns, to apply control. After a momentary pause, a jade-green beam shot out from the tip of the sharpshooter, traversing the distance and striking the surface of the primeval mecha. Despicable small fry, resorting to poison. In the Whales of Zero, the primeval mecha's armor value of 1.1 million was directly reduced to 1 million. A full 100,000 drop in defense. And this was just the beginning. Successive rays of toxin struck the primeval mecha, rapidly decreasing its defense. Finally, when it was reduced to 700,000, the stacking stopped, with a weakening effect surpassing 30%. The armor value's recovery rate was also correspondingly weakened. To think he could still retain 700,000 defenses. Does he have a certain resistance to biological viruses? Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen was mildly surprised. This was his weapon to combat the Abyss Overlord, capable of reducing up to 50% of defense and recovery rate. Even within the Divine Lord civilization, it was an extremely precious consumable. However, a defense of 700,000 was not unacceptable. His analysis device was able to detailedly analyze the opponent's strength and attribute focus, and could even effortlessly decipher the enigmatic value. Although the defense of this bioorganic mecha was strong, its enigmatism was rather ordinary, merely 3 to 4 10,000s. This indicated that its resistance to enigmatism was extremely low. Meaning, Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen touched his forehead again and took out a fiery crystal. Magic bullet, exploding fiery flames. The blushing red beam covered the distance and hit the primeval mecha, immediately igniting a considerable amount of flames. However, as the flames rose, the primeval mecha was not only minimally harmed but actually gained some strength from the flames, recovering its defense to 730,000. Wood-type bioorganic mecha, you fucking cultivated the fire plunder attribute? Are you insane? Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen had a twitching corner of his mouth as he switched out for another crystal, slapping it onto the Spirit Crystal Sharpshooter. Cultivating contrary attributes is the most resource-consuming and least rewarding venture. Spending vast potential only offsets a small weakness, which for a mecha pilot with multiple mechas, is far less beneficial than simply enhancing strengths. Which civilization's mecha pilot is this guy from? First a dump truck, now contrary attributes, what kind of abstract nonsense is this? In the midst of ammunition switching, the primeval mecha broke free from the restraint of the other 2 pilots and charged directly towards them. With the impact, a tall tower was impaled and shattered to pieces. Divine prodigy Jiang Chen, along with the spirit crystal sharpshooter, appeared atop another high tower in the distance. Didn't your teacher teach you how to aggro properly? Don't let him disturb my output again. Understood. The other two fire plunderer mecha pilots had an odd expression. Are you treating this like grinding a boss? Indeed, the divine prodigy Jiang Chen truly considered this unknown civilization's mecha pilot as an abyss boss, igniting a spark of passion within him. As a candidate for the Harbinger of Hope, he had effortlessly crushed both the 0th and first-rank abysses. Even the promotion trials were like slaughtering pigs or mowing grass. As one who was not the Harbinger of Hope and wanted to activate Endless Mode to find an opponent of the corresponding level, he still had to wait a long time. The confrontations between mecha pilots within the civilization and simulated battle scenarios also held little interest for him. Only now did he see an opponent worth his attention, and he was filled with enthusiasm. Magic Bullet, Life Force Wither. The grey light struck the primeval mecha. This time, Jiang Chen's attack finally showed its intended effect. Although this magic bullet, charged with maximum damage, only possessed a maximum power of 600,000, theoretically insufficient to penetrate the defense of the primeval mecha. It was a magic attack and could ignore some of the primeval mecha's defenses. Coupled with its bonus damage against life-based enemies, it achieved an effect similar to true damage. The head of the primeval mecha withered rapidly upon being hit, turning to ash and dissipating. However, as the ashes scattered, countless vine-like fibers grew out, intertwining into a new mecha head. It seemed as though it had not suffered any damage at all. This rate of regeneration? No, the weakened life force is still slowly recovering. What was lost just now was an extra reserve of life force, temporary armor. Jiang Chen had a moment of realization, yet could not help but reveal an excited expression. With such a resilient mecha, no wonder you dare to partake in the support mission alone. Even if you can't win, you can easily leave. So, will you flee for your life? Magic Bullet, Life Force Wither. Magic Bullet, Death Withering. Technology Bullet, Cellular Breakdown. The primeval mecha's defense was too high, its life force too robust, and it also had the ability to regenerate. Even though Jiang Chen continually attacked, in coordination with the distraction and support fire from the other two fire plunderer mecha pilots, it still took a full 3 minutes to completely deplete the armor value of the primeval mecha. Throughout this process, Jiang Chen grew more and more excited. It had been over 60 seconds. The mecha was about to fall apart. Yet the mecha pilot had not fled, he was still contending. Could he possibly think he still had a chance to win? Let me see what else you're hiding. Jiang Chen muttered involuntarily. Along with the final beam of light from the spirit crystal sharpshooter, the primeval mecha finally shattered completely, turning into countless embers that scattered. Talent Trigger, Undying Barehand. Absorbed Mecha, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 1. Strength 250,800,290,800. Agility 248,900,288,900. Defense 282,700,502,700. Enigmatism 67,400,107,400. Jiang Chen closely watched the spot where the primeval mecha had been. The other two fire plunderer mecha pilots also immediately fired their weapons, hoping to directly kill the mecha pilot inside the mecha. However, when the missiles fell into the dust and the steam dispersed, the golden red armor plates blocked the missiles, covering the rapidly expanding gears underneath, and in a blink of an eye, bulged into a steam mecha standing 23 meters tall. The spine area on the back of this steam mecha protruded significantly, equipped with 6 ion jet thrusters. Extending from both sides of the back were 4 mechanical tentacles over 100 meters in length. It looked bizarre overall, like a toy assembled from various parts. Jiang Chen, however, showed an emotion of excitement. Mecha type, steam, alloy construction. Base strength, approximately 300,000, temporary bonus, duration unknown. Current status, normal state, core has high energy reaction, suspected to possess some kind of high explosive weapon, or attribute surge ability. Type inference, main battle mecha, time force detected. Advice, proceed with caution, beware of burst weapons and special stances. Threat level, moderate. Time mecha. Jiang Chen licked his lips. After consuming a large amount of my energy, are you finally willing to abandon your turtle shell to reveal your true strength? Chapter 193. This boss has a stage 3_1. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen understood the attribute analysis in an instant, and he knew. This steam mecha must be the main battle mecha of this powerful mecha pilot. Time attribute. This is a high-rank attribute as rare as the spatial attribute, usually found only on high-rank mecha. Lower-rank mecha not only can't load these true high-rank modules, but even using top-quality materials, it's very difficult to awaken such high-rank attributes at the low stages. Only by using the rare attribute enhancement item does one have a certain chance to awaken it. In fact, even the mecha of the divine prodigy Jiang Chen doesn't possess time or spatial attributes of this high rank. After all, he is only one of the candidates for the chosen one, temporarily lacking the qualifications to challenge the endless difficulty level, and also not entitled to use such premium items. The abilities he uses, such as spatial leap, spatial imprisonment, originate from a supernatural ability bloodline passed down by a civilization, a super ability of his own body. However, these super abilities are not mecha modules, and compared to the Abyss mecha, they grow more slowly and have a lower upper limit. They are only more convenient to use at the lower stages. For high-rank mecha pilots of the Divine Lord civilization, they are like toys for children, insignificant. So, how could this time mecha, which even the divine prodigy Jiang Chen envies, not be the main battle mecha? He even guessed the identity of the mecha pilot. Powerful mecha, time attribute, solo rescue, arrogant confidence. That's right. He must be from an advanced civilization, older than the Divine Lord civilization. A candidate for the chosen one of an advanced civilization. Boom! A deafening sound erupted above the city. After a violent collision, a massive shockwave spread out, causing people to instinctively cover their ears and tremble in corners. A golden meteor soared into the sky. Before it could crash into the canopy overhead, a golden red shadow chased after it, and four mechanical tentacles stretched out like lightning, spanning a distance of 200 meters to capture and bind it. The mechanical tentacles pulled it back as the ion propulsion unit operated at high intensity. The steam mecha swung its metallic fist, instantly striking the golden patterned boulder mecha. A deafening sound rang out. Under the tremendous force, the boulder mecha's body was smashed, at least 1/4 of its armor value was lost. Why the hell is it me again? The boulder mecha's pilot activated the magic module while using energy value to quickly restore its armor value. Meanwhile, he controlled the boulder mecha's hand components to release magic energy explosive type, attempting to bomb the steam mecha's core. Cries echoed in the voice channel. Divine prodigy, help, 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 help. Why is it always you? Don't you have a clue? The divine prodigy Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. The magic side puppet mecha that this mecha pilot was operating had a decent attack attribute, but agility and defense were rather lacking. The enigmatic mecha pilot obviously realized this point. Thus, after activating the explosive type ability with the steam mecha to greatly enhance its attributes, he did not prioritize attacking Jiang Chen, who could avoid attacks with spatial leap. Instead, he wanted to eliminate the magic side puppet mecha first, to clip his wings. Jiang Chen, of course, could not stand by and watch this happen. Even the candidate of an advanced civilization is too arrogant to accept support alone. Let me teach you a lesson. Jiang Chen lifted his index finger, lightly tapped the abyss rune on his forehead, and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared above the skies, behind the steam mecha. Even without turning around, the steam mecha seemed to sense his presence, and two mechanical tentacles whipped out fiercely, flapping towards him. Just at the moment of contact, overwhelming energy surged out from within Jiang Chen. As this purple-black energy touched the mechanical tentacles, it instantly formed into tangible purple-black hands, grasping them firmly and rendering them immobile. The rest of the energy swiftly took shape into a semi-transparent purple-black mecha body. This was the second mecha of Jiang Chen. Divine Soul Mecha. It was a pure energy mecha that Jiang Chen had crafted based on the Divine Lord Civilization's mecha blueprint. Although its defense attribute was average, it could greatly reduce physical damage taken. If its long-distance physical damage, the mecha could even forego the pilot's position and perform an energy conversion maneuver, thus letting the long-distance physical damage pass directly through the mecha, ignoring the attack completely. Furthermore, due to the nature of the energy body, the mecha could move through the atmosphere without resistance, achieving a high-speed movement effect similar to that in a vacuum. Plus, the energy body could perform many maneuvers that traditional mecha could not. Thus, this Divine Soul Mecha could display even greater agility in combat. Finally, because of the energy body's unique properties, the armor value of the Divine Soul Mecha was equivalent to its energy value, sharing not only the maximum but also the healing effects. It could also provide its own mecha's energy to other mecha, aiding other mecha in energy value recovery. Just like now, Jiang Chen's sharpshooter mecha, which had almost run out of energy value in its efforts to crush the primeval mecha, received a significant recharge from the Divine Soul Mecha. Its crystalline body aimed at the steam mecha, its surface gradually glowing with light. Magic Bullet, Energy Impact. In order to release it quickly, Jiang Chen did not load complicated ammunition but used the most straightforward energy impact. Yet the steam mecha still managed to react. Chapter 194. This boss has a third stage, _2. Or perhaps its reaction speed almost transcended time itself. The metal on the mecha's surface instantaneously completed its transformation. In the moment the sharpshooter mecha fired its energy blast, its leg exhaust pipes ejected steam. As if stepping on air, with its massive body exceeding 23 meters, it displayed an unbelievable agility, narrowly avoiding the sharpshooter mecha's energy attack. During this process, the mechanical tentacles that bound the boulder mecha lifted ever so slightly, perfectly positioning the boulder mecha in the path of the energy blast. Mecha attacks don't differentiate between friend and foe. The boulder mecha, struck by the energy blast, had its head directly blown off, and its armor value plummeted drastically. Along with the previous multiple attacks, the armor value of the boulder mecha reached 0, shattering on the spot. The mecha pilot amidst the rubble tried to touch the abyss rune, attempting to switch mechas. However, the mechanical tentacles showed no mercy as they contracted. A mass of flesh exploded in the air. Beautiful! The divine prodigy Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This series of maneuvers was just too fluid, he felt an extreme smoothness just by watching, fully immersed in it. On the other hand, another fire plunderer mecha pilot was full of terror. Divine prodigy, sir! What did this mean? Jiang Chen had cooperated with the enemy, successfully killed their own teammate, and secured the first kill? And even shouted beautiful? Cough, I couldn't help it. Jiang Chen composed himself and observed the steam mecha seriously. He had finally seen the steam mecha unleash the power of time. The steam mecha's normal attribute, Mecha Soul Fusion, was about 200,000 force agility, 270,000 defense. When it activated its burst mode, full power output module, it was about 690,000 strength, 370,000 agility, 190,000 defense. When attacked by Jiang Chen, it used the power of time to instantly switch modes. It changed to an extreme speed form of 370,000 strength, 690,000 agility, 190,000 defense. And that's not all. With the power of time assisting it, the steam mecha, having 690,000 agility, demonstrated a speed that could match that of 1 million agility. That's how it was able to evade Jiang Chen's attack in the blink of an eye. The previous defensive mecha had 1 million defense. This time mecha has 1 million speed. Truly worthy of being a candidate for the hope of an ancient civilization, impressive indeed. Jiang Chen's heart raced. He was able to discern that this steam mecha had activated some sort of self-destructive burst mode. The energy reaction of the mecha was plummeting at an alarming rate. At this rate, it would self-destruct in a minute. The question was, how were they to survive these next few seconds? The continuous speed akin to 1 million agility. For mechas of this stage, it was just too much. He's much faster than me, I can't help you. You'll have to figure out how to last 50 seconds on your own. The other remaining fire plunderer mecha pilot was dumbfounded. I'm your loyal servant, and you're telling me to fend for myself? The steam mecha in high-speed mode was extremely fast and vastly outstripped Jiang Chen's divine soul mecha. But it still wasn't so fast that it couldn't be reacted to. So, when the steam mecha, assisted by ion jet thrusters, lunged at the divine soul mecha, its four mechanical tentacles swung out like blades. Jiang Chen decisively performed a spatial leap, dodging the steam mecha's attack. Both mechas appeared together on the other side of the city. While his spatial leap ability couldn't carry things over a certain mass, as long as the divine soul mecha was energized, it could just manage to do so. Seeing this, the steam mecha decisively abandoned him and turned its attention to the easier target, the metallic mecha. The moment it moved, it almost turned into a golden red streak of lightning, dashing towards the metallic mecha. Damn! This fire plunderer mecha pilot cursed in his heart, but he was helpless. Surviving a minute against the steam mecha took a minute. Retreating from the abyss also took a minute. Either way, it was a minute. Just persevere. He quickly touched the abyss rune, and before the steam mecha could reach him, he summoned two more metallic mechas that, combined with his own, merged into a gigantic metallic mecha over 100 meters tall. He was a second-rank mecha pilot with 3 supercharged mechas. Combined with his own talent, merging the 3 supercharged mechas would sacrifice some speed but temporarily boost attributes like strength and defense to about 700,000. And with some skills, he could even unleash an attack close to 1 million in attribute strength. After all, since they were able to receive the distress signal, it meant their strength wasn't weak by any stretch. The fire plunderer mecha pilot before had been killed swiftly because of sheer bad luck, piloting a mecha that was perfectly countered. Unable to breach 1 million defense, unable to withstand the overwhelming speed, and with no time to switch mechas. That's why he was forcibly slain. Now, the 2 remaining fire plunderer mecha pilots changed their strategy. From confronting and attacking, they shifted to holding out and delaying. The situation immediately changed. While the metallic mecha couldn't keep up with the steam mecha's speed at all, and all its attacks, including missiles, missed completely. Being completely at a disadvantage, just like the previous primeval mecha, it could only take a beating passively. But when it activated its life-saving module, increasing the mecha's strength. Even if the steam mecha temporarily switched its output mode to violent output, it had a hard time breaking through quickly. It could only continue to whittle down the metallic mecha's armor value, shattering its armor components. During this process, Jiang Chen kept looking for opportunities to teleport over, disrupting the steam mecha's attack rhythm. Chapter 195. This boss has a third stage, _3. Although it didn't truly harm the steam mecha, it did affect the steam mecha's output efficiency. It effectively extended the combiner mecha's endurance time. Finally, at the 45th second, the steam mecha's consumption was too high, and its eruption ended. Its attributes reverted to the normal state of 200,000 force agility. Even if it switched to the extreme speed stance, there was only 140,000 strength and 260,000 agility left. The true speed dropped to just over 400,000, no longer unattainable. At this moment, the Combiner Mecha was on the verge of shattering, and the Fire Plunderer Mecha pilot had almost completely lost combat capability. However, the Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen was still in a relatively good condition. Using the speed of the Divine Soul Mecha and his own spatial leap ability, he clung to the weakened Steam Mecha. The real second stage of output began. During this process, the Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen was confident of victory and couldn't help but reveal a smile. The opponent was a hope candidate of an advanced civilization, and their talent was necessarily on the same level as his own, if not higher. That meant the opponent, like himself, was a first-rank Mecha pilot, with at most 2 Mechas. This Steam Mecha was the last one. As long as he destroyed this Mecha, he would have won. This was the first time Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen experienced such an exhilarating battle. His heart was filled with satisfaction and ease, with little intent to kill. Even if he killed the opponent once, it wouldn't matter. Advanced civilizations had gathered innumerable legacies from various civilizations and naturally would also possess rebirth-related legacy abilities. Although the cost was steep, these hope candidates like him usually had 1 or 2 chances to save their own lives. Even if they died in the abyss, they could be reborn within their civilization. Just like when he became a divine prodigy, the Divine Lord granted him a chance at rebirth, which he had not yet used. The opponent, being a hope candidate of an even higher civilization and so arrogantly venturing alone, had no intention of retreating even now. Clearly, they also had a chance for rebirth. So, with victory within his grasp, Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen did not rush to crush the Steam Mecha. Instead, he slowed down the pace and began to make a victory speech. "Friend, I brought 2 pieces of trash to fight you, and you were able to kill one and cripple the other. Tisk tisk, if I weren't here, you might really have been able to do a 3-in-1 strike. And you've actually managed to create a time mecha at the first rank. Could you be a mecha pilot from a civilization above level 10? The Steam Mecha gradually slowed its attack speed, but still remained silent. Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen seemed to understand something, his face showing a bit more of a smile. "I'm just guessing randomly, it's normal if it's not right. There are too few civilizations above level 10, and I am merely a hope candidate from a level 8 civilization, probably quite similar to you, brother. Tisk tisk, brother, although you come from a level 8 or 9 civilization, you were able to create an exquisite mecha so early. It seems that you are highly valued. A first-rank time mecha, even looking across the entire purgatory level, there probably aren't many. I really envy you. How about we become friends? If we meet in the purgatory level in the future, we could exchange some necessary materials. My civilization has quite a few special local products." The Steam Mecha still had no response. The look in Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. "Right, I forgot to ask. Brother, are you here to fire plunder, or to fire transmit?" After a moment of silence, the Divine Prodigy Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, and he cursed loudly. "Turns out you're a naturally duplicitous fire transmitter mecha pilot." His movements suddenly accelerated, without a trace of hesitation. The Divine Soul Mecha's energy extended, quickly forming a multitude of energy cannons, and barraged the Steam Mecha in front of him with saturation fire. At the same time, he activated the Sharpshooter Mecha and injected energy into it. Magic Bullet, Energy Impact. The Divine Soul Mecha's sudden burst emitted dozens of high-powered energy bullets, sealing off every possible evasion path for the Steam Mecha. Even though the Steam Mecha still maintained a high speed, it was impossible to dodge all the attacks. In the end, it was bombarded by the energy bullets on its mech surface. Overloading for several tens of seconds, the Steam Mecha had already reached its limit. After taking the impact of the energy bullets, it completely burst apart, shattering into a multitude of gold and red alloy components and gears, falling in all directions. Before these parts hit the ground, they turned into abyss atmosphere and were retracted into the abyss rune. Jiang Chen, the divine prodigy, paid no attention to these. He looked coldly at the pilot who had been exposed from inside the mech, his heart filled with the intent to kill. For a Mecha pilot, the same revival method can only take effect once. That is to say, even if you have the ability to revive, there is a limit to the number of lives. He wanted to kill this candidate of hope before they could retreat, depriving them of one chance for revival. In doing so, if he encountered him in the purgatory level in the future, he would have the opportunity to vanquish him completely. However, before the divine prodigy Jiang Chen could make a move, his breath abruptly stopped. The analysis chip on his forehead continuously stimulated his brain, conveying a message. Human type, flesh, unknown. Base strength, about 500,000, about 600,000, about 700,000, about 800,000. Current state, normal state, enhanced state, continuous strengthening, time unknown. Type inference. Advice, flee immediately. Threat level, death. Run. Why stop talking? A rough voice sounded. From within the fragments of the steam mecha, an expanding flesh entity emerged. It had a humanoid shape, with muscles that swelled and distorted all over its body, the muscles' surface covered with radiant patterns. These patterns extended from the fingers to the shoulders, up to the neck, and onto the cheeks. They formed 6 radiant eyes, which opened on either side of its face. Its height, from around 1.8 meters, swelled rapidly to 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters. Eventually stopping at a gigantic size of 13 meters. Behind him, huge bulges rose rapidly, tearing his upper garment apart, revealing an upper body covered in muscles and glowing patterns, along with 4 metallic tentacles longer than 100 meters. It licked its lips, its 8 eyes fixing on Jiang Chen standing before it, its voice spreading through the air. Keep talking. Naturally evil fire plunderer scum. I love hearing this stuff you're saying. Evil? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see who is truly evil? The heart of Jiang Chen, the divine prodigy, stopped abruptly. Was it this thing that was piloting the mecha just now? Fuck, this boss has a stage 3? Chapter 196. Fire transmission, fire plunder, soul plunder, reincarnation all evil, _1. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen understood the moment he parsed the attributes that the boss's stage 3 had surpassed his endurance capacity. In the breath-stopping instant, he reacted instinctively. His body, along with the divine soul mecha, vanished from the spot and reappeared thousands of kilometers up in the sky. During this process, he did not forget to activate the abyss rune and retreat from the abyss. As long as he could hold on for 60 seconds. Run, run. The instant the divine prodigy Jiang Chen disappeared and re-emerged, he was already locked onto once again by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lifted his eyes, looking toward the divine soul mecha in the sky. The first growth after the mecha's rank upgrade was the most significant. When he triggered his mecha pilot talent, Undying Barehand, absorbing the power of both the primeval mecha and the steam mecha in succession, his attributes had grown to an extremely exaggerated level. Strength 290,000 490,000. Agility 289,000 489,000. Defense 503,000 583,000. Enigmatism 107,000 111,000. Special, triple life force limit, 600 life recovery per second, doubles under the sun, 200 stamina. Special abilities, limitation unlock, boulder form, return to primal state, second rank, mode switch. Stage 3 abilities, blood demon transformation 8, thorns overgrowth 9, touch of extreme cold 4, energy overload 12, bioorganic intelligence 5, ion engine 4, danger sensing 4, mechanical tentacles 4. Just the pure base attributes alone had already reached 500,000. Next was energy overload. As a supercharge module, after being absorbed by the steam Mecha, and following the Mecha's rank upgrade, it was enhanced to a stage 3 ability. The single bonus increase elevated from the original 2,000 to 20,000. 12-fold effect, alongside limitation unlock. In full power stance, it could provide 480,000 force agility attributes. Add to that the second rank return to primal state, and the high-speed mode shift. Jiang Chen's full power attributes had thus become 880,000 for strength, 1,640,000 for agility, and 400,000 for defense. If you also include the speed boost from the ion propulsion unit, along with the effects of the power of time, Jiang Chen now possessed a speed akin to the ultimate 3 million in agility. This was a speed befitting a 5th rank pilot. Because his thought speed was so rapid, the movements of the Divine Soul Mecha seemed incredibly slow, like a slow-motion video at 0.1x speed. As for the ordinary people in the city, their actions had almost come to a complete stop. This was the effect of high agility and high computational power combined with the power of time, nearly achieving a time stop effect. As long as I move fast enough, then you are all relatively motionless. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, flashing his shiny fangs as he smiled. Well then, I'll start the chase. Almost instantly, Jiang Chen transformed into a rapid shadow, appearing before the nearest gigantic metallic mecha. Behind him, the mechanical tentacles quickly extended, grabbing the metal body's limbs from 4 angles. Jiang Chen himself moved forward, and leveraging the super heavy effect of the gravity gauntlets, he threw a punch. Bang! A deafening noise erupted. The metallic body, already on the brink, saw its armor value completely zeroed out under the gravity iron fist. The 4 mechanical tentacles proceeded to tear the metallic mecha into shreds. The wicked fire plunderer mecha pilot fell from the cockpit, his face full of despair. He was just a few seconds away from being able to flee the abyss. Jiang Chen locked eyes with him, exhaling. Ice frosted over from his mouth, completely encasing the fire plunderer mecha pilot into an ice sculpture. Freezing breath. This was not a module ability, nor a supernatural one. Similar to breathing, leaping, running, it was a basic ability that the human body could master after reaching a certain level of growth. The principle involved absorbing a large amount of air, quickly compressing it into highly dense liquid air in the lungs. The liquidated air released heat, which was absorbed by the human body. When the liquid air was exhaled again, it quickly evaporated, absorbing heat rapidly, thus achieving an ultra-freezing effect. After testing out this wonderful human ability, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Then, he spat out a breath. A small clump of air and saliva got instantaneously compressed, ejecting out like cannon fire, smashing the ice sculpture in front of him to pieces. As it turns out, the power of freezing breath is about the same as spitting a loogie. After dealing with the second enemy, Jiang Chen turned his eyes back to the sky once more. This little fire plunderer devil who possessed spatial leap ability was clearly more arrogant than the other 2 and wouldn't retreat in advance. That is to say, he needed to spend at least 60 seconds to escape the abyss. That was way too long. After revealing his full power stance, it took Jiang Chen less than a second to eliminate this fire plunderer mecha pilot. No wonder the high-rank mecha pilots of Planet Blue Star, including the big shot Li Xiao, dared not challenge the high-difficulty abyss. A withdrawing time of 60 seconds for low-ranked mecha pilots means they can easily retreat to the real world just by dragging it out a bit. For high-rank mecha pilots, if they encounter an unbeatable enemy, then those seconds really do feel like years. Like the current Jiang Chen. After locating Yang Tian's position, 4 metallic constructs on his spinal column, the ion propulsion units, blasted out azure flames, accelerating him forward. Yang Tian dared not stop for a second. While flying into the sky, he frantically tapped into his potential, awakening the super ability bloodline within and attempting a spatial leap. In the end, he was just a first-rank Mecha pilot. Even with an extremely high talent bonus that enabled him to combine with a supercharged Mecha, boosting his strength to 4th rank obligations. The Mecha pilot talent, however, would not augment bloodline supernatural abilities. Therefore, the spatial leap ability he possessed was truly low-ranked. Not only did it drain his stamina, but it was also short-ranged and had a casting delay. Chapter 197. Fire Transmission, Fire Plunder, Soul Plunder, Reincarnation are all evil. _2. Equal strength in combat is still manageable. But facing a boss of Jiang Chen's level, even a slight delay in casting spells can be a fatal flaw. Luckily, the boss shifted his enmity mid-battle, harvesting a wave of gravely injured teammates first. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen finally activated his spatial leap ability, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city's protective barrier, standing at the edge of the heavens. The barrier intended to protect the city had ironically become his lifesaver. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen looked back at the sky dome, let out a sigh of relief, smiled, and turned on his Mecha's communication device. "You hypocritical fire transmitter Mecha pilot, just try to break this barrier, and the Stargazer's civilization city will be destroyed by the abyssal monsters. Do you dare?" The divine prodigy Jiang Chen had been through much education, aware of the hypocrisy and conservatism of the fire transmitter civilization. Now, he planned to use the safety of the Stargazer's civilization city to influence the judgment of the fire transmitter Mecha pilot. Even if it was just a slight delay, it would significantly increase his chances of survival. While transmitting his voice, he continued to activate his Mecha and spatial leap ability, flying towards the outer space. However, when he looked back towards the sky, his expression froze. The meteor star life forms that had been bombarding the barrier, seeking to destroy civilization, had ceased their assault without warning. Only some small meteorites measuring a few dozen meters remained, continuously summoning meteoric fire. The largest meteorite life form, with a diameter surpassing 10 kilometers, was soaring into outer space. Its speed was significantly faster than his. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen's face darkened. Abyss monsters are not fools, meteor star life forms possess intelligence. They continued the attack when they saw Jiang Chen, thinking they could still fight, so they did not retreat. Upon seeing the stage 3 boss, they immediately took off. "Damn it, picking on the weak and fearing the strong. You are a disgrace to the meteor star calamity." The divine prodigy Jiang Chen cursed while rushing towards the sky, praying internally that the barrier would delay the boss for just a little longer. But things did not go as he wished. The barrier was primarily for defending against external attacks, it was significantly weaker on the inside. The boss crashed into the barrier, switched to power boosting output mode, and in just a few hits, several cracks were formed. Metallic tentacles forcibly tore open the cracks, and a massive head with a smirk emerged. "Here I come!" Crack! The barrier shattered. Mode switch, high-speed mode. With the barrier gone, the boss fully displayed its incredible speed. Transforming into a blazing fire meteor, it pursued the divine prodigy Jiang Chen and the meteor star life form in the sky. During this chase, 4 mechanical tentacles each wielded a high-energy ray weapon, firing blue lasers. They swiftly shattered the remaining smaller meteor star life forms that were too slow to escape. Jiang Chen possessed spatial leap, and his divine soul Mecha could ignore air resistance. Compared to the massive meteor star life form, he had an advantage. He succeeded in overtaking it, getting ahead of the meteor star life form. Less than 3 seconds after passing, a burst of light flared violently, and countless fiery rocks exploded. The meteor star life form, over 10 kilometers in diameter, was penetrated through its center by the boss, its core shattered, turning into countless fragments. Even these fragments were covered in flames and slowly turned to ash. Defeated meteor star's main body, obtained special material, meteoric iron alloy. Successful defeat of the leader, end of the Abyss calamity, rescue mission complete. Fire transmitter traits have been activated. Planet Blue Star's civilization potential has increased, current potential, 27. Unknown traits brewing, civilization potential insufficient, please continue to raise. Settlement complete, would you like to leave the Abyss now? Note, if you refuse to leave, you may stay for an additional 24 hours. Upon ending the Abyss calamity and completing the rescue mission, the civilization potential gained was divided according to contribution. Jiang Chen, along with other Fire Plunderer Mecha pilots with contributions below a certain threshold, didn't get anything. At this moment, he wasn't concerned about that, instead, he was desperately propelling his Mecha, frantically flying further into outer space. Such a calamity leader, even for Jiang Chen, required cooperation with two teammates to defeat, after some effort. But now, it had been instantly killed upon encounter. This gave him a more tangible sense of the boss's stage 3 power. It was precisely this horrifying strength that completely cut off his last hope of escape. Within moments, he was caught by the boss, his whole divine soul Mecha ensnared by mechanical tentacles, incapable of breaking free. Though the divine soul Mecha was an energy body capable of transforming into an energy state, Jiang Chen was human and couldn't change form. Should his Mecha become energy, he would be directly exposed to the mechanical tentacles. This effectively sealed off his spatial leap ability. It was only possible for him to perform a spatial leap with the divine soul Mecha when everything but the cockpit transformed into energy. Certainly, that was impossible at the moment. As for abandoning the Mecha and leaping through space alone, he had already reached the outer atmosphere of the planet. With his physical condition, without the protection of the Mecha cockpit, death was the only outcome. Alright then, you deceptive fire transmitter Mecha pilot. I admit, this time you've won. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen sighed, finally giving up the struggle, and leaned back, lying down in the cockpit. I didn't expect you to be a physique-type Mecha pilot, and that you found a way to trick the distress signal, using 5th rank power to fight a 4th rank support. Isn't that bullying? I'll tell you, you damn well picked the right person, I am the soft persimmon. From now on, whether it's distress signals or the purgatory level, I swear I'll take a detour, to fight you again would make me a dog. Chapter 198. Fire Transmission, Fire Plunder, Soul Plunder, Reincarnation All Evil, _3. The words of the divine prodigy Jiang Chen were full of resentment. Fighting a 4th rank match with 5th rank strength? You really deserve to die. Jiang Chen controlled the divine soul Mecha, his eyes flickering slightly. The reason he had saved Jiang Chen for last and hadn't killed him directly was precisely that he wanted to take the opportunity to ask some questions. This evil little fire plunderer claimed to be a hope aspirant from a level 8 civilization. A level 8 civilization was likely to be ancient and powerful. He must know many things that even Senior Yano didn't. At such a time, the benefits of killing him outright were far less than that of learning some insider information. However, the civilization potential of Planet Blue Star had just earned its entrance ticket. Even if it was some abyss game, it was only at entry level. Jiang Chen knew very little, any attempt to feign knowledge and fish for information was bound to be full of flaws and only add to the farce. After a moment's consideration, he simply asked directly. You're a hope candidate from a level 8 civilization? Civilizations have tiers. Ah. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. What was this boss talking about, tiers of civilization? Wasn't that common knowledge? Wait a second. Such knowledge was indeed common for advanced civilizations, but it was something that was gradually explored and discovered. Those low-level civilizations that had just crossed the abyss without a proper guide would naturally lack this common knowledge. The problem was, you're not a hope candidate from an ancient civilization. Ah. Motherfucker? What? Jiang Chen's modified brain even began to lag, showing a loading symbol. Nevertheless, he ultimately was a hope candidate with a super brain. After a moment, he had analyzed the other's situation. Looking at Jiang Chen's powerful physique was like beholding a rare treasure, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Even among the first generation of hope aspirants, someone like you could emerge. Deceitful, no, good brother, are you interested in joining our civilization? For you to have grown to this extent in a low-level civilization, if you join our Divine Lord civilization, you will surely reach even greater heights. If you join our Divine Lord civilization, I guarantee I will nominate you to become a divine prodigy. As for this fire transmission and fire plunder, if you become a Divine Lord in the future, won't all of this be at your mere whim? To downgrade from a civilization's adoptive father to its son, do I look like an idiot to you? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. You still haven't answered me, what are civilization tiers? It's about civilization privileges. After guessing Jiang Chen's situation, Jiang Chen displayed extreme enthusiasm. Besides, Jiang Chen was asking about nothing more than abyss common knowledge. Even if he didn't know now, with his potential, he would inevitably come into contact with these things after some time. Civilizations that have just crossed the abyss have only level 1 privileges and are called first-rank civilizations. If a civilization's potential increases, if it acquires civilization traits, defeats civilization calamities, once certain conditions are met, civilization privileges will be upgraded. With each upgrade of civilization privileges, the civilization's flame grows stronger, gaining more things, encountering more phenomena. The things a first-rank civilization comes into contact with are really too few. Compared to a level 8 civilization, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. To elevate a level 1 authority to level 8, it requires an incredibly long period of time, and the joint efforts of many generations of hopefuls. So, if you stay at a level 1 civilization, your potential will always be just that little. Why not join us? Facing the earnest gaze of the divine prodigy Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen felt some confusion. Can civilization members just change civilizations at will? Normally, of course not. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen began to speak. Civilization members are born into a civilization, bound to it, everything they have is closely related to their own civilization. However, there are loopholes in this. Reincarnation. As long as someone is willing to give up everything, they can intercept their soul at the moment of death by some means, and transfer it into the nurturing embryo of a new life. The process of being reborn is the process of changing civilizations. Since a Mecha pilot's talent is a reflection of one's soul, even after rebirth, your talent will not change. In fact, due to the change in civilization potential, you'll receive new enhancements. You moved from a level 1 civilization to our level 8 civilization. Your talent will only grow stronger, not weaker. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then shook his head. Didn't you say that we fire plunderers are very evil? Actually, that's not the case. Even if the fire plunderer is evil, it's still a part of the fire transmitter system, and it preserves the spark of other civilizations. It's just that there are always some wastes who can't even do this much. Those civilizations beyond level 10, the most ancient ones, besides the original fire transmission civilization. There's the Soul Plunder civilization, equally ancient but extremely evil. They will kill the Mecha pilots of all other civilizations, plunder their souls, bring them back to their own civilization for cleansing, modification, enslavement. That is the real evil. As for our Divine Lord civilization's reincarnation technique, it comes from the rebirth civilization, which is opposed to the Soul Plunder civilization. This method of reincarnation does not cleanse the soul and memory but instead retains past memories, with some added enhancements, and one can also regain the additional bonuses of civilization potential. It's effectively like resetting your points. Every reincarnation makes you more powerful. Moreover, although the reincarnation opportunities we traded from the rebirth civilization are limited and costly, only a select few are eligible to use them. But with your qualifications, you'll definitely be able to obtain a reincarnation spot. You will become stronger than you are now. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen was very excited as he spoke. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The full power mode consumed a great deal. Already several dozens of seconds had passed, and he felt his physical strength was nearly depleted. Jiang Chen was probably about to escape the abyss as well. With a cold expression, he lifted his fist to strike. Even an evil fire plunderer civilization can trade with the rebirth civilization. It looks to me like you're just deceiving me, intending to plunder and enslave my soul. Even trying to trick me into suicide. Wait. Jiang Chen wanted to say something else. But Jiang Chen, having switched to output mode, landed several consecutive punches, directly penetrating the energy body, turning it into a pile of mush. I won't be misled by you, naturally evil fire plunderer brat. Chapter 199. Future Soldier, Invincible in the Future, _1. The Divine Lord civilization had already expanded its territories to unimaginable extents upon reaching the level of a level 8 civilization. Within the boundless stellar domains, the Divine Lords led countless divine servants, ruling over endless living beings. The territories of different Divine Lords are known as Divine Realms, each with a different name. Among them, the Central Divine Realm is the origin of the Divine Lord civilization and holds an exceptionally significant meaning. This place is not only where all the divine prodigies grow and reside. It is also home to the resurrection device, the most core and secretive area of the civilization. Above a hidden star, an enigmatic device was activated. Countless lights converged, sculpting a perfect, flawless body within the waters of a pool. When the body was fully reshaped, and eyelashes trembled slightly, the youth opened his eyes, sat up from the water, and looked around. His blank gaze slowly returned to clarity. Fuck, you actually killed me. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you. Indeed, fire transmitter Mecha pilots are a bunch of lunatics. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. No matter whether that Mecha pilot was truly original, if only a few more seconds had passed, he could have escaped from the abyss and returned safely. Now, great, he'd directly lost a chance at rebirth. When a Mecha pilot died in the abyss, even if resurrected by special means, the abyss rune would crack. This crack would render the same method of resurrection ineffective. Therefore, to be resurrected multiple times, a Mecha pilot must use different methods. So far, the Divine Lord civilization has only collected 7 methods that allow for resurrection in the abyss, corresponding to 7 chances at rebirth. If all are exhausted, one can either choose to die completely, or use the right of rebirth, traded from the rebirth civilization, to undergo a reincarnation. After reincarnation, one could only retain the memory and not the mecha or the traits, which is akin to starting over after deletion of an account, a significant loss nonetheless. More importantly, reincarnation also has a limit on the number of times. A mecha pilot can only undergo a limited number of reincarnations. After exceeding the limit, their soul would collapse, resulting in total annihilation. Legend has it that only the true members of the rebirth civilization are entitled to an unlimited number of reincarnations. Just walking out the door and losing a chance of rebirth, totally bad luck. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen was feeling gloomy. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared out of thin air before him. Seeing this light, the divine prodigy Jiang Chen's expression became solemn, and he bowed respectfully. Divine Lord. The light vibrated slightly, and a voice entered the divine prodigy Jiang Chen's mind. Why did you consume a chance at rebirth? I encountered a monster in the Stargazer's civilization. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen hastily explained, recounting everything that happened in the Stargazer's civilization. The light fell silent for a while before sending a message again. The civilizational distress signal limits the strength of Mecha pilots, not the rank of Mecha pilots. If that Mecha pilot truly is the original one of hope, he may not be the same as you, a first-rank Mecha pilot. It's possible that he is a second-rank or third-rank Mecha pilot. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen nodded slightly. After guessing the origin of that Mecha pilot, he had indeed considered this point. However, in order to fight for time to save his life, he purposely showed surprise and admiration, hoping to delay time and make his escape. If he could deceive the other party into committing suicide, that would be the best outcome. Unfortunately, the other party wasn't that foolish. The light flickered slightly, transmitting the message. The point of this situation is not his innate strength, but rather, how he, with 5th rank strength, was able to receive a distress signal intended for 4th rank strength. This breaks the rule of the fire transmitter traits, something even the primordial fire civilization cannot do. The primordial fire civilization is how the many fire transmitter civilizations refer to the original fire transmission civilization. Besides, the ancient civilization that was the first to plunder fire after the primordial fire civilization is the true and most powerful fire plunder civilization. Civilizations like the Divine Lord civilization, a level 8 civilization, can easily plunder and suppress lower civilizations. But before those ancient civilizations, they are still newcomers and must be treated with caution and prudence. At this moment, the Divine Lord of the Divine Lord civilization saw hope for surpassing the primordial fire and fire plunder civilizations and achieving an edge. If what the divine prodigy Jiang Chen said is true, as long as the Divine Lord civilization can win over that enigmatic Mecha pilot, gaining the ability to break the rules of the fire transmitter traits, and to use the high-level character entering a newbie village to dominate ability, then they would gain a dominant position in fire support. Even the primordial fire and fire plunder civilizations would be suppressed by the Mecha pilots of the Divine Lord civilization. At that time, all farmlands of the fire plunder civilizations would change hands. The Divine Lord civilization would also take this opportunity to join the ranks of those ancient civilizations. This would be the chance for the rise of the Divine Lord civilization. Based on what you said, this Mecha pilot can surely grow. It won't take long for him to become a level 3 civilization and gain access to the abyss levels. You have battled with him and know his aura. Quickly advance your strength and wait for him in the purgatory level beforehand, identify him, and establish a good relationship. Ah, you've already exposed yourself as a fire plunderer. I'll arrange for the divine prodigy Shueluo to disguise as a fire transmitter and join you in the purgatory level. If he still views you hostilely, then you coordinate with the divine prodigy Shueluo, establish a good rapport with him, draw him in, and have him join us. Do not reveal his abilities to anyone else until we have succeeded. I understand, the divine prodigy Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. He then heard the light transmit another message. The intelligence you brought back is very important, and you have made a substantial contribution. I will make arrangements to prepare a new rebirth ritual for you. The divine prodigy Jiang Chen's eyes showed delight. Thank you, Divine Lord. Fire Transmission Civilization, Soul Plunder Civilization, Rebirth Civilization. Jiang Chen ended his transformation, and all the mechanical tentacles retracted into his body. Thanks to his enhanced physique, he looked like an ancient Greek god in charge of beauty, his bare upper body even more perfect than a sculpture. Basking in the radiance of a constant star to recover his strength, he slowly descended to the ground. His mind was still mulling over the information revealed by the divine prodigy Jiang Chen. Senior Yano hailed from the Gaia civilization, which was also a very young civilization. Being one of the original hopefuls, he didn't possess much information. Amongst the ancient civilizations, he only knew of the original fire transmission civilization. As for the rest, he knew nothing at all. Now at last, a fraction of the veil had been lifted. Indeed, Jiang Chen had pondered a certain matter before. In the civilizations of the abyss, could there really only be the fire transmission and fire plunder factions? That obviously didn't make sense. Could it be that before the very first fire transmission civilization appeared, the other civilizations had already perished in the abyss? At least now, there was an answer. Over the long stretch of time, civilizations older than the initial fire transmission civilization and those that had not awakened fire transmitter traits had also carved their own paths. For instance, the soul plunder and rebirth civilizations stemmed from the unique civilizations that extended based on the souls of Mecha pilots. They might also have their own followers, and perhaps even factions. Ugh, the rebirth civilization might have its followers, but soul plunder might truly be the only civilization. Its approach is even more domineering than fire plunder, not needing any companions, nor the need to inherit its kind. It can directly assimilate all other civilizations into its own system, completely digesting all other civilizations. Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. No one knew how long the abyss had existed. These ancient civilizations may not be the entirety of ancient civilizations. However, even though they were ancient and powerful, possessing high civilization authority, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest intention of abandoning planet Blue Star to join them. The reason was simple. Whether it was fire transmission, fire plunder, or even soul plunder, rebirth. All these civilizations found within the abyss, traversing so many paths, had only one essential purpose: growth. Yes, at the end of the day, it was all for the sake of growing stronger, for growth. It's only that in the process, due to different experiences and thoughts, they ended up on different paths. What about Jiang Chen? He had actually achieved the ultimate goal of these civilizations: unlimited growth. In this situation, was there any need to start all over, abandon his homeland, and run off to join those so-called ancient civilizations? Admittedly, those ancient civilizations were powerful now. But Jiang Chen was a warrior of the future, invincible in the future. Thus, the words of the divine prodigy Ying Tian carried no temptation to him. Reincarnate to refresh potential? Reset to train a new character? Jiang Chen aimed to clear the game on a single character. Was there a need for such hassle? However, the technology of the rebirth civilization is quite interesting. Even though I don't need it, it can still be of use to big shots like Li Xiao, maybe for resetting their attributes or something. Just don't know how the Divine Lord civilization managed to conduct trade with the rebirth civilization. In the endless abyss, aside from the traits of the fire transmitters, how should civilizations communicate with each other? Could it be something like the purgatory level? Regrettably, a few seconds were too short. If possible, Jiang Chen would have liked to drain all knowledge from the divine prodigy Ying Tian before sending him back home. As for now, all three fire plunderer civilization Mecha pilots had been completely slain. The meteor star calamity had been casually dealt with by Jiang Chen, gaining him 4 points of civilization potential. It was 1 more point compared to during the heavenly origin civilization, likely related to the intensity of the calamity. 3 points of potential for 3rd rank intensity, 4 points for 4th rank. As a kind-hearted fire transmitter civilization Mecha pilot, Jiang Chen didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he returned to the city to exchange information with the Stargazers civilization's person of hope. Regrettably, the Stargazers civilization differed from the situation with the Heavenly Origin civilization. Back then, the legacy of the Heavenly Origin civilization had been almost destroyed and interrupted, with the strongest Mecha pilot being of 2nd rank intensity. For the Stargazers civilization, the strongest Mecha pilot had 3rd rank intensity and still preserved part of the supercharged system. The civilization was barely capable of producing supercharge modules and materials across the abyss. Its legacy had not been entirely severed and still had hope for resurgence. Jiang Chen took a tour but didn't find much he could help with. He merely engaged in a bit of knowledge exchange, trading Blue Star knowledge for some Stargazers magic, which was a fair trade. Additionally, it seemed that because of the earlier battle, his fighting style had been quite unrestrained. Some humans from the Stargazers civilization looked at Jiang Chen with a vague fear, apparently having been frightened. This served as a reminder to Jiang Chen. When exploring the abyss, appearance isn't very important. Those abyssal monsters are fierce, I am fiercer than they are, defeating them with ease, which is no problem. However, when accepting a mission to rescue a civilization, one should pay some attention to image. Can't kill the enemy and end up scaring all the hostages to death. Jiang Chen pondered to himself. This issue was quite solvable. Not all colossal life forms appear fearsome and repugnant. There also exist some beings of a sacred nature, who inspire instant awe and involuntary veneration. He could shape 2 forms by absorbing Mecha abilities. One for grinding monsters. There was no need to consider appearance or form, just stacking powerful modules and abilities was all that mattered. Strength is beauty. The other would be for conquest. It would possess both strength and appearance. It could conquer the enemy's body physically as well as the hearts of the audience. Just like in the Steam world before, crafting a tall and radiant image that screams good guy. When necessary, both forms could merge into one. It's just special effects, I'm good at this. Jiang Chen touched the abyss rune, departing from the abyss. Darkness rushed in, engulfing him. Chapter 200. Having seen 1,000 sails, my heart still holds you. _1. Planet Blue Star, Starbase. In the jungle residential area, Jiang Chen fell from a pitch-black crevice and called out. I'm back, Bai Ying. Welcome home, Lord. Bai Ying emerged from the house and smiled as she curtsied. Jiang Chen immediately activated danger perception, hoping to use this recently absorbed ability to sense the strength of Bai Ying's life force. Unfortunately, just like his past high-energy perception, when danger perception swept over, Bai Ying appeared to him as just an ordinary little girl in his senses, with no noticeable intensity. Does a 7th rank Mecha with its own stealth capabilities exceed the range of high-energy perception at the current stage? Jiang Chen wasn't disappointed though. After all, he was still a 2nd rank Mecha pilot. The high-energy perception ability he had absorbed, even if it were supercharged with a module, was only of 3rd rank strength. Even if it were multiplied by 100-fold, achieving 5th rank ability, it would still be several orders of magnitude below Bai Ying. However, my advancement in rank is very fast, he said. It won't be long before I completely surpass Bai Ying in strength. Plus, with Yun becoming a time Mecha, she won't need to protect me but will have to return to Senior Ruan's side. Jiang Chen thought about how, after returning from the abyssal challenges ahead, Zero and Yun would both be in slumber and the house would lack Bai Ying's presence, and it felt quite lonely. But he couldn't possibly monopolize Bai Ying and keep her to himself. With a hint of regret, he ruffled Bai Ying's hair and said, Bai Ying, I have acquired the power of time. Once I have repaired Zero and Yun, I will need your guidance for both me and Yun. Bai Ying will certainly instruct you and Yun diligently, Bai Ying said earnestly. It was at that moment. A thought flickered in Jiang Chen's heart. Thinking about it. If a Mecha pilot utilized the technology of the rebirth civilization to achieve reincarnation, keeping only their memories and talents but losing their Mechas and special traits, starting over, what would become of those Mechas then? This should refer to a situation similar to the death of a Mecha pilot. If a Mecha pilot dies in the abyss, their Mecha would also be scrapped and lost in the abyss, disappearing together. However, if a Mecha pilot left a Mecha in the real world before entering the abyss, then upon the pilot's death, that Mecha wouldn't disappear but turn into a masterless Mecha. Masterless Mecha can be repaired and used, but cannot be bound by other Mecha pilots, and won't benefit from talent amplifications. Like the last member of the primeval civilization, who depended on that towering, scrappy masterless Mecha. If a Mecha pilot is to be reborn, they certainly wouldn't go to the abyss to die but would undergo some ritual to complete the rebirth. Thus, their Mechas would not be lost but would all become masterless Mechas. Information about the rebirth civilization and civilization level. Jiang Chen intended to discuss with boss Li Xiao upon his return. He could also take the opportunity to ask Senior Ruan if she required the rebirth service. Yes, it was purely out of consideration for the boss, with no other intentions. Besides, Jiang Chen increasingly appreciated the depth of the rebirth civilization. Since the rebirth civilization was willing and able to share rebirth technology for trade with other civilizations, then this technology definitely wasn't the core legacy of the rebirth civilization. This ancient civilization had perhaps developed many more abilities related to rebirth. For instance, by utilizing the soul connection between the masterless Mecha and the original Mecha pilot, allowing the reborn pilot to fortify the masterless Mecha and enhance talents without needing a contract. Wouldn't this mean that with each rebirth, one could stack the potential of their Mecha? Furthermore, the chosen ones of ordinary civilizations, the genius Mecha pilots, would gradually lose prominence and fade from the stage of the era because of the rise in civilization potential and the emergence of new geniuses. Like the original chosen one, although the beginning of everything, he was also the weakest of the chosen ones. But the rebirth civilization is different. Their chosen ones could undergo rebirth, and the talents of the genius Mecha pilots could continue to grow stronger. This means that with the same civilization potential, the chosen ones of the rebirth civilization would outnumber those of other civilizations many times over. Not to mention the accumulation of masterless Mechas during the process of rebirth. The depth of these ancient civilizations is indeed terrifying, Jiang Chen inwardly marveled. For ordinary civilizations to surpass the accumulation of countless eras and overtake these ancient ones seemed an impossible task. Fortunately, Planet Blue Star was lucky to have someone like him. As long as he could grow, improve civilization privileges, and enhance civilization potential, all of that was not a difficult task. After all, within the abyssal system, the limit of a civilization ultimately depends on the limits of the strongest individual. Carrying Planet Blue Star on a steep ascent, surpassing these ancient civilizations. It's quite a challenge. Jiang Chen looked forward with anticipation, raising his right hand to touch the abyss rune. With the abyss atmosphere spreading, a completely shattered steam Mecha and an utterly withered and splintered bioorganic Mecha stood on the lawn. Convergence, peak signal meet. After the steam Mecha and the primeval Mecha were upgraded, the difficulty of their repair escalated once more. Not to mention the materials. After all, they were just 2 second-rank supercharged Mechas. Although their repair required a certain amount of abyss coins, metal materials, and biological materials. Under the support of the entire Planet Blue Star civilization, there was no need to worry about these issues, it was just a matter of calculating the time needed. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thanks for watching.